East and a Flynn.
Yeah, no, this is a challenge here because not only Maui's gets played and you're like, okay, that's fine. He doesn't have any lore. He's not going to get my opponent closer to victory. But pairing it with that frenemy. Because Maui has 6 strength, and so Kyle's going to need to match that 6 strength here to prevent Flynn from winning the game. Otherwise, he needs to remove that frenemy.
So Kyle, I believe, only has 3 cards in hand. Okay, so he is playing. He did have a second grab your swords in hand.
Was that the third grab your sword we've seen?
Yeah, we've seen at least 2.
I think that's 3. I think one was sung, and wow. So Kyle just having all of the answers here.
Oh, another Flynn Rider. Oh my goodness.
That's not as scary as it was last time. It can quest for 1 lore, but with a Tinkerbell on the board, luckily it won't activate for Danny. So that's still, we need a goat or something else to close out the game here. So it's not, we don't have to remove the Flynn Rider to prevent victory next turn, but of course you'd certainly like to.
Sure. Yeah, what's interesting here too is that Kyle, he has that Tamatoa sitting in hand. I know he wants to play it, but Danny has been putting so much on the board that Kyle just has to have an answer for that he hasn't been able to put that Tamatoa down yet.
So remember how I said that we were okay with the Flynn Rider being there?
Because there was no Maui?
Because there's no Maui. Now we're not. Because another Maui Flynn Rider combo here, that would be the game.
There's Tamatoa.
Tamatoa is going to allow us to pull back an item, but again, Tamatoa is sitting at 5 strength, the Maui at 6 strength. That's going to represent a victory for Danny if we pass the turn here.
So Tamatoa has...
but drawing into the card we need.
That's the card we
needed. Oh my goodness.
Goodbye, Maui. We're putting...
Yep.
Okay.
The Flynn Rider. Yep.
Oh, right. So then, yes, because Maui can't quest. Oh, that was a great top deck there. 6?
5, 6.
7.
7.
7 because of the, yeah.
Yep. Wow.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So
the fishbone.
In TCGs, we talk about playing to your outs, right? Even if the chances are slim, even if you think you're on the ropes, always play to your outs. And Kyle here, when he was trying, he didn't have the answer. He's like, I just need to draw cards. I need to find ways to draw cards. Let's pull back an item from the discard pile, which would allow me to draw a card. Maybe I'll top deck the thing I need, and he did.
Well, wow. I think Danny just conceded and gave the game to Kyle.
I was so excited. I was talking about the top deck. I missed the end game there. Wow.
That was a game.
Yeah.
I really did not think that Kyle was going to win that one, and that was fantastic. I think that we saw Kyle just really playing that Sapphire Steel deck, doing what it's meant to do, drawing more cards, keeping Danny at bay there, holding him at 18 lore for multiple turns. That was a fantastic game. Well played to Kyle.
I mean...
You're flabbergasted.
Just what a game. I mean, throughout that whole game, as the Ruby Amethyst player, as Danny pushed himself closer and closer to victory, think about if a castle stayed on the board one more turn, or if Flynn Rider activated one more time, throughout that game, every single turn, Kyle had specific answers that he needed to find or needed to have, whether it was Rise of the Titans or Grab Your Sword or a card to sing or a Let It Go, and just had the answers available. That was a game.
That was a game. I'm really excited to see how the second game plays out. What do you think both of these players are thinking? I mean, Danny has to know that he's got some competition here on the other side of the table.
Yeah, I mean, so if you're a Ruby Amethyst player, if you're coming into this match, I think your game plan's the same. It is try to win fast, exactly like you did, and just hope your opponent doesn't draw into those answers. And if you're the Sapphire Steel player, again, you on the Sapphire Steel side, you need to find certain answers early in the game. You want to find a Rise of the Titans to avoid that castle doing work early on, and you need to find an Argus or some sort of an answer to prevent Flynn from going off in the early game. And if you can do that, I think the odds are a lot better. So, I don't know. Let's take a look.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think Rise of the Titans was such a key card in this game to help with those locations, the Queen's Castle,
and the spellbook.
And the spellbook, yes. No, I mean we don't know how many spellbooks are on the other side table. We saw one last game, but we know that Kyle has the answers for the cards that Danny has in his deck. And then on Danny's side, though, like you're saying, we saw how fast he can get up there. He got up to 18 lore. So if he can just, like you said, keep a castle on the board for one more turn, get that Flynn to kick off. I think he has a really great chance of winning game 2.
I agree. So one of the things about the Sapphire Steel matchup is oftentimes we think about these control decks, especially Tamatoa, Lucky Diamondbacks, as decks that really, to win, they want to get to the end game to build up that end game engine in that combo. But on the Sapphire Steel side, there's a lot of very high lore mid-game characters, to include cards like Cogsworth, which can protect your board, that if you leave that deck unchecked and allow it to kind of do what it wants to do, before you know it, the Sapphire Steel player has like 5, 6, 7 lore on their side of the board and can close the game down in the mid game, which is one of the reasons it's so important against it if you're playing Ruby Amethyst to push your lore total high early. And that way the Sapphire Steel player is responding to you and spending resources responding to your threats rather than doing what it wants to do to close out the game in the mid game.
Yeah, and we did see that happen in game 1 where Kyle was having to respond. He couldn't play the cards that we know he wanted to play because he was having to respond to what was going on the other side of the board. The other card that I thought did a lot of work that last game was the Let It Goes and the Hades that we saw as well, which are just great cards. Hades, great villain, and we saw that just really came in to play in game 1. So we're going to go ahead and jump into game 2. The players are going to be here about turn 8, and we're going to pick up on where they are.
Whew.
Look at this. Well,
this feels familiar. This feels like familiar territory. So assessing where we are real quick, Danny has done exactly what we talked about, pushed his lore total very high. We have a goat on the board.
Ooh.
We had a goat on the board. And, Danny is now sitting at 16 lore with that goat being removed, striking distance from closing out the game with a few goats and goat bounces. We're exactly where he wants to be. But as you pointed out, Rebecca, 2 lucky dimes on Kyle's side of the board.
Yeah, and what's interesting about that, I will say, is that in Ruby Amethyst, you don't really have answers for items. There's no item removal in Danny's deck that I could think of. So he's really going to have to take care of the characters on Kyle's side of the board so that there's nothing that Kyle can use Lucky Dime on.
I mean, Lucky Dime pairs well with high lore characters, but it also pairs well with mid lore characters if you have 2 of them. I mean, those Lucky Dimes using on the Tinkerbell or the Beast represents 1, 2, but Tinkerbell's gone. So he's on the Beast represent 4 lore, being able to use Beast essentially 3 times to get lore, and then questing for 2, and then the Flaversham 7. So that's 7 lore. 7 lore represented on Kyle's side of the board. And so Danny has to be cognizant of the fact that anything with 2 lore is incredibly dangerous.
And we also see here that Danny, again, he's up at 16 lore, and Kyle's sitting at 5, so we're kind of in a similar situation to where we were before. So the question, I think, is going to be, can Kyle find the right answers to hold Danny at bay and get the win here?
Yeah, Kyle playing defense while trying to set up his endgame scenario. Here we go again with a Fortisphere drawing cards. And he has removal in his hand. Kyle has cards that can remove that Maui to prevent it from activating the frenemy on Danny's turn, because Beast is 4 strength, which would be the high strength character on the board. So sitting in an okay position right now. But again, anytime an Amethyst deck is within 4 lore of winning, the goats and the goat bounces are so threatening.
Absolutely. So we do see Beast go into the Maui there to take care of him, which is nice because then we won't have Flynn Rider kick a trigger, but
we won't have Flynn Rider anyway.
We don't have Flynn Rider anyway with that Simba coming down. That Simba is just that's another MVP of this deck over here.
No, that's a great point. We don't see this in a lot of Steel lists. It started to pop up in challenges a little while ago, a couple here, a couple there. But doing work, both last games, doing 2 damage upon entering the board at the right time. And now Kyle has another 2 lore character on the board that he can pair with those dimes.
Yeah, and Simba is another one of those characters that can't be chosen by Madame Medusa. You can't play Brawl on them because of that 5 strength. So Simba, really, really great card. And he is a 7-cost character, but because it's in this Sapphire deck, the players are able to ramp up to get to those bigger characters like Simba fairly quickly. Oh, and there's a Be Prepared.
Danny getting maximum value out of that, or value out of the rabbit by questing with it, then playing Be Prepared, clearing the board. And a Queen's Castle is one of the perfect follow-ups to a Be Prepared in this deck. Kyle will want to get that off the board as soon as possible. He does have Rise of the Titans in here. Do we have it in hand? I
don't think that. I don't see it. No. And
yeah, we do. There it is. Yep, there it is. Woo.
I was going to say that puts Danny just 2 turns away from winning, really.
Yep, and here we have the Cogsworth coming down. We're going to pair it with the Lucky Dime, gain 2 lore. And gosh, it just feels like the last game again, where Danny's getting so close to closing it out. There we have Be King Undisputed, card that forces your opponent to choose and banish one of their own characters. When there's only one on the board, the choice is rather easy. And Danny now playing a Maui, which doesn't do a whole lot for him here, but does set up a future frenemy and can play a little bit of offense if it needs to, if Kyle drops something on the board.
Yeah. And Danny only has one little lonely card in hand. It's a Madam Mim Fox, which I don't know. At this point in the game, it's probably not the card that he wants to have in hand.
It is a card that pairs well with Goat.
If you have a Goat, yeah.
And so Danny, I think, is happy to have it. Without it, you play the Goat, and it sits there, gets removed, and it only gives you 2 lore. So Danny, at this point, just top decking for a Goat. And if he does, he's in a really, really good spot, 2 turns away from winning, or 1 turn away from winning. But Kyle getting maximum value out of that.
There was a Hercules that I just saw going into Kyle's Inkwell. That Hercules is a really interesting card. He's another he's a bodyguard and he has resist 1. It would be really interesting to see him on the board like with a Cogsworth with resist 2. But we haven't seen him come into play.
So we haven't yet. It'd be fun to see him on the board, but at this point, it doesn't do a ton for Kyle. Danny, looks like Danny scooped and gave him the game. All right, seeing the writing on the wall.
Yes.
Wow.
That was incredible. So both games, we kind of saw a similar thing happen with that Sapphire Steel deck just coming from behind.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a fascinating matchup. I think the common wisdom, if you ask a lot of players, is that the Ruby Amethyst deck has the edge in this matchup. Not a huge edge, but an edge.
Yeah.
But what happened this set is a couple things for the Sapphire Steel deck. One, the Fortisphere edition in Ursula's Return gave this deck a lot more consistency and allowed it to find the cards that it needs without having to rely on a whole new world every single game. And so you can choose not to play it, which Kyle chose not to several times, and still find the answers that he needs. The other interesting thing here is that knowing that castles are such a problem, the Steel player here teched in many 3, 4 Rise of the Titans to deal specifically with those castles, and he had those answers in hand when he needed them. And so great meta choices here from the Sapphire Steel player, and just a great matchup. I think both decks did exactly what they wanted to do, and the Sapphire Steel coming out ahead here.
Absolutely. Well played to both players. As a great round 1 match. Those are fun games to watch.
What a way to start a Lorcana challenge, right?
Absolutely. I cannot wait for what else this day has for us.
I know.
Well, we're going to go ahead and go to a break, and then we're going to be back with round 2.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the booth here in Toronto, Disney Lorcana Challenge. Very exciting first turn matchup. Speaking of exciting, best day ever. I am joined in the booth for the first time by Becky, somebody I am a huge fan of, and I'm so excited to get to cast with you here.
You are so sweet. I'm so delighted to be here and with you as well. I mean, we've been talking online for like a year now, and look at us.
Yes, here at
Next
Lorcana
to
Challenge.
each other.
Heck, this is just very exciting.
For sure.
So yeah, so this is your first time casting.
Yes.
It's not your first Lorcana Challenge though. You got to go to Chicago.
Yes.
How does Toronto compare to Chicago?
Very similar in terms of like the energy is so good and everyone's just seems so happy to be here. And it's because Chicago was also kind of a tournament that had like the 1,024 cap. So it's like being home again.
That's awesome. Well, gosh, okay. I just got to unstarstruck myself a little bit
Oh.
and get ready to go. So we had a really exciting first round match.
Yes.
I know you got to catch the end of that, kind of on the edge of my seat.
Right.
Two decks that we're very familiar with,
Yes.
Sapphire Steel and Ruby Amethyst. I think we're going to see one of those decks again here with a new color combo. What are we seeing this round?
We will be seeing some Ruby Amethyst and some Amber Steel.
Amber Steel, Steel Song. It's a deck. Now, what I love about this matchup is I think if you were around for the earliest days of Lorcana, way back in set one, these are the first two decks that were really like a thing.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I've been scared of Ruby Amethyst for a very long time now.
Yes, and still am. But what's fun is the identities of these decks have shifted and changed over the various seasons that we've had as sets have come out. And so they look very different now than they did back in set one. But it is always fun to see these two heavyweights of the Lorcana meta. They're always in there battling it out. And we're going to see them battling out here in round two.
Yep.
Let's get to it. Gosh. I'm still excited.
I am too. Okay, so we have Jennifer Soltis and Jamie Campbell versing today.
Yeah, so we're in the mulligan phase here. So, for those unfamiliar, the mulligan or altering hands in Lorcana is what we call it. It's a very generous system in this game, and it allows you to look at 7 cards, and then you get to pick as many of them as you want, send them to the bottom of your deck, and replace those cards in your hand. So if you're looking for certain key cards in your opening, if there's certain combo pieces that you want to find in the early game, it allows you to look through up to 14 cards basically to find those cards that you need. And so we're seeing that happen here, and I think the players are shuffling now after doing that.
Yeah, and it's always exciting to see if people go big or small, because being able to kind of determine what kind of hand altering you want to do is really, it's a huge skill in this game.
That is true. There's so much to think about, from your curve to what you're looking for. Sometimes you can mess up a hand by drawing into too many uninkables.
Right.
And we are off now. Chernobog's Follower is there on turn 1 from Jennifer.
Chernobog's Follower is a great card. When it quests, you're able to banish it to draw another card. So it replaces itself, which is very, very nice to have in a card.
That's true. Yeah, any card that replaces itself, it gives your deck more consistency. It allows you to find those pieces that you need. So it's a great turn 1 card. And here Jamie answers with a Robin Hood.
Very nice.
Yeah, one of the things that Robin Hood does is it sets up that scary shift in the Steel Song deck.
Champion of Sherwood. Very scary. Jennifer looks like she's inking her Flynn Rider frenemy, questing with the Chernobog's Followers. I wonder if she has another one in hand or is able to. I see she drew a Be Prepared.
Yeah, interesting. So one of the things. So let's talk. I'm going to talk a little bit about this Steel Song deck for a second as we see what. Well, let's see what Jennifer does here first, so we can give the play-by-play, and then.
We had another one.
We did have
it's
the
fine.
frenemy.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, nothing to pair it with, so that Robin Hood, Beloved Outlaw, there will prevent frenemy from going off on Jennifer's turn.
Yes.
But one of the things Jamie's trying to do here, Jamie's playing a Steel Song list, and this deck is, as the name suggests, is powered by songs, and it's doing a couple things. One, it does have ways in the later game to gain lore off songs, to include cards like Sleepy's Flute. But the other thing it's doing is it's trying to gain a resource advantage by playing high-cost cards or powerful singers onto the board, which will allow Jamie to do a lot more ink's worth of things on
without using the ink.
Without using the ink. And so here, for example, here we have
here we go.
a song played here on turn 2. This is Bare Necessities.
And choosing the only non-character card that Jennifer had in hand was that Be Prepared, so it is getting banished.
It was, I think, the only option. I think you're
Yes.
right there, but not a card that Jamie is terribly upset to see go.
No.
You know, as we were describing, what Jamie wants to do is really get some of his powerful singers to stick. You have Ariel, you have Vanessa, you have sometimes Gaston, Baritone Bully in here. And if you can get them on the board, you can do a lot of things, especially if you play A Whole New World to recharge your hand. So Jennifer having a Be Prepared in hand prevents that from happening. One of the worst things that can happen for Jamie is once you build up those characters that can sing those songs, getting them all cleared away. So getting rid of that Be Prepared, one of potentially 4, is not a terrible thing.
Yes. Jennifer inking Madam and Fox to play Cusco, Wanted Llama, and another Chernobog's Followers. These cards are also... Cusco is also another that can replace himself when he is banished. Oftentimes, turn 3, you'll kind of see Ruby Amethyst players trying to set up the Sisu combo. It looks like she is either not playing it or she was not able to hit it.
Oh, that is true. So Jamie now playing Ariel Spectacular Singer, allowing him to look at the top 4 cards of his deck and pick a song. There were some options there. There was A Whole New World, but instead taking World's Greatest Criminal Mind. I think because we have a Whole New World in hand already, if I'm seeing correctly.
Yes.
So World's Greatest Criminal Mind, a much better option. Having 2 Whole New Worlds in hand doesn't do you a whole lot of good.
True. True. Yes. Jennifer questing, banishing the Chernobog's Followers to draw a card. Looks like she's got a Madame Medusa in there. And I saw on turn she drew a Queen's Castle, which is such a fantastic piece of this deck, being able, because it gets 2 passive lore every turn. You move your cards to it. You get to draw more cards. And then, you know, it's got a pretty big body. Jennifer playing Be King Undisputed.
And questing for 2. You know, Be King Undisputed, a card that forces Jamie to pick and banish a character of his choice. And in this instant, oftentimes you play this card when there's only one choice to force your opponent into banishing their one thing. But here, Jennifer, clearly happy to remove either of these. Robin Hood represents a shift target, and then Ariel Spectacular Singer is Singer 5, which does a whole lot of work.
A lot of work, absolutely, for sure. Yeah, and being able to shift that Robin Hood is quite a sneaky little maneuver, and so we've stopped that for the time being.
That is true. It's a powerful shift in this deck because not only is Robin Hood then
shiny. Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry for my gasp.
It's so shiny.
It's beautiful.
That's Cinderella Ballroom Sensation in her enchanted form on Jamie's side of the board. Just a beautiful card. Also a Baloo. Baloo, an interesting card in this deck, is a card with Bodyguard, but when it's banished, its owner gets 2 lore. So a card that's going to protect the singers there, and if Jennifer goes into it to remove it, it's going to give Jamie a couple lore to push the lore total a little bit higher.
Yes. Jamie inking a goat, hitting that Maui, which he will knock into that Baloo. Banishing it, of course, giving up 2 lore there for Jamie, but hey, to get to everybody else, you got to go through the Bodyguard.
Yeah, that's true. Both players low on cards in hand. That A Whole New World is going to start to get more tempting here over time. But Jennifer has drawn into another Be Prepared, so happy to find that in case Jamie decides to go wide with singers here. But it's not going to matter. That Whole New World is going to go into the discard pile.
There she is.
And we are going to Whole New World, and both players are going to draw 7 new cards.
And like you said previously, he was able to sing it. So now he has all that ink left to work with, now with his fresh new resources. So very fun.
That's one of the things that makes songs so good, and especially Whole New World so good as a song because, as you said, able to sing it, and then you've got all your ink.
Yes.
And here we are going wide.
Oh, finally.
And a Sleepy's Flute.
Love a Sleepy's Flute.
Remind us what Sleepy's Flute does again?
Every time a song is played on a turn, or if a song is played on a turn, you get to just exert that and get a little lore off of that. And if you're, these song decks, they're, like every turn, honestly.
Every turn. Every single turn.
So.
Yeah, that's one of the win conditions for Jamie is getting a Sleepy's Flute or two on the board, and then trying to control the board with some of the powerful songs like Along Came Zeus or Grab Your Sword or other Let the Storm Rage On, other damage-dealing steel cards, while you're just gaining a lore or two lore every single turn from singing those songs. Something else that Jamie's thinking about here too is, again, we mentioned that the Steel Song decks really want to go wide with singers, and so Be Prepared is Jennifer's answer to that wide board. There are others, but it's the one that'll clear things out. Jamie now knows that at least two of those have gone into the discard pile, and so it's going to be a lot harder for Jennifer to be able to control the board at this point. Jamie Jamie is definitely counting the number of Be Prepareds that have been discarded.
Yeah, absolutely keeping tabs on that. The thing about, playing a whole new world, your opponent also gets a nice full hand. So Jennifer's got a lot of resources that she can draw to right now, playing the turn of Bog's Followers. With that wide board, I'm sure right now probably would have felt good to have something like that. But instead, we're going to bounce. And Jennifer looks as though she's going to use Madame Mim's ability to rush and removing that Ariel Spectacular Singer.
Yeah, Ariel being a singer 5. There's so many 5-cost songs that Steel has available that are just great, and so getting that off the board is definitely helpful.
Absolutely.
Yeah, of course, one of the things that was worked into this deck in set 2, Gaston Baritone Bully, also a 5-cost singer, and so that's still available for cards like Grab Your Sword, Along Came Zeus, etc.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm always interested to see when somebody plays both the Gaston and the Ariel, because they're both the singer 5. I am, both a 3-cost, and Ariel has that beautiful ability where she can hunt for songs on her own. Jennifer playing Magic Broom and then playing another character, allowing her to discard the Magic Broom, which allows her to draw another card.
Definitely digging here for
She's looking for something.
Yeah, for answers, the cards. There's several things that we need some removal to deal with these singers, but one of the ways that Jennifer is hoping to close out this game is using Queen's Castles.
Yes.
And so probably a card that Jennifer's looking to get on the board here at some point, because Jamie doesn't have a lot of answers for a Queen's Castle, a lot of easy answers.
Yeah, because the Queen's Castle has such a big body, and these singers, the characters she has, or the characters in general, don't have huge strength amounts, but combining with songs, but again, nothing that can really easily take out the 7 willpower of a Queen's Castle.
Yes, there are a few songs. Along Came Zeus.
Lawrence.
Remember Lawrence? Lawrence is a fun little card. Wonderful character from Princess and the Frog.
Yes.
I had to look that up because I forgot. Lawrence, so we talked about cards that we mentioned that this deck doesn't have a lot of high strength cards, and of course Jamie playing a Lawrence right as we're saying that. Lawrence is one of the higher strength cards in this deck. It has 4 strength as long as he has no damage on him, and also 2 lore, able to quest for a little bit in the mid game as well. So Jamie here clearing off Jennifer's board, and that's gonna.
Another whole new world.
Another whole new world.
Might be great for Jennifer, honestly. She could really draw something fantastic here.
That is true. I think Jennifer was down on answers, and at this point, hoping again to draw into another Be Prepared, perhaps. Would love to kind of reset things and then be able to dump some castles on the board.
Yeah.
Speaking of castle, we do see one. Ooh, and
Mer
3 rabbits.
Merlin rabbits. That'll help us to draw some cards there.
Yeah. So this is super interesting. So one of the cards that Jennifer was definitely looking for were those rabbits. In these Ruby Amethyst decks nowadays, there are really a couple phases to the game. The way I like to think about it, in the first phase, you're looking for some aggression with Flynn Rider Frenemy, hopefully a Sisu on turn 3, trying to gain lore early. And then in the mid game, once you get to turn like 4, 5, 6. There's a couple things you can do. One is drop castles, but the other is you really want to get your rabbit engine going. Every rabbit represents the ability to draw at least 2 cards, and when you're in the mid and late game, you're looking for certain key pieces for control. You're looking for Be Prepared. You're also looking for castles. You're looking for goats, and so you have to get that rabbit engine engaged. So Jennifer here drawing into 3 rabbits is going to be happy to play these. Jamie hasn't pushed his lure total high enough where Jennifer has to be on offense completely, and so is going to be very happy to get those rabbits going here. But I think would love another Be Prepared still.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Sorry, I was getting excited. Ariel Spectacular Singer was looking for a new song in her song list.
Oh, what do we have available here?
We have options. Oh, that's always fun. We have Strength of Raging Fire and A Whole New World.
So this is a really interesting choice because I'm not sure if Jamie would love to Whole New World here right away, but we've already sent 1 Whole New World to the bottom of the deck with another aerial, and we've played 2. So this is Jamie's last chance to pull A Whole New World before he has to work all the way down to the bottom of the deck to see the other. So this is the last one.
Yeah. Oh, another flute coming down. So now every time we play a song,
2 lore.
2 lore per turn.
Yeah, this is and another shiny Cinderella.
Oh, she's so beautiful.
Definitely a shiny deck. So here we are questing for 3, it looks like, pushing that low total higher. So now, in a Steel Song deck, as you pointed out earlier, you're going to play a song almost every turn. So with those flutes there, you can do the math, and we're really on a clock. 2 lore per turn for the next few turns. That's really what, with the questing, it's probably about a 10 turn?
Yeah.
5 turn. Sorry, my public math is not my strong suit.
The worst kind of math.
It's about a 5-6 turn clock here.
Jennifer having Merlin Rabbit sing Friends on the Other Side, allowing her to draw 2. I'm going to be honest, I really want to see that castle come down. It's just one of the best locations in the game, and it makes me so excited to see. Jennifer bouncing the rabbit, getting that draw edge, and got that Be Prepared off of it.
Drawing Be Prepared. Unfortunately, not enough here to sing it, so we're going to have to get through a whole other turn with Jamie having all of those singers, and I think more importantly at this point, that lure on the board for him to take advantage of.
Yes.
So we'll play a Sisu here.
Yes, and with the Sisu, her strength is how many cards are in your opponent's hand, and Jamie has quite a lot.
Yeah, so interesting play here. There's not a lot that Jennifer had available. I think Jennifer would love to Be Prepared next turn. So playing these cards that Jennifer may be forced to banish herself, next turn, but doesn't want to tip her hand to Jamie that the Be Prepared is available. And so perhaps, and also, if Jamie does choose to use A Whole New World, Jennifer wants something on the board that can respond to his exerted character. So definitely the right call not to leave an empty board, even though you're probably going to play a Be Prepared next turn.
For sure. Singing Strength of a Raging, singing Let the Storm Rage on to that magic broom and drawing a card. And because that song, 2 extra lore there.
Yep. This is definitely a challenging spot for Jennifer to be in. The lore total is getting to the point that those flutes are really threatening, and there is the Champion of Sherwood we talked about earlier. Not being shifted here, just getting played for its full in cost.
Oodalali.
Golly, what a day.
So I think if Jennifer is going to go for the Be Prepared, now seems like a great time now that Champion of Sherwood is out. He does, okay, it was played. When Robin Hood is banished, it allows a card to be drawn.
That's true, but only in a challenge.
So miss that draw as well. He doesn't even get to replace himself.
That is true, but here we are refilling the board immediately with singers.
Oh.
A couple of Gastons.
Oh, so many.
So kind of a very good response here. Singer 5 opens up, as we talked about, plenty of song options for Jamie. So getting a couple singers on the board is great. It allows you to keep that song engine going. And at this point, Jamie knows that there have been 3 Be Prepared sent to the discard pile. Jennifer...
Sorry.
It's okay.
Queen's Castle, not 1, but 2. So that's 4 lore, as long as those are out there.
Yes, no, I mean, this is a great response here. I mean, Jennifer doesn't like to see at this point any singer sticking around, but
No.
needs to force Jamie to start responding to her instead of doing whatever he wants on his turn. And so for Laura Turn, we might not win that race right now, but if Jennifer can remove one or two of those singers, perhaps it makes that race pretty tight. And at some point, Jamie's going to have to spend resources, including, challenging those castles rather than using
Yes.
those singers for other things.
Yes. And any Steel Song player would rather sing with his singers than challenge with them.
That is true. And did we just whole new world? We did. And I think we drew into that fourth Be Prepared, if I'm looking correctly, all the way in the bottom there. Jennifer's drawn into it. So
Oh my.
the best possible outcome for that whole new world.
Yeah.
Is that it? Oh, did I missee it? It's red.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
It's not? Is it?
No, it's because it's inkable, so it must be a Be King Undisputed. Or
Oh, okay.
no, that's uninkable. That's uninkable too. I don't know what it is, but it looked like a Be Prepared for a brief second. Maybe I was just hoping. So challenging position here again. We're at 14 lore now. A lot of lore on the board. 5 lore on the board. 7 with the flutes. And so Jamie with game on the board. Jennifer has to have answers.
Just some brawls.
We do have some brawls. That'll get rid of some of that lore. That'll buy a turn.
Yes.
Did turn get passed to Jennifer already? Yes. I do think we're missing the lore off those castles. Am I wrong?
I must. I don't.
Yeah. So I think.
Or
Because I think we were at. I could be wrong. I think we were at 7, so we might be at 11 at this point. So let's see.
yes, correct.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Hercules down, who has both Reckless and Rush, so he's able to play the turn. And he has 7 strength, so Gaston was no match.
Gaston was no match, straight down to Hercules. Hercules is an interesting card. It is uninkable, so a lot of people have not worked him into the decks to replace Maui, but the reason that card is in there primarily is to deal with Queen's Castles, because it allows you to rush them and banish them in one turn. Hercules all by himself. In this instance, though, going into Gaston instead. So Jamie questing for 2, pushing ever closer.
For 3.
For 3, I'm sorry.
Oh, and then we have the blue. Oh, that changes some stuff, because to get rid of blue, has to give up 2.
Yeah, looking for that Be Prepared, or I think we're going to get rid of Friends. Don't want them looking for that as answers.
Yep.
And that is a challenge here. Even if, the flutes, this is a challenge. This is a challenging spot, to be sure.
Yeah, for sure.
At this point, you say always play to your outs. At this point, top decking a Be Prepared would allow you to clear out those characters. But even if you clear out those characters, this blue represents 2 lore. So,
yeah.
it's just a challenging spot to be in. So,
Yeah, I'm not sure how Jennifer will come back at this point.
I will say, I think we've missed the lore gain for those castles the last 2 turns, and so we should be showing
closer.
15 lore. And 15 lore puts you, a goat bounce, it's still tough, but a lot closer than it looks on the bottom of the screen here.
Exactly.
But it looks like we are, nope.
Crab.
No, I think it was just too much for Jennifer to overcome there. Golly.
What a day.
Golly. Oodalali, golly, what a day. Another fun match. It's an interesting match because I do think Ruby Amethyst is considered to have the upper hand in this matchup.
I would agree.
But the Steel Song player doing everything needed to do to close that out in the early game. And I do think Jennifer didn't hit some of the ideal openings that she would have liked.
She did not, no. No, I think she started a little behind of where she probably wanted to be, getting off the the Sisu Flynn combo and stuff, and it just never quite was able to catch up. But overall, like a very close game. I thought she did great. Jamie did amazing. It was really fun seeing how he was using his songs. Some very excellent use of A Whole New World, I thought.
Yeah, timed very
well.
appropriately. Used very well. So great game. Let's see if Jennifer manages to come back and take game 2. So here we are again. I think we're getting to see them rearrange their hands here, which, as you pointed out, is so fun. Is really interesting to see what people choose to keep, what they choose to get rid of, and how they're setting themselves up for their opening turns here.
Absolutely. And I get really excited when somebody's like going really aggressive and they're like, I know what I want. And if it's not it, it's going back. But it looks like, and Jennifer did. She sent back 5.
Yeah, I think there's some of those key combo pieces Jennifer wants in the early game. Jamie sent back 1.
Yeah.
1.
A little more. He felt very good about that.
Yeah, clearly had some of the cards he wanted. Another note on the Steel Song decks and your mulligans. I think, if I saw correctly, Jamie has a Whole New World in the opening hand. When you have a Whole New World in your opening hand, if you're going to keep it, every card that you alter at that point is a risk, because drawing into another one is no good. 2 Whole New Worlds, one of those is completely useless to you. You can't ink it, and you're going to discard it. It's a dead card. And you want those Whole New Worlds available for the mid and late game. And so if you have it, you want to keep it. And I think he did have one. So definitely had everything he needed and didn't want to draw into a second Whole New World, I think.
Yeah.
It is so shiny. Barm sensation. Fantastic turn 1 card. This card has Singer 3. There's plenty of 3-cost songs that Jamie can sing on turn 2. There's Bare Necessities. There's Let the Storm Rage On.
There.
To remove that broom.
Sure.
Jamie happy to do that, not only getting a card off Let the Storm Rage On, gets to sing it for free, but also that broom is a card that Jennifer wants to use to find some of her key cards.
And playing another song, Bare Necessities. Oh,
look at these choices.
Got some options.
So it's tempting to get rid of the Be Prepared. You also have that Castle, which can come down on turn 4, which is very difficult for this deck to deal with. It wouldn't be a bad card to get rid of. And the Brawl, though, Jamie, clearly gonna set something up here on turn 3 and is worried about the vulnerability of that Brawl.
Clearly something where that would be the response Jennifer would gravitate towards. So I'm excited to see what that is, because with Brawl, it banishes a chosen character with 2 cost or less.
Yep. That is true. And so the other note here on the Queen's Castle and everything higher than cost 3. If Jamie is planning on setting up a Whole New World with Ariel Spectacular Singer here on turn 4, everything that's cost 4 or higher for Jennifer doesn't matter, because that's all going away.
It's all gone.
So the Brawl, the only card that Jennifer could play on turn 3 to interrupt that, to get rid of the Ariel and prevent that Whole New World from being sung, which is probably the consideration here.
Yeah, makes sense. Inking the Maryland Crab.
we
Brawling
drew into
back.
it. Was that a top deck brawl?
It was.
Oh man, so yeah, I think Jennifer, seeing the writing on the wall, knowing what's coming, wants to keep castles.
No.
And, yeah. There's something interesting about a Whole New World in the early game. We talked earlier about how altering your hand in this game is very generous and allows you to draw into kind of the opening cards that you want to see. I think that castle looks really tempting at this point. So not only does it give you more cards, it recharges your hand with songs that you want to sing, so it's good for you. But if your opponent has aggressively mulliganed or aggressively altered their hand into cards that they want to see, you're forcing your opponent to ditch those cards they drew into and draw into a whole unknown hand and potentially disrupting their entire game plan.
Absolutely. And playing the Be King Undisputed. Goodbye, beautiful, shiny Cinderella. 2 flutes, though.
2 flutes, and this is definitely setting Jamie up for the long game here. But Jennifer, I feel like feels like in a much better position than last game, with no singers on the board for Jamie. Jamie, if he wants to play a Whole New World here on turn 5, is going to have to play it with all ink, giving Jennifer the chance to rebuild the board first in that case.
Absolutely, yeah. And Jennifer is controlling with that control deck, keeping the singers out of the way.
So, but here for Jennifer, this is the point of the game where Jennifer wants rabbits. We talked about last game how important they were, and when you get to turn 4 and 5, you want to start looking for other stuff, because this is kind of an awkward hand. And it's awkward you have 2 options here. One is the goat, which is, it's fine to get on the board. It gives you some strength. It gives you something to respond to your opponent's singers if they exert themselves. And that's probably the play, because the other one is friends from the other side. But Jennifer knows that a Whole New World could be coming, and so drawing 2 extra cards that'll probably just get discarded is no good for you.
Yes, yeah, probably not worth it at this point. Although nicely, because Jamie's played 2 Bare Necessities, he knows that Jennifer has that Be Prepared, and when he is able to do a Whole New World, it will be nice to know that is.
That is true. Now we talked about having to play that whole new world is not ideal. So Jamie's setting himself, drawing into a singer 5, so getting Gaston on the board now, which can sing that whole new world. And do you remember also how we talked about how useless 2 whole new worlds are in your hands?
Unfortunately, yeah, we have the 2, only one. But how do you pick which one?
That is true. Is one better? Is one of them shiny? Maui coming down here. Maui will fun card to get down here. Jamie knows that a whole new world is being set up to be sung here. After it's sung by Gaston,
right there,
it would be vulnerable to that Maui on a challenge. So 2 whole new worlds to the discard pile. Be prepared to the discard pile, and both players now with recharged 7-card hands.
Beautiful.
And I'm willing to bet that that Jennifer is not terribly unhappy with a grip full of 7 cards at this point.
Absolutely not. We see the Be Prepared. We have some Merlin Rabbits in there, so hopefully.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, just we can get that some card draw going. Make sure she has all the resources she needs to do whatever she needs to do.
Right. I mean, this is exactly what Jennifer wanted to draw into. We have the rabbits. I mean, a castle maybe would have been nice, but drawing into that Be Prepared is super helpful. One of the plays that Jamie would have loved to have available, I'll point out, it's a great combo in this deck if you have a couple singers on the board to sing a whole new world and then immediately sing Bare Necessities if you draw into it, to look at your opponent's hand and see what they have and get rid of a card. So that's a line that Jamie would have loved to have available, drawing into that Bare Necessities, but did not have the singers available to do it.
No. And we see that Baloo again with that tasty 2 lore when he is removed from play. Another beautiful singer with Ursula as Vanessa.
So a fascinating choice here. Jamie choosing not to play Baloo in Exerted in Bodyguards, leaving that Gaston vulnerable. Would rather have it for later turns. So Jennifer singing a whole new world with Maui, drawing 2 new cards. Probably looking for some removal at this point.
Yeah, I see a couple Merlin Crabs, a couple Merlin Rabbits. Looks like requesting with the goat, perhaps a bounce. Does she have Merlin Fox in hand? I'm not sure.
Let's see what we're doing.
Oh, there she is.
Fox, bounce the goat, get a lure out of that.
And if she chooses to brush, she can take out that Gaston.
And the Fox into Gaston as get rid of that singer 5. So we do have Vanessa on the board. I believe she's only singer 4 though.
So not a bad exchange at all.
No, so several 5-cost cards now not available, including another whole new world if that was something Jennifer thought Jamie might want to do. Vanessa not able to sing that, so some options closed down there. But looking at the hand, I mean, I think Jennifer would love to start playing some rabbits here. We are going to play the Sisu. Sisu will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strength.
Nothing
6.
to sneeze at there.
No. But again, we are on that clock with the song, with the 2 Sleepy's Flutes there. So
Yes.
Jennifer's got to be thinking about, yes, controlling those singers, but also trying to start to push the lore total higher, even bit by bit, to put you within striking distance of goats and perhaps a couple castles if you can get them in the later game.
Yes, for sure. Jamie inking Lawrence.
Oh, and a third flute.
Third flute.
No.
Oh my goodness. And another Baloo. Oh, wow.
Ooh, it's just a challenge. Those Baloos are going to represent 4 lore if the board is cleared, and then Sleepy's Flutes 3 lore a turn with songs. We'll probably play that Bare Necessities, even if it's just to activate
to get
those
the
flutes.
3 lore, yeah. So we're losing the Be Prepared off of that.
It's 3 lore, questing with the Baloo.
4. Wow. Taking it up to 9.
And another challenging spot.
Maui is forced to go. He's forced to challenge, so he will have to take out that Baloo, and Jamie will get the 2 lore off of that.
That is true. We could probably, actually remove both Baloo and Vanessa. We have a Lady Tremaine. That we're not going to do that though. We're going to sing with Maui.
Underrated as a singer.
That is, He does hit You're Welcome pretty well, but
That's
Friends is a little more,
Yeah,
a little different song. So,
for sure.
but yes, underrated as a singer in Lorcana.
Oh, we drew the Be Prepared.
Wow.
Lovely.
Wow.
Lovely.
So then we do get 4 lore off the blues, but now Jamie looking at 2 cards in hand. So, gosh, we do have a song. We have a Grab Your Sword, which we could sing just to get the lore out of it.
Off of it.
Let's see if we choose to do that here, because doing that would put you, within striking distance. There we go.
Yep.
We're just gonna sing
Sang
that,
it,
get 3
get
lore.
3.
And now that's Cinderella, and top decking another song is the game for Jamie next turn. There's plenty of songs in this deck.
Yeah.
I think, Frank Karsten, when he won Leal, he said the optimal song range for him was about 18 or 19 in a steel song deck. So about a third of your cards are songs if you follow Frank Karsten's build.
Yeah. So pretty likely that one would come up.
That is true. We did manage to get rid of that Cinderella, though. So even a song, no song.
Ooh.
Jennifer's happy to see it.
Yes.
But again, you do want to remove every character you can, because that puts you... nope. So we're a rabbit looking for a brawl. We didn't get it.
No.
So let's see here. We have a couple options. We could rabbit into another card.
Yeah.
Looking for something we
goat.
can sing. A goat is not what you want to see.
No.
So again, Jennifer's gonna have to cross her fingers and hope that we don't top deck a song. We ink a Schoenberg's Flowers to play. Schoenberg's Flowers are going to quest for 2 with that Lady Tremaine. And now going to pass the turn, and fingers crossed. Let's see what happens.
Little faith, trust, and pixie dust on this top deck.
And there it is.
A whole new world. We got this on.
And there it is to close it out. Man, fascinating game. Yeah, there's just not a lot of answers. There's no answers for items really usually run in these Ruby Amethyst decks.
No.
And so once those flutes are on the board, they stick and they're a challenge.
Yeah, they're stuck there. And boy, when you get more than one on the board, it's just pew, 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 so fast.
So many songs.
So many songs.
Oh man, what a great couple games. I do think, both matchups here, I think the Steel Sign deck was on pretty good draws. It had the cards it wanted to have in the early game. I do think it seemed like the Ruby Amethyst deck, Jennifer, did not have ideal openings each game, not having the rabbits in both games as early as she wanted, and then never able to set up that Flynn Rider combo, which allowed the Steel Song list to just kind of drive the tempo in each game. So
Yeah, that Ruby Amethyst has kind of a fairly distinct, like, what we want at the beginning, what we want at the middle, at the end, and it just, we never quite got on track where she probably wanted to be. So, but great by both players, and Jamie did a fantastic job.
I agree. Speaking of fantastic jobs, that was your very first game. How'd you feel?
I feel good. It could have been worse.
It was so fun.
I know it was so delightful casting with you. That was a ton of fun, and I really, really enjoyed that.
Well, I look forward to casting our next game together. It's going to be a little while later. I think I'm going to trade out here with another commentator, and so I'll see you in a little while. But before we do that, I think we have an interview to go to, and let's go take a look.
Hey everybody, Tan and Grace here. I'm here with Jamie Campbell, hometown hero, fresh off a 2-0 victory here. You were talking to me a little bit about your preparation for this event. This is a kind of unique challenge for our players here this weekend. Yeah. You know, it's the only time we're ever going to play this format. How did you tackle this?
Yeah, it is tough because like the Bucky just got banned, Set 5 has come out, so there wasn't a ton of people playing online with, you know, or at locals playing with Set 4 stuff. So found a bunch of people online on Discord and stuff and just played over webcam and long nights just on webcam, hammering the same matchups over and over again. So it was good.
Looks like it's working out for you so far. Now you were telling me, you know, you got 2 kids at home and you got to go to Disney for the first time recently. How was that?
That was awesome. We went in May. My son and daughter went on pretty much every ride. We went for 4 days, the 20,000 steps a day. I was exhausted afterwards, but yeah, they loved it. It was seeing the look on their face was awesome. So it's cool.
20,000 steps, man. Disney's a young man's game when it comes to some of this stuff. Any favorite rides from the kids? Favorite foods, anything like that?
Loved all the rides. We somehow convinced them to go on the Tower of Terror where you get thrown up and whatever. They were bawling their eyes out beforehand, but everyone around was like, don't worry, it's okay, it's okay. So they calmed down. After they came off, they're like, we want to go again. But we didn't go again, but they loved it. It was good.
Love seeing the resilience from the kids. Hopefully you got some of that yourself here this week, and best of luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
And we're back. Liam has disappeared, and in his place is Rebecca.
Rebecca here, Rebecca and Becky.
Look at that. I love that.
I'm so excited to be in the booth here with you, Becky.
You as well.
Yeah. How's it been so far?
So far, so good.
Yeah.
How about you?
It's been good. Such an exciting weekend. I love these weekends, just all the excitement, all the buzz, all the players. It's just so much fun happening, and it's great to be in the middle of it all.
Absolutely. When you go from all these different ones, do they all have that same?
They do, but like in a different way. But yeah, I mean, you all know who are watching. The Lorcana community is pretty amazing. Wonderful people. Everyone's just so excited about this game, and so anytime you get a bunch of Lorcana players together in a room, it's gonna be fun.
Absolutely true. Absolutely true.
Well, we have some more good fun matches to watch. We have a pretty well-known player that you all might recognize. Zan Sayed is coming up in this next match. I'm excited to dive into this. How about you?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Let's do it. So Zan Sayed, as I said here, player 2 on the right, and then on the left we have Isaac De Leon. I'm excited to see what Zan's playing this weekend. I think that players, you know, they're brewing up some cool and interesting decks. I spy Ruby.
Yes.
And Amethyst on that side of the table. So it looks like players are altering their hands right now.
Yes, and it looks like Isaac is playing an Amber Steel deck.
So this is going to be a fun matchup. So Steel Song
Absolutely.
versus Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah, we got a little peek of that last game.
Yes.
So we'll see. I know when you see like the same sort of type decks again, but each player puts their own kind of little twist on it. They pick the cards they want to use, and they tool it into their own way. So I'm really excited to see how this goes down.
Yeah, there's so much, especially as we get more and more cards in the pool of cards for Disney Lorcana. You know, each set, you know, the deck's pairings are going to look slightly different from player to player. Lots of little variations, and in some cases, you might just have a player decide to play a certain card because it's from their favorite movie, you know?
Yeah,
or a favorite character, or art they love.
yeah, your own little personal touch on it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, so altering the hands, if players are watching, if you don't know, in Disney Lorcana, you have an opportunity to alter your opening hand where you can discard up to 7 cards, redraw, and so both players have done that, and now we're jumping in.
Isaac inked a golden harp to play Cinderella Ballroom Sensation, which I'm very excited to see that he's playing golden harp in this deck. She is super powerful if you're able to play songs, but when she is in play, if you don't play a song, she gets banished.
Wow.
So I'm very excited to see her come up again.
Yeah, Golden Harp, super fun. Over on Zan's side, we saw that Chernobog's Followers come down, which is a great card. It can replace itself whenever that character quests. You can banish them to draw a card, but he did not get to the Chernobog's Followers. Did not stick around for long because Isaac said, "Let the storm rage on."
Oh, let the storm! I can't do it the same as you. We're playing Ariel Spectacular Singer, allowing Isaac to do a quick peek. Top 4 cards. He was able to get another Let the Storm Rage on. And now that he has 2 characters in play along with that Pirate Pooh Captain Piglet, Piglet will quest for 2 additional lore.
Piglet is such a fantastic card. He is adorable, first of all.
Yes.
I love the Piglet Pooh Pirate. And the ability to get that extra lore when you have 2 or more characters.
Absolutely. And aren't we all a little stronger with friends?
Absolutely. Yes.
Yes. So Isaac has been keeping like a pretty tight leash on to what Zan is doing on that side. The Brawl taking out the Ariel, which is a bit of a hit because she was. Isaac's
Never mind. Never
got
mind.
another on deck. Let's do another 4 and see another Let the Storm Rage on. I think that's
the
third one.
That's the third one that we've seen, which I know it's such a great card. You get the card draw, but also there's lots of other song cards, songs in the Steel Song deck that are just really fabulous. Every song is great.
Absolutely. And like Leah mentioned in our last game that, Steel Song tends to run almost a third of their cards as songs.
Mm-hmm. And Zan, he was able to use that Brawl on Ariel, but it's really unfortunate that Flynn got taken off the board. Such a strong card. Having that Flynn Sisu opening is something that the Ruby Amethyst players really want to see. So that was unfortunate. We do see a rabbit come out here, which is great, especially for card draw. If you can get it bouncing with some mims is really, really nice. But yeah, unfortunately for Zan, Isaac has the board control right now.
Absolutely. Isaac inking Robin Hood, Champion of Sherwood, playing Strength of the Raging Fire, doing 3 damage on that Merlin, which forces him to be banished. But at least when he leaves play, we still get that card draw.
We do, which, so that might deter some players from banishing a card like Merlin because you think, oh, that's going to give my opponent an extra card. But because of the Madam Mims being able to bounce it back and forth, you're really stopping that from happening.
From becoming a back and forth,
Yes,
back and forth, back
yes.
and forth. Yeah.
And there's that Sisu, which is such a fabulous card. So here's a fun fact about Sisu. In the movie, she doesn't have any magical powers as a dragon, but all her siblings do.
Oh.
And so she gets the magical powers from the siblings when she touches the dragon gemstone. But in Disney Lorcana, Sisu is pretty magical.
So magical.
Yeah, she gets extra strength for every card that's in your opponent's hand, and she quests for 2, a really fabulous card.
Absolutely. looks like Isaac now has an uncontested board.
Yes, and I think that Zan knew the writing on the wall and actually just decided to call it a game. He was not able to keep up, and Isaac took game 1.
Wow, that was a fantastic victory. Again, we talk about this a lot. Just there's a huge component of getting the cards when you need them.
When you need them. And Isaac had every card that he needed, and Zan was not finding the answers that he needed.
No, and Zan is such he's such a great player, and he knows his deck so well, and he was able to be like, this isn't going to happen this time.
Right.
But like, let's go on to game 2.
Let's go on to game 2.
And see what's what.
But that Steel Song deck did exactly what it's meant to do.
Absolutely.
So let's see if it happens again. Let's just dive into game 2.
Let's do it.
All right, so Zan, I know, like you said, he decided to just call it game, but going into game 2, it's going to be really interesting to see if he can find the answers that he needs. Last time he wasn't able to keep any characters on the board. We really want to see that Flynn Sisu combination come out, maybe some Queen's Castles, which we didn't see from Zan last game.
Yeah.
And I assume that they're in his deck. Queen's Castle is such a key card.
Yes, absolutely. And yeah, one of my favorites.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's still the best location in Disney Lorcana. I think it's so good with the card draw, the 7 willpower. There's not a lot of answers for it.
No.
Steel, of course, does have answers for locations.
Yes. They have a few. I'm not sure what all Isaac is running that can take out the Queen's Castle.
There is a Long Came Zeus, which can do 5 damage on a character or location. So you could use that in combination with another character. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
Isaac getting his first singer on the board, Ursula.
I love this Ursula. I was so happy when Vanessa made an appearance.
Yeah, absolutely.
So many good singers. We did see that Cinderella. There's Ursula. There's Ariel. I just love the singers in Disney Lorcana.
Just because you're one of them.
Oh, thank you.
We think of Disney Lorcana singers. I think of you.
I do love to sing. There's a lot of good singers in the Lorcana community.
Absolutely.
All right, so we don't have a Flynn on the board, but we do have that Sisu. We have the Madam Mim Snake, which, I mean, even though it's not a high quester, it is nice that it's a 3/3 character and maybe can be an answer for some of the characters on Isaac's side of the board.
Absolutely. That strength is quite solid for a 2. With the Spectacular Singer coming down, it looks like Isaac was able to pull a whole new world out of that. And when we have,
and then along came Zeus,
and Sisu's out. Yeah.
I love that card. Along came Zeus. Like I just was saying earlier, it can do 5 damage to a character or a location. It can be sung as a song. It's uninkable, but it's such a great card that I know Steel Song decks are usually running at least 2 copies of it.
Absolutely. And the other Whole New World is also uninkable. And I do realize that it is very nice when you get it off of a singer. With Ariel, because now Zan knows it's there.
Yes. Yep. Well, we have more bouncing going on over here on Zan's side of the board. And a little magic broom coming down. Just a 1-cost character here. It's a 1/2 character. It's very similar to Chernobog's Followers, but different that when you play another character, you can choose to banish magic broom to draw a card. So whereas Chernobog's Followers, you quest and can choose to banish, you do have to have another character. But both of those cards in the Ruby Amethyst deck are really there to help with the card draw and look for those cards that you're going to want in this game.
Absolutely. Isaac did something very cool here. He knocked his Ursula Vanessa into Madam Mim, taking 3 damage and then immediately playing
Rapunzel,
who is able to heal up to 3 and draw 3 cards. So excellent being able to kind of damage your own characters to draw some cards there.
Absolutely. Yeah, Rapunzel is from set 1, and I would argue is still one of the best cards in Amber to have as part of your deck, and she's been good every set.
Absolutely. Absolutely. She has definitely survived survived this entire year being very, very important.
Yes. Can you believe that we're a year into
I
Disney
know.
Lorcana? It's so exciting.
Absolutely.
It's been such an amazing first year, and these challenges have been one of the amazing things about the first year of Lorcana. And here we see Zan deciding to challenge with both Madam M Snake and Magic Broom to banish that Ursula and then friends on the other side into the Inkwell.
Oh, yes.
And we do have him choosing to banish that Magic Broom, as I was saying earlier, when that Maui came in, and then using Maui to banish that Ariel Singer. And Zan knows that whole new world is in Isaac's hand because he picked it up earlier when he played Ariel. So really smart here. Rapunzel can't sing a whole new world, being only a 4-cost character. So if Isaac wants to play Whole New World, he's going to have to use his ink to do that.
Absolutely, yeah. And getting those singers off the table was a great move.
Was that a Cinderella?
It was a Cinderella Stouthearted, yes. Rapunzel singing Let the Storm Rage On, doing 2 damage to that Maui and drawing a card. We got Robin Hood coming down.
And then we're going to take out that Maui completely. This is really interesting. This has kind of been a lot of back and forth. Neither one of the players is pulling really far ahead. Zan does have 3 lore. Isaac is still not on the board yet, but the board state just kind of keeps going a little bit back and forth, just no one able to make a really big jump.
Yeah, absolutely. Isaac got that Maui out, and another one comes down, taking out his Rapunzel.
Talking about cards that have been good since set 1.
Absolutely.
Maui, I think, especially Ruby players, but I think most people would agree that Maui is one of the best cards in all of Disney Lorcana. It's just so powerful.
Absolutely. Recently, we've had a couple of new Rush characters, with Hercules and stuff, but people keep gravitating toward that Maui. He has a lot of good staying power.
He does, and he's inkable. He's so good.
Isaac dropping the Whole New World, he unfortunately had to pay ink for it instead of being able to sing it.
You want to know a fun fact about Maui?
Always.
Is that he was actually, the look of Maui was designed after the Rock's grandfather.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yes. Oh, there's that harp coming down like you were talking about.
There she is. And because A Whole New World was played this turn, she gets to hang out another day.
She can hang out for another turn. This card is so interesting to me because you would think, oh, maybe she won't stay on the board very long. But this deck, like you're saying, is really designed to have song after song after song after song.
Absolutely, yeah. With so many cards being song, you want to keep playing them. We saw in the last match a lot of use of the Sleepy's Flute. I don't know if Isaac is running it, but we have not seen that yet.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, Sleepy's Flute is a really great card in the Steel Song deck because it's that uncontested lore. When you have it on the board, you just gain a lore if you played a song during your turn.
Absolutely.
It looks like when Isaac played Whole New World that Madame Medusa went into the discard pile on Zan's side. Madame Medusa is such a strong card and is a really great answer for a lot of cards in Isaac's deck.
Absolutely. Yes.
I want to say even Robin Hood is, I believe, just 3 strength. And
yes.
And it's such a strong character that it's, oh, and there's a Madame Medusa coming down.
Mm-hmm. I lied about the golden harp. Continuing to strum another day.
She did not stay around for long.
Not so much. And also, yeah, singers, amazing at singing their songs. Their songs are really their power. So not a huge lot of strength generally coming off of them. Of course, exceptions. This is a great card to have in this deck, Mr. Smee.
Ooh, is it Smee you're looking for?
Oh my goodness.
Bare Necessities. So we're getting a good look here at Zan's hand. Be Prepared went into the discard. Bare Necessities. Talk about that card because I just love it.
Oh, Bare Necessities is fantastic for only 2 ink or a singer 2. You get to look at your opponent's entire hand and discard any card that's not a character, which means you got songs, actions, items, locations.
so many things that can be discarded, and there was a lot that Zan had in his hand. I saw that he also had a Sorcerer's Spellbook that was in his hand, but of course that Be Prepared is the largest
The biggest
looming threat.
Absolutely, absolutely. There's building up a beautiful wide board and then that coming down does not feel so good.
Oh, I think it feels great
Oh, you love it?
when I'm the one playing it.
There you go. That's the difference.
Yes.
For sure.
Oh, we see a Merlin goat coming down on Zan's side of the board. We love this goat, especially when you can start bouncing him like Zan is doing here.
Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, except he is deciding to bring the Mim snake back. So
Heal her up.
Yep, that's great. And then, of course, then that snake is in hand and can bounce the Merlin goat back next turn.
Absolutely.
This is quite a board here that Zan has. And Isaac, I mean, he does have that Smee, but he doesn't. Oh, a Perdita.
A Perdita, Devoted Mother, a really great card. When you play her or when she quests, you're able to pull a character 2 or less and play it for free. So we have Robin Hood back. But comparing Zan's board right now compared to last game,
Yeah.
absolutely stunning. He's got so many great characters and with so much versatility and utility, really.
Yes, he has quite a lot here. And Isaac doesn't really have a lot of high strength characters to deal with some of these things on Zan's side of the board.
No, I mean, you look at Ursula, you look at Robin Hood, you look at Perdita, just one or two.
Yeah. We're going to take out, let's see here. Maui is running into Mr. Smee? No, I can't quite tell what Zan is doing here. Maybe he's still deciding. There, I think that's really interesting though, like seeing him take some time here to decide what he wants to do, and it's all these little micro decisions that end up with a player winning or losing a game. Is which character am I going to challenge into the character on the other side of the board, and making the right decisions there. So we see Madame Medusa into the Robin Hood and Maui into Mr. Smee. Medusa stays on the board. She is a 4/4 character, so she would have lived even if she had challenged into Smee. But and then bounced back with a snake and replayed Medusa.
Yes, to take out Perdita, which a really fantastic move because even Zan had so many options of what to bounce to get the goat or possibly bounce the Mim back because she has the rush to play her again. So it's just all those little decisions that these players make, and they're playing at such a high level that it really makes such a huge difference in the long term with these games.
Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see if we see that spellbook come down on Zan's side of the board. In round 1, we saw a Ruby Amethyst player that had spellbook in their deck, and I feel like we did not see a lot of spellbook when Bucky was around. And so it's interesting this weekend seeing some of the Ruby Amethyst decks have that spellbook included in the list. And I wonder if part of that is just because with Bucky, you're more likely to lose a card out of your hand from the discard, that you would never get the value from that spell book. But now that discard is not as much of a threat with Bucky gone, that we've seen that card now come back into these decks.
Yeah, absolutely, because these decks are so tooled to the different decks that these players expect to play. And so when one card comes out that really, really shakes things up, you just see these little changes happening. And that's what I've been so excited to see this weekend is because we know a lot of these decks pretty well, and just seeing the small changes and how different those are.
Yep. And there's another Perdita that Isaac brought out. I do love Perdita. She's so fun.
It's a really, really, really fun card.
Why
Two of them.
What's better than one spellbook is two.
Two spellbooks. Yeah. So Zan will be able to exert this for 1 ink or every turn and get a lore.
Yeah, I mean, Isaac needs to win on this next turn or really
we're in trouble.
Do something, because Zan is sitting here at 17 lore and he has 1, 2, 3, 4 on the board just with characters. You have that goat that could potentially bounce back or be banished and gain a lore, and then 2 spell books. that spell book might spell the end of this game for Isaac.
Absolutely. Isaac able to play his entire hand, and it still looks.
Yep, and you saw him put his hands up.
Like that was
what Isaac was saying, I don't think there's anything else here that I can do this game. Zan takes game 2, and I had that game versus, like you're saying, the difference between game 1 to game 2.
Yeah.
Zan was able to find the cards that he needed, keep characters on the board, and come out with the win.
Yeah, that was absolutely really, really fantastic play by Zan. You can really see his mind working every single turn to make it to that 20 lore, and it was beautiful.
Like we were saying, it's all those little decisions that add up to winning the game, in this case for Zan. So,
Absolutely.
in fact, I'm going to go interview Zan about this game because that was a fun one.
Oh, fantastic.
All right, we'll go to a break. We'll see you next round. here with Zan Sayed, fresh off of round 2, where he split his match. And I was surprised to see you playing Ruby Amethyst. Can you talk about your decision about playing that deck this weekend?
Yeah, my decision was mainly, I mean, I had to go over to the dark side. It felt bad. It ripped part of my soul, but I felt like Sisu and the the card that
Ice Bluff?
deals with 2 power or less.
Madame Medusa.
No.
Brawl.
Yes. Brawl and Sisu changed the Steel Song matchup. And so in testing, as long as you could deal with the aerial and then play a Sisu to follow up, it felt pretty unlosable.
Yeah, and you were playing Steel Song this first match. Game 1 and Game 2, though, had very different outcomes. How's that Game 2 feeling better for you?
Basically, Game 2 felt great because there was no Cinderella that dealt with all of the threats over and over again. It is very unlikely that happens. That probably happens 1 in 10 games. So I was able to dodge that. But yeah, if you go 1 drop into Madam Mim Snake, that's a 3/3 that can dodge the Wrath of Cinderella. So.
The Wrath of Cinderella. Well, talking about what is ahead for you, not only do you have some exciting games ahead for you this weekend, but you have some exciting things happening in January.
Yeah.
2 very exciting things. Can you talk about those?
Well, the first thing is I'm getting married in January.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And the second important thing is Continentals. We're hoping that they don't overlap, but yeah, those 2025 seems like the most exciting year so far.
It's going to be an exciting year. Glad to see you there and hope you do well this weekend.
Awesome. Thank you.
Welcome back. I'm another switcheroo. Now Tannen's here.
Well, you know, I've seen everybody having so much fun here today. I was like, I got to get, my piece of the pie in here as well. So I was like, I got to get in here for at least a few rounds. And Becky, it's great to have you here as well.
Oh, thank you. I'm so glad to be sitting here with you as well. So next game we're going into, it's going to be a Ruby Amethyst and an Emerald Amethyst matchup.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited for this one. This is Dakota Cotton versus Randy Keithley, and Dakota Cotton's deck's going to look a little weird to some people at home. Maybe it's something that you've seen a little bit, some of in the past, but like maybe not so much recently. And this is kind of a brew. Him and his friends were bringing this here to this event specifically for this metagame that we have, this like unique challenge that's coming up this weekend with, Bucky being nerfed, set 5 isn't here yet. And this is like a true low to the ground tempo deck, something that we haven't had a lot of lately. And he's really getting his wish this round because he said one of the main reasons he wanted to play this deck is it's really, really good into Ruby Amethyst. And
oh, wow.
That's what he's playing here this round. So I want to see if he could back that up here this round and actually get a winner, because if he doesn't, that's going to look, I'm going to tease him about it quite a bit.
As you should. No, I am really excited about this. I love a home brew. I'm excited to see what Dakota cooked up here.
All right, Dakota's on your left here, Randy Keithley on your right. Looks like they're going to go ahead and sculpt those opening hands. And I already see one of the protocol best 1-drops that you can have in a deck like this. I see a Cursed Merfolk, Dakota Cotton's opening hand. Great card to start off with here.
Absolutely. Just the pinnacle of Emerald Aggression.
Yeah, and for his deck here, what you're going to see with Emerald, Emerald Aggression is a great way to put this, by the way. Absolutely love this. He has almost nothing over 4 in his deck. He has the shift line of Ursula that he can do, which helps him kind of in his rougher matchups. Because he's not singing much in these matchups, so he's like, look, if I can't sing, you can't sing either. And so that's a good card to kind of help with that. But what you're going to see is Dakota's going to try to get really low underneath Randy as quickly as possible. You're going to start presenting boards that are hard for Randy to keep up with, one for lore, and then it's going to be challenging for him on like, how do I challenge? Where do I challenge? And stuff like that. And then Dakota's going to have a lot of minimum crabs as well in his deck, too, to help him challenge up into some of these cards as well.
Absolutely.
Because he will get outsized at times.
I could definitely see that happening with a Ruby Amethyst. A lot of heavy hitters in that deck for sure.
Looks like we're going to have great 1-drops from both of the players here. Chernobyl's followers on Randy's side, Cursed Merfolk that we talked about on Dakota's side here.
Absolutely. Chernobyl's followers, great. Whenever it quest, you can banish it to draw a card. And of course, Cursed Merfolk, whenever it is challenged, your opponent has to discard a card. So
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of the ones where since it's a one drop that quests for 2, it has no strength, so it doesn't challenge well into other things. But it kind of feels bad. You never really want to challenge into a Merfolk because you have to give up a card.
Yes.
But it's questing for 2 as early as turn 2. That's so much to keep up with. You're going to see multiple cards needed from Randy to keep up with this one card from Dakota, and that's a Sir Hiss that's coming behind it. This is another card that's really important. We see this a lot in the Emerald decks because not only is it good at challenging up into most of the 2, 3, and 4 drops in this matchup. It's got evasive, so Dakota gets to set the rules of engagement here in this matchup, but you're going to find that a lot with his deck. He has a lot of evasive characters in his deck here, and that's going to make it really, really hard on Randy to challenge correctly. And see Randy actually doing something like that this turn with, he's going to go ahead, cash in the followers for a card here, and then he's going to go ahead and pick off this Curse Merfolk, but it is going to cost him a Sisu here, which is, that's a really good 3-drop. So I have to wonder, does Randy have something behind this?
Yeah, that's not a trade that feels particularly good, so definitely interested. Oh, another one.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I feel like a second Sisu is coming here once you've discarded one to the Curse Merfolk. But you can see here, Sir Hiss, evasive, you can quest here, you can challenge, you can do however you want.
Oh, another fantastic card, Kit Cloud Kicker. Whenever he is played, he is able to kick back a character with 1 or less strength.
And here you're seeing kind of what Dakota's deck is geared to do, right? This is what I talk about. It's a low to the ground tempo deck. See, these cards, not super great rate, like a 2/2 for 3 here that quests for 1. Kind of generic, but it's buying some tempo, right? Like it just bounced the card back to Randy's hand. That card is not in play anymore. And if he wants to put it back out, it's going to take more time, more ink consumption for him. He's going to have to commit time and effort to put this card back into play. And Dakota's going to keep advancing his board as he does this. Questing a little bit here, trading when he wants to. Like I said, he's still got those crabs. So if he needed to, he could trade up into the Sisu at some point in time. Well, a lot of options for Dakota here. And you can see why this deck is A, one of his picks for this weekend, and B, why it does well in this kind of matchup. Speaking of Merlin.
There comes Merlin Rabbit, one of our favorite ways to draw a card. And anytime he enters and leaves, you get to draw a card. So very fun to bounce him back and forth.
Yeah, one of the flagship cards of this deck, Merlin Rabbit. Here, hey, look.
And there's the crab.
It's almost like I knew it was coming. Yeah, this is one of the best crab decks I've ever seen. Like we've seen Ruby Amethyst use crab, in the past. It's kind of fallen out of favor a little bit. We're starting to see it come into play just a little bit more, depending on what the sizing of the characters are in other decks. Dakota's deck is a crab deck. This is a deck where I believe he's playing the full amount. I don't have the actual deck list in front of me, but he was talking about, I want crabs. I want to be able to use them as often as possible, trade in as much as I possibly can. I want to get all the value out of these I can. Speaking of value, Randy's doing a decent little job of it here. That Merlin Rabbit's going to get picked up and draw an extra card.
Yeah, absolutely. With the Madam and also with the crabs, it's like taking the support dynamic and just like escalating it.
Yeah.
It's absolutely incredible to see. Definitely. Oh, another crab.
Yeah, so we're seeing it on both sides. Both these players are distinguished gentlemen. They know to be playing the crab.
Yeah.
Another thing to be saying about this is the body that's left on this. It is a 3/3 for 3 here, which is really important because of stuff like we see the card in play right now, Madam Mim, Fox, and that one is one of the better cards in this matchup because if Randy ever gets to play that and challenge something that's a little bit smaller, he gets a ton of value off of this. But most of the stuff that he's been able to challenge so far would either trade for it or has evasive, so he can't actually challenge it.
Yes. Yeah, evasive really, really can gum up the works really quickly if you don't have the counters when you need them.
Not to mention, it's a card that costs 3, lets you sing friends from the other side here, and this is really great for Dakota because the crab's already gotten its value, right? Allow a card to trade up. It's now helped him draw 2 extra cards here, which is awesome. And then if anything wants to trade into this, he doesn't get a free trade. Everything is going to have to also be banished. And a really timely Ursula here is going to take care of one of those Be Prepared because that is one of the only cards Dakota says that he really worries about in this matchup. Yeah. Is he's going to get to a point where they have to be prepared him, and if they don't have it, then the game's a lot easier from there.
That's good. So yeah, knowing that is not directly a threat right this moment is very good. But of course, Randy has 3 more in there, so we'll see if they chime up again.
Yeah, that's a really great point. There's usually 4 copies of this card in this matchup. You take your time. Sometimes you might want to wait till turn 6. When they have 6 ink to Ursula, just to make sure that you get the Be Prepared right before. But you got to fill in your curve here. I love playing the Ursula out there for Dakota because it's going to keep, using his ink every turn as much as he possibly can, and he needs to use his more efficiently in this matchup to really, really be ahead of Randy, because Randy has a much better and powerful late game than Dakota does.
Absolutely, yes. Once Randy is able to drop those castles and the Be Prepareds, he can take control of this board extremely quickly.
Yeah, I think you bring up Castle. Great point here. Such a powerful card, and it's always on everyone's mind when they're playing against this deck. And that's another reason why you see the crabs are so important for Dakota is what does he have to trade into Castle? It's going to take his entire board half the time to do that. So
yes.
crabs helping out a lot
Definitely a castle seizure if there ever was one. That's But like you were saying, that evasive is so powerful. Sir Hiss, he's pretty much whatever he wants to do, he can do. If he wants to quest, if he wants, it's okay if he's exerted. He is under no threat right now.
It's nice to see it shine in another deck too. We've seen it a lot in the deck I like to call Lemon Lime.
The Amber Emerald,
Yes.
absolutely.
It's one of those cards when you see it, it's like, obviously, a 3/1 evasive character, that's great, right?
Yeah.
It's good on rate, but you don't realize how impactful it is in a deck that has a lot of songs that cost 2 as well. The fact that it has evasive, so you can just keep singing turn after turn after turn, and they can't really challenge into your main singer, that's awesome. And then when it does actually want to challenge, having 3 strength is so big, because as you see, all the important characters in most of these decks are tradable in for the Sir Hiss. I love seeing cards like this just find that niche, and then they're just so perfect in their role.
3 is such a magical number in this game. It's just like a little bit higher than 2, because lots of things have 2, but once you get to that 3, everything's a little bit more difficult, and it seems to be a very common willpower number.
Yep. All right, so we have another crab getting played here. We had a Maleficent get played here to draw an extra card. And what you're really seeing here is the power of Amethyst. I think this is actually what this is going to show off this round, is how good that Amethyst package is. And that's something we're going to be seeing for a while. I think even when set 5 comes out, you're still going to be seeing a lot of these cards be the crux of the Amethyst decks.
Absolutely. Well, when the bounce package first came out way back when, I remember everyone was so like, whoa, and everyone was struggling to counter it. And now it just keeps going and going, and it keeps getting better. It's still relevant. It's still excellent.
Yeah, I just love how flexible it allows you, because you're seeing it here with Randy. Randy's doing a really good job of this. The fact that it's this turn 6, turn 7 ink, and he's getting to play 2 drops, 3 drops, and 4 drops all in the same turn, but he's already played them as well. So you get to play a 3-drop on 3, a 4-drop on 4, and then on 5 you get to play maybe a 3-drop and a 2-drop, right?
Absolutely.
And then it starts to fill in, and you get to maximize your ink as the game goes on.
Absolutely. Yeah, and it really shows these kind of players who know when to play, what they play, what to bounce, when to bounce it, and doing that sort of 2, 3, 4 math makes a huge difference.
You see Randy inking a Brawl there as well, and I haven't played this match from Randy's side, and I wonder if maybe he's realized, I think I don't want to be spending 3 ink to take care of a character here, because I'm almost trading down in all these situations, because a lot of things he's going to be killing, you've either drawn cards, have been in play and done a bunch of stuff, or got played for a lot cheaper than that from Dakota.
That's a great point. Absolutely.
Dakota going to go ahead and quest up here. I think both the players have just evened it up here at 8.
Yes. So it is definitely a close match. I'm excited to see what happens kind of as the further the game goes on, when we get towards that late game.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point here, because we know the late game from Randy is going to be powerful, right?
Yes.
Like, this is what his deck is geared to do. Can Dakota keep up with us? Because it wasn't like maybe some friendly smack talk. He's like, yeah, this is the matchup that I want. If I could play Ruby Amethyst all day long, I would take these matchups. I feel very comfortable with this match. Dakota was talking about like he had done tons of preparation for this. This is one of the matchups he played the most. And you see, he's kind of keeping up with what Randy's doing here with his Fox of his own, his Maleficent, drawing a bunch of extra cards, because this is going to in some ways play out a lot like the Ruby Amethyst mirror. And in that mirror, you want to try to protect your Rabbit Maleficent type cards as much as you possibly can. You want to make sure that you get as many card draws off of them as you can, because your opponent's going to be doing the same thing, and it helps you keep parity with ink and card quantity as the game goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. They always say, you can kind of tell if you're doing well if you have lots of cards in hand and lots of cards in play. It's so just a really, really easy way
That's the annoying thing about this, right? When you play against this deck, like they do so many things a turn, right? They're doing like 3 or 4 actions a turn. A lot of times they're questing, they're challenging, and then you're like, well, how many cards do you have left? And they're like 6. And you're like, you're like, how?
How possibly?
You've played an ink every turn.
Yeah.
You've used all of your ink every turn, and you have more cards than I do.
Right.
What are we doing? Yeah.
For sure. Randy, 6 there. What do we got?
Yeah, one of the more impactful cards in practically every matchup, but definitely this one. Madam can come down and just pick off practically anything on Dakota's side of the board. Really good card for him here. It's going to do a very good job of challenging if it gets to do that as well. But we've seen Dakota really mindful in keeping away from just giving up anything in challenges that he doesn't have to, and giving away too much stuff there. And also, we're getting to the point where, Randy has a little bit of an ink advantage. We haven't seen another Be Prepared. I haven't got a good chance to see his hand here, but, we got that one taken out earlier, so something Dakota might have to have in the back of his mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you always start getting a little nervous when a Ruby player has 7 ink.
They've always got it.
They always.
Becky, they've always got it. Yeah.
Yeah. At least when they're playing me, they do.
Yeah, I love that we have Madam M and Madam Medusa up right here. Someone likes Madams, I guess, when it comes to this Lorcana, because these are 2 of the better cards in all of Lorcana, in my opinion.
Very, very true. They both get to see so much play. They're really disruptive. Nobody plays a Madam M or a Madam Medusa, and their opponent's like, "Oh, good, no,
Good,
it's
yeah.
no, it's never good news for you."
You're always like crossing your fingers. You're like, please don't have Madam Medusa on 6. Please don't have Madam Medusa on 6.
Exactly. Yeah. So we have the goat coming out, which gives 1 lore when he enters play, 1 lore when he exits play. So a very fun character to bounce. We see Goat doing some really, really big impact towards late game in at least most Amethyst decks. I don't know what Dakota's big plan will be here.
Looks like he's gonna go ahead and follow us up with 2 more 1-drops here. 1 with evasive, 1 without.
Another evasive. Fantastic. Yeah, it's those evasives, because both of these are pretty small characters, especially, Pegasus, Gift for Hercules is only a 1/1, and then Hiss with the 3/1. It's like, they're not big, but that Hiss has been here for a long time.
Right, it was played on turn 2, right?
It was.
Yeah. He's just been doing it. He's just been off the side, just doing his job.
Yes.
Madam Mim, you see they're questing as well, because there are no advantageous trades from Randy here. Any of the challenges that Randy would make here would also cost him a card as well.
Right.
And Dakota does have that lore advantage here as well. So he's in the driver's seat right here. We'll have to see if Randy can have a big enough turn, which this leads me to believe I think we're getting Be Prepared here this turn. Maybe not. Okay.
We're bouncing.
This is Be Prepared at home. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna use the Madam Fox to pick up the Madam Medusa.
Yes.
It's gonna get a good trade in.
Yes.
And then the Madam Medusa is gonna come in and pick off another character. I know this is gonna make you sad. Sir Hiss is finally
I
vanished.
shouldn't have said anything. That's what did it.
you put the target on his back.
I did.
I'm gonna blame you specifically here.
You and Dakota both can.
Okay.
So that was Be Prepared at home. So now Dakota still having the goat. We have Baby Evasive Pegasus and the Turtle Box followers, which doesn't do a whole lot. Basically made to replace itself ultimately.
Yeah. It does look like Dakota is going to make that choice. And I was wondering, you brought that up. That's a really good point. Is he going to cash in the card from Turtle Box followers here? And with the 2 characters that are on Randy's side here, I have to believe you're going to definitely want to cash in a card, unbeknownst what's in his hand. Depending on what is in Dakota's hand here, it could change here as well. And here,
Okay. All right. Sorry.
Oh no, that's a really good thing to point out. Madam Mim plus Goat here at this point in time, when you have this kind of lore, this is where it starts to get really, really scary, because Dakota might be able to win from here without ever questing again this game.
Absolutely. You're totally right, because he's now at 17. Even if Randy is able to take out some of these characters, Dakota is still in a really good spot if he can bounce.
Yeah, and you see Randy sees the writing on the wall, and he's going to allow Dakota to win that game 1. He's going to scoop him up there. And I think it's a really good point to talk about right there, that Dakota, the turn before, had set up a board that he was like, you need to be prepared for me here if you have it. And then when he does, he's like, all right, finally now I'm going to start doing the Goat plus Madam Mim package and really lean into that, because it's pretty obvious you probably don't have a Be Prepared here.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. If it existed, you would have done it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Fantastic. That was a really fun game. It was really fun seeing that build. It seems very successful, very cool. I like it. It's doing a lot throughout the whole game. Definitely keeping its opponents on its toes. So very cool.
Yeah, it's one of those games where it's one of the decks where when you see the cards in a vacuum, right? Like you see this card alone and this like Sir Hiss alone or Pegasus alone, you're like, that's cute. You know, like it's
Right.
yeah, it's an okay card. But then when you see the deck play out the way it does, he's got so many 1s, 2s, and 3s. He's almost always going to curve out early. But then his deck has the robust Amethyst late game that he could play as well. You see why this was a good choice this weekend and why the deck is very powerful.
Absolutely. Yeah. Very, very cool. I loved it.
Yeah, speaking of how much you love that one, let's see if we get game 2.
Let's do it again.
Yeah, let's do it again. Sounds like game 2 is ready for these players.
Sounds good.
Let's see if Randy could even this one up or if Dakota's going to take a 2-0 here.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, because Randy probably didn't know a whole lot about what to expect when Dakota came in, but now he's seen it. He's seen Dakota's plan, and he might be able to make some choices differently to be able to counter it.
That is an absolutely perfect point. It's such a good point that you brought up here. You're going to see a much cleaner exchange of his early hand from Randy here and sculpt a hand that is going to be better in this matchup. And what I think I see happening, I can't be perfect on this, is I think we're looking to fight as much as he possibly can in the early game. Randy is looking at that because he's starting to realize my opponent's deck might even be more efficient than my own.
Right.
And I think it's a great point you brought up. He didn't know what to expect in this game, and I think that is for everybody out there who likes to brew, who likes to make their own decks. So, I know you do. I like to play a little off meta. You can see the advantage of it here. If you pick the right stuff at the right time, your opponent's going to be thrown and not know what to do. And you could have had all the testing in the world, play this matchup 100 times, and then your opponent plays a card you're not ready for, and you're like, oh, I don't.
Wait.
Yeah. What do I do? What do I do now? Yeah.
No, 100%. There is that sort of advantage to playing something unexpected. The real test, though, is if it can stay consistent after the novelty's worn off.
That's another great point. You're like, okay, look, I've been surprised by this. Now that I'm prepared, let me show you the strength of my deck.
Yeah.
And something here, and that's what Randy's hoping for. And speaking of the strength of the deck, that's another turn 1 Curse Merfolk.
It sure is, which that is a beautiful card to open a hand with.
Great openers from both Chernobyl followers. I mean, we're gonna see a lot of this, a lot of the same cards from each other in the first couple turns.
Yes.
And
There's Sir Hiss.
yeah, and just like last game, Dakota with the Curse Merfolk into the Sir Hiss start, really great for me. And no quest here. It's kind of interesting. Like, I think it's great in the fact that he doesn't give the freebie. I say freebie. He doesn't give the challenge to the Chernobyl followers here to take out the Curse Merfolk. I know it would get a card from him, but this puts the onus on Randy. It's like, Randy, if you quest with your followers, like, do you want to banish it to draw a card? And then depending on that, Dakota gets more info on when he wants to quest here. And since it quests for 2, he can kind of give up a little bit here on a turn because he can catch up so much faster.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good point. And we see you inking the Maui to play a Mim, bounce it back. Excellent.
Yep, Snake really, really powerful in this matchup if it gets to ever actually start to challenge. But we've seen Dakota really, really strict about how he wants to challenge in this matchup and not give away too many good ones, as he does go ahead and quest up just a bit here to go up to 3. So he's got the early quest lead, which I think is the way this matchup's going to play out a lot.
Yeah.
And then he's going to keep those cards coming as the game goes. So the Maleficent replacing itself, the Curse Merfolk, if you want to challenge it, it's going to cost you a card. So we're seeing a lot of card advantage happening here as well.
Yeah.
There's a copy of Be Prepared going into Randy's and a Brawl. Okay, Randy's doing some board control here. This is what he was missing in game 1.
Right, and he's like, I'm not letting this happen again. But Sir Hiss continues to stand strong.
Are you just like Sir Hiss fan number 1?
I love last game. He was a sleeper agent. He just stuck around. He sung some songs. He quested. Nothing could touch him. But he wasn't like showy about it.
He wasn't too cocky. He's a humble snake. All right.
Yeah. So we'll see if he gets another MVP this match.
It's looking like he might. He's got a great start. If he wants to, he can pick off the Madam Mim snake as well.
Yes.
Lots of options for Dakota here.
Like I said, that 3 is a magic number. It really can do so much against so many cards, regardless of which ink color you're playing.
Yeah, it seems like Dakota has a lot of options this turn, is weighing all of them.
Yes.
I feel like these are some of the harder turns in Lorcana. when you have a bunch of options and like, what do I want to ink? What do I want to get right? Because I find a lot of games where I'll get to like turn 8 and then I'll be like, man, I really wish I hadn't inked that card on 3.
It is crazy, that butterfly effect of where you do something small and it comes back to haunt you multiple turns later.
Game looks really simple, but it's so complicated and so in-depth on the play.
It really is. That's why the game is so fantastic.
It's
like
great.
fairly easy to like come in and like figure out how it works, but the learning curve is just it goes so sharp once these players, the minutia of the details.
Ooh, really good word there. Is
Thank
that the word of the day, minutia?
It is now.
All right.
It makes such a huge difference, and these players just know everything in and out. They can predict what their opponent's going to do in advance. But again, the homebrew. So Durante's only played it against him once, so he maybe doesn't know exactly what is going to happen.
Maybe get some meta minutiae later. Is that too
Oh
much?
my
Is that
God.
is that too on the nose? All right, that might be a little too. Look, I like a good dad joke, so I'm gonna make them when I can.
That's fair.
Speaking of singing songs, which you mentioned earlier, we've got a Friends of the Other Side from the Merlin here. Gonna get some extra
Yes.
cards in Dakota. And speaking of extra cards, that's a lot of rabbits.
That
Dakota
is a
says we're-
lot of rabbits. Such a great card for middle game with most Amethyst decks, just being able to bounce those and get cards. And what did we say? When you have cards in your hand, you're doing good.
Yeah, we had talked about this too. It's a great point of bringing up with the rabbits. We talked about how important these can be in this. Like, I know this isn't a mirror match. It's not the same deck, but they're
Yeah.
very similar in a lot of what they're trying to accomplish and do.
Yeah, definitely. And very similar Amethyst cards going in and out. Look at all those rabbits.
Ah, Sir Hiss. We hardly knew ye this game, but
He
he's been
tried
so
his
good.
best.
Yeah. He did, in fact, try his best. He did his best. Took care of a snake. And I was like, excuse me. There.
Honestly, yeah.
I saw the rabbits, and I kept saying hair for some reason instead of care.
That's
But,
fair.
Yeah. Hey.
Oh my God. We got this. If there's wordplay, we're on it.
Yeah.
That's
We're,
it.
we're just making a Disney song as we go.
Yeah, perfect. Baby Pegasus coming out, another evasive, kind of coming in for Sir Hiss as another evasive, moving that forward. Again, Randy doesn't have a whole lot he could do against that with one card at least.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to have to, play something like Madame Medusa on 6 or something like that, take care of Pegasus, and that never feels good.
Trading for a 1
Yeah.
with a 6, no, not so much.
And that's one of the things in this matchup I think Randy has to do. Like I said, I've never played it from Randy's side, but there are some points where you kind of, you're going to get got, right? Like it's like, I've got to take what I can take here. I've got to brawl this card that I don't want to brawl. I've got to Madame Medusa this card. I've got to Madame Medusa. And look, Randy actually had a pretty powerful turn here. You got a Fox to come in for an advantageous challenge on one of the rabbits there, and then followed up with 2 1-drops here that are going to replace themselves and gain some lore here. So that was a very positive turn for Randy here. See if Dakota has a little bit to fight back. Immediately questing with the rabbit, though. I got to believe there's some kind of maybe some bounce shenanigans here. And yep,
There she is. Madam Mim Snake down.
I love this bounce package from a second. So one of the first events I ever did of this, I watched one of my friends playing this deck for 1 round. I immediately went and just got the entire deck.
You were like, yes.
Yeah, I was like,
I'm sold.
I was like, this is my jam. I like this. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Goat coming down for 1 lore. Dakota is starting to pull ahead. Him and Randy were pretty well matched for the first few turns of this, but Dakota making some big moves here.
And luckily for Dakota here, we're not going into turn 7 just yet, because that would have been a little scary to run into both the followers into a turn 7 from Randy.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure. Randy questing with that Chernobog's followers and banishing it to draw another card. What do you think maybe he's looking for here?
If he doesn't have a copy of Be Prepared already, since there was one kind of pitched so early in the game, I think we're trying to find possibly another copy of it, or just some more removal here. Madame Medusa wouldn't be too bad here this turn. Something to affect the board on Dakota's side of the board. Which, let's see if Randy can do that. That's what I say. 4. Let's going to draw another card. Yeah, I think he's just trying to prep for the rest of the game here, because it's like what you said. I think he's starting to feel a little bit of the pressure here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and when you have cards bouncing, they just keep going, and it's a hard train to stop once it's left the station.
Yeah, I mean, as anyone who plays the Ruby Amethyst knows, you can do all this stuff. So when this is a great timed play.
Absolutely.
For Dakota here, this is kind of what I mentioned in game 1. While it's not getting any songs, knowing there is not a be prepared on Randy's side here is awesome. And look, I love this from this deck. When you have a bunch of 1, 2s, and 3s, you don't have to throw out Ursula on turn 2 too often because you have another play or maybe some more 1-drops you can play. And you could wait till the turn before that pivotal spell, that pivotal song that you're trying to get out. So be prepared, cost 7. You can play Ursula on 6, and if they have it in their hand, you can take it out the turn before, and that's a lot more impactful a lot of times than just playing Ursula on 2 and taking it out of their hand.
Yeah. I mean, getting a song is great, but just the intel that she
Yeah.
provides by being able to take a little peek is just fantastic.
One of my favorite cards in the game, by the way. Absolutely love this Ursula card. It's not going to come up in this matchup, but in some matchups, there's a chance Dakota talks about he can have a problem with some of like the Ruby Amethyst decks sometimes, or the ones that sing a lot of songs with like, the very early singers. And there are some lines where you like Ursula in 2, and then you like pick Ursula up, play Ursula again, pick Ursula up, play Ursula again.
Just get rid of all. Yeah, honestly, that is such a good strategy against that sort of deck, because if they can't get the songs out, I mean, their singers got to sing. They're not super strong. They're not super,
the
that's
song
what they
is,
need.
the deck is made to sing. If you can keep them from singing, that's probably pretty good.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
All right, looks like I got a little discussion possibly with the judge or something about what happened this turn. But okay, so Dakota in a great spot now. He's got a rabbit and a goat in play, right?
Yes.
So great targets for him to bounce in this matchup, while his opponent doesn't have too many great ways to affect the board from Dakota Cotton here. Also, we know there's no be prepared here. So if be prepared happens, we know it's coming off the top of the deck.
Yes.
But you can't play as if that's going to happen. You can't look for monsters under the bed.
Right, absolutely. Looks like Dakota questing. And then Randy bringing out the crab, giving a little boost to Cusco, able to take out that goat.
Yep, draw an extra card here as well. How good has Merlin Crab looked this matchup? It's
so good.
Right?
I'm going to be honest with you. I was kind of not a crab believer. I mean, until until a couple weeks ago, but now I'm sold. It's fantastic.
Yeah, in this matchup, it's just shined. It's looked absolutely amazing. And then there's some of the ones, when you're playing against, say, like, some of the decks that go a little bit bigger, they have something like a Tamatoa or whatever. You need this to be able to get rid of some of their characters sometimes. Because if you look over at the side of the board, there's 1/3s and 1/1s and some pretty small characters in Dakota's side.
Yes.
These crabs are working overtime and making sure that they can get the job done in challenges as well as questing.
Yeah, absolutely. Because he has a ton of utility on his side, but the crab is allowing the damage to happen. Without the crab, there's not a whole lot of heavy hitters. Maybe, I guess probably one of the higher ones would be Madam M Fox with the 4.
That's practically the biggest thing he has in his deck. Other than, I think he has a couple copies of the big Ursula. We talked about that, but there's only a few of those. We're not going to see a ton. We may see the shift line, but like that's a card that's also.
I thought he was going to shift it.
I thought he was too. That's also a card that it's not going to be as impressive in this matchup as it would be in some other ones.
Right, for sure.
It's not, it's not made for this matchup.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another rabbit, drawing another card.
I love the grin that we're getting from Randy, seeing from him, because he's like, look, I'm the Amethyst deck here. You can't do the Amethyst thing better than me.
Right.
Yeah. Or he's thinking, he's like, is this how it feels to sit across from this? Is this what I've been doing to people?
Oh, fantastic. Mermaid or Cursed Merfolk coming down, which, not as effective as a late game card, but lore is lore at this point.
That's a quick triple quest up here. I think we found a Be Prepared off the top. It looks like we did. That is huge for Randy here.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. That could not have been timed better.
Dakota does get to draw a card here. He had a goat out as well, so gain a lore here.
Yes.
So we'll have to see what kind of rebuild he can have from here, because he gets to be the first one to the board here. But for Randy, I don't think he cares. That's the best possible draw he could have had.
Yeah, absolutely. That was fantastic.
Oh, this is so important. I'm so glad that you just got excited about this.
Yeah, I did.
In this mirror match, I know it's not the straight mirror like I've said, but in Ruby Amethyst, if you're playing against each other, if you could force the opponent to be the first one to be prepared, you could be so far ahead if you have a castle behind this, because now it's so hard for them to get rid of the castle the turn after Be Prepared, it takes multiple cards to do this. Like Maui can't do it alone. It usually involves Crab with multiple bounces and a Fox, and it's very hard to do all that.
Yes, you're guaranteed to get that passive lore at least twice. So that's a really fantastic.
Also, there's a goat here being played by Dakota as well. So multiple problems for Randy here. He has a rabbit. He's going to draw an extra card here, but you're getting the point. Dakota's at 12 lore. Once he starts to get up to like 14, 15, 16, that gets really scary when there's a goat hanging around, because you might lose the game from a spot where Dakota doesn't even have to quest, especially with the castle sitting around. So this is getting a little scary for Randy here. Dakota was up to the challenge of being prepared after being prepared.
Yes. Oh, another castle on the other side. That's really interesting. So both players have a castle. Neither player is able to take out the other player's castle at this point. But Dakota is probably in a better position to do so.
See, that's a really good point. Dakota is actually in a better position to take care of this because he's got the goat in play. Let's say he has something like a crab here or whatever this turn. He could possibly take out this castle this turn if you had a... Okay, well, here we go. We got a rush card, Peter Pan.
Okay.
Oh. That's double Peter Pan.
Okay.
Oh.
And a crab. Oh,
we just got all of it. All right, so that's going to take care of the castle.
Excellent.
We're going to quest with the goat here.
Yes.
Okay. I love this turn from Dakota. He has pulled super far ahead, and now Randy's back in the spot of, you need to be prepared again.
Yes, that was so effective. He was able to put so much on a board in one turn. That's incredible. We have more evasive. It's a lot. Randy absolutely needs to be prepared.
And here's the crazy part. Even if he be prepared this turn, he's still super far behind because Dakota will quest up to 17 from the castle. Yeah, God, castle is so good.
I know. I love it. I get excited every time I see it. Cage trading.
Yeah,
to draw the card.
Yeah, I think Randy's seeing the writing on the wall here yet again.
Absolutely.
And you can see why Dakota likes his deck into this matchup. I mean, this has looked really good here.
Beautiful.
And that is a 2-0 for Dakota here. So backing up his words of, hey, this is the kind of matchup that I want here.
Absolutely. That was fantastic. I loved seeing so much Amethyst work. It was incredible. I loved it. And seeing Dakota, that last ending, the ending of that game was epic. After the Be Prepared, being able to rebuild almost immediately and just riding that to the finish line.
Yeah, I think it really shows how well Dakota's deck is built here and how much I love this kind of play into these decks. So I kept harping on it in the match sheet. He's got tons of 1, 2, 3s, and 4s, right? And it allows him with the bounce package to make sure that he's using all of his ink every turn. He's always inking every turn and making sure that he's keeping up in card quantity with his opponent. And then his opponent gets to cast play a Be Prepared. They killed, what, I think 5 characters that turn. And then Dakota shrugs it off, plays 1 character in a castle, and he's like, I don't think you can beat this afterwards as well. Because castle is the best play you can have after Be Prepared as well in these matchups. And you saw him know that. I think the castle had been sitting in his hand for a few turns. He was waiting for exactly that. He's like, either I win with what I have on board, you Be Prepared me, or you Be Prepared me, and then I'm going to win from that spot with castle and stuff. So great match from Dakota here. Absolutely love it. I might have to go get this deck list and build this deck now. Every one of these challenges, my wallet is hurting.
I can imagine. Yeah, no, I feel the same way. When you see something exciting and you're like, I haven't seen this before. I need to try it. I need to see how this feels.
It's like what card did he play? Hold on. Let me write them all down real quick. Yeah, make sure I go and get this deck list.
Absolutely.
Well, it sounds like I think we're going to have a short break, and then we're going to come right back with another match of Lorcana.
So we'll see you then.
welcome back down to the feature match here with Dakota Cotton. Off a fresh win here with a little bit of a different deck. Why don't you talk us a little bit about that and what made you bring that here this weekend?
Yeah, I'm playing Amethyst Emerald this weekend, which is a deck that I enjoy a lot because I'm a big Sword in the Stone fan, to be quite honest. And it really just was not good in the previous meta into Bucky and like a lot of the steel cards. But this weekend, I expected a lot of Ruby Amethyst, Amber, Emerald, and Ruby Sapphire. And Emerald Amethyst is just perfect into those decks. And I decided also I'm going to be as in on evasive characters as possible. So I'm just here to be aggressive this weekend.
Yeah, I actually love the look of this deck. You know, you and I talked about this a little bit before the round, before the tournament, and you were showing me all the different iterations that you had of this deck. How many times did you change your deck list up to the last minute?
Well, so when I talked to you about it the first time a week ago, it hadn't changed but once. In that week span, I changed it 8 times, and I've iterated quite a bit. I feel very, very good about my deck this weekend.
And was anybody else working on it with you back home?
Yeah, Florida has a really good TCG community, and I've got a couple buddies out of Lakeland that worked with me and one out of Tampa where we were just getting together and trying to jam as many set 4 games as possible and stop looking at the set 5 cards getting distracted.
Yeah, I got distracted by the set 5 cards a lot myself. Can't wait to see those get into play. But Dakota, thanks for the time and best of luck the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the booth. I'm joined by Rebecca, and what a fun deck, what a fun game that we all just saw.
Yeah, Amethyst Emerald is a really fun deck, and I know that you are a particular fan of that one.
I have been playing this color combination since set 1. I
Since
love it
set
so much.
1.
Yeah, it disappeared a little in set 2,
Okay.
and then came back with a vengeance. And so, as we talked earlier, when we started the broadcast, we talked about how this is a really interesting meta,
Yeah.
and we're going to see a lot of changes based on Bucky's removal in his errata. Well, not his removal, his errata, which means a lot of people aren't playing him. And this is a perfect example because Emerald Amethyst is a deck that was really stymied a little bit. It was a really bad matchup into Emerald Steel. And so with that deck's loss in popularity, it's really given this deck an avenue in this tournament. And I think we're going to see a lot more of it.
Yeah, I mean, like we were saying, because of that Bucky errata, this really gave the players an opportunity to be creative with their deck builds, bring in some things that wouldn't have done well in previous challenges, and that is a prime example of that. So I'm excited to see this next match. We have another round 3 match for you. Are you ready to dive in?
I am.
All right.
Let's get started. And it's actually a great segue we were talking about before because we're going to see a deck here, a Ruby Fossa deck, a Red Fossa deck, which also wasn't well positioned, I think, in previous challenges because of Green Steel's popularity. And it's another deck that I think we're going to see do well today that has a lane kind of opened up to it given the unique nature of this meta.
Absolutely. So Matthew over here on the right, player 2, he's playing that Ruby Amber Mufasa deck like you're just saying. And then Melissa Morgan, our player 1 here on the left, is playing a Ruby Amethyst, which we know we're just going to see a lot of. But I have to be honest, I know some people, throw some shade at this deck, but I love it. I enjoy this deck so much, and we've just seen how strong that this deck can be.
It is consistent. You're always going to see it, and it's got so much card draw as well, and we're going to see the players alter their hands here. I do have to note, I don't know if we mentioned it or not, but we are coming to game 2, Melissa having won game 1.
Yes.
And so we'll see now if Matthew can take game 2 or if Melissa's going to take all 7 points coming out of this match.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing with the points is that if a player walks away with 1 game, win each, you get 3 points, but if you win both games, you actually get a bonus point. So it's 3 points for each game you won, and then that bonus point giving you 7 points. So this being round 3, that does tell us something a little bit about these players because they each have 10 points, which means they both have had a draw and a full 2-0 win. So both sitting with 10 points here.
Yeah, and that bonus point can make a huge difference.
It
at the end of the day.
really can. There's a lot of people that, will sit on that bubble. It can make a difference between getting one of those promo cards. It can make a difference between whether you make it to day 2 or not. And also it makes a difference just in your overall ranking because on day 2, you're the person who goes first is based on the higher rank.
Yeah, so Matthew here playing a Mulan Injured Soldier. One of the things I want to talk about with this Ruby Fossa deck is it got a lot of new tools in Ursula's Return that made the deck do what it wants to do, just better. One of them is Mulan Injured Soldier, which is a card that comes into play with damage counters on it, similar to Mother Gothel that we saw in earlier sets.
That's Rapunzel's friend right there.
It is Rapunzel's friend. Or Julieta, another card that we got in Ursula's Return.
Julieta.
Julieta, I'm
Julieta,
sorry.
Leland.
Which is another card that does something similar to Rapunzel, where you heal a character and get to draw a card for damage healed. And so this was always a combination that this deck liked to set up in turns 3 and 4, is healing that damage, having a well-statted character on the board, and then drawing some cards which set you up for the mid-game. And in Ursula's Return, we got a couple cards, as we're seeing here, which do that as well. So it made the deck more consistent in that regard. But again, even though this deck got more tools, and we have a frenemy coming on the board, frenemy will not be activated because of that snake.
Yeah.
But it was held back, and so it's interesting to see this deck now able to do what it wants to do, and we're going to see if this deck managed to overpower this old, reliable Ruby Amethyst here in this game.
Yeah, Ruby Amethyst really is old reliable, very consistent. We did see Chernobog's followers get bounced back to hand with that Madam Mim snake on last turn, and we see a frenemy in Melissa's hand as well, but I'm not sure if she would put that down here. We have Sisu coming down. I just really love this Sisu. Such a good card.
Yeah, it is funny to see this script flipped here, because we're used to this whole last set seeing frenemy as the combo, this frenemy Sisu combo that the Ruby Amethyst player wants to start out with to try to drive that lower total early and force their opponent to respond. But here, the Ruby Fossa player, Matthew, is flipping the script a little bit and putting that frenemy on the board.
So I think I'm looking at Melissa's hand here really closely, and I think on the far left, I think she might have a big Sisu, a shift Sisu. So that might be why she wanted to get that Sisu on the board here, was so that she's able to shift that larger Sisu, which is such a great card. I love the Floodborn Sisu. So it does shift on 6, so we're a little bit of a ways away. So hopefully that little Sisu can last until then.
Definitely a fun card. Definitely a card that Matthew knows is there, and so has to think about. Luckily for him, there's a lot of cards in Matthew's deck that are above that 2 strength threshold, and so not a lot to manipulate strength in Melissa's deck. So not one that's going to do a ton of work, but definitely threatening. Matthew here, setting up for a powerful heal this turn if he has the Rapunzel, able to draw 3 cards off that Mother Gothel. And that's really what Matthew wants to do this game, is perhaps threaten with the frenemy, but get that Rapunzel on turn 4 if possible, draw those 3 cards, and set himself up for the mid-game.
I know earlier we saw, and we're seeing again that Maleficent Dragon going into the Inkwell. Is that a card that will always be found in a Mufasa deck, or is that kind of a card that gets teched in here and there?
I think it gets teched in here and there. We see it played sometimes. The biggest reason it's in here is as a card that you see off the top of the deck for Mufasa, Betrayed Leader. Mufasa is one of the cards that this deck it's one of this deck's namesake. We call it Ruby Fossa because of Mufasa. This is a card that Matthew is really hoping to see here on turn 5 or later.
Yeah.
It's a card that when it is banished, you get to look at the top card of your deck, and if it is a character, you get to put it into play for free. And any card that has an enter play trigger, you will get that trigger off the top of your deck. And so getting to flip a 9-cost Maleficent into play and then immediately banish an opponent's character feels pretty good.
Pretty amazing. Yeah, absolutely.
But here we have 2 frenemies on the board now. So Matthew will get 6 lore if he's able to put a high strength character in the game, or perhaps remove that Sisu. That Sisu right now preventing frenemy from going off.
Get a little Madam Mim bounce here on that rabbit. I can't see how many cards are in Matthew's hand, but I think that's going to make the difference here, because that Sisu, of course, has strength equal, or gets +1 strength for each card in Matthew's hand. But I'm not sure if Flynn is going to trigger here. I think not.
No, that Sisu's just way too powerful right
Yeah.
now.
He does have quite a few cards there in hand. 4 cards in hand, I think. Yep.
Yep. So.
So Sisu's sitting there with 5 strength. So, oh my goodness. Wow,
dear.
This frenemy running away. Now, this is going to be interesting to see if Matthew can get, I was going to say, either get another character on board that has a strength, or taking care of banishing that Sisu, which he's able to do with that brawl.
What an What an interesting board state here. This is fascinating.
Interesting.
Interesting. I should be punished for that one. So it's a really interesting board state. I think Matthew is definitely not on his game plan here. We would have loved to see Rapunzel there. I think sending that Mother Gothel into the snake was an indication that we didn't was clearly an indication that we didn't have the Rapunzel, which would have healed Mother Gothel and kept her alive instead of trade there. So Matthew right now is setting up for a big turn if he can draw into a high strength character or somehow remove that fox. But he's definitely not on his ideal line. Whereas Melissa, yes, she didn't do the early game frenemy, aggressive line that you like to see, but one of the keys for this Ruby Amethyst deck that we've talked about in previous matches is getting your rabbits going in the mid game to draw you cards to get to the end game state that you want. Draw you into perhaps a be prepared with a couple castles, or have the goats and the bounces, have the removal that you need, and her able to get that rabbit online tells me that she's kind of doing what she wants to do here, and is definitely in a better position than Matthew is.
Yeah, the bouncing rabbits is really great. She does have another Madam Mim in hand as well, which is going to be, again, great for that bouncing mechanic, which is just a fun mechanic. I know we've talked about it at previous challenges, but for anyone who doesn't know, Merlin and Madam Mim are from Sword in the Stone, and in that movie, there's this wizard duel that happens where they go back and forth and they transform into different animals. I think there's 15 different animals they transform into over the course of the duel, and I just love how they brought that theme in from the movie and these characters into the way that the cards are mechanically functioning here with that bouncing effect back and forth. It's really interesting, really fun, and very effective in the gameplay.
Yeah, one of the things that I think most players like to do in any game that they're playing, whether it's a TCG or otherwise, is you want to feel like you're telling a story. That's why the flavor of the game matters.
Yeah.
And getting to play this wizard duel is just, as you said, it's a ton of fun.
Yes, and there's Julieta Madrigal, of course, from Encanto. Like you said, healing up that Mulan, getting to draw a card off of that healing.
Yeah, and I think Matthew here is just trying to draw cards, looking for
a Mufasa, maybe?
a Mufasa, perhaps. Would love to see that. Mufasa's a card, that can swing games. You quest with it for 2 every turn, and if you're able to drive your lure a little bit and your opponent's forced to remove it, you can flip a Chernabog, you can flip a Maleficent monstrous dragon off the top of your deck, and so it's one of the things that makes this deck go, and he'd really love to see one here, I think.
Yeah. See, Melissa has, I think maybe she has 2 goats in hand. She has a brawl. She has that big Sisu that we talked about. Because we don't have that little Sisu on the board, she can't shift it anymore. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see here what she decides to do. Any thoughts on brawl? We're going to brawl something? What are we going to brawl here? One of those Flynns?
Let's see. I mean, so you mentioned the Sisu. We have a lot of 2 strength or below characters on Matthew's side of the board. So Melissa knows turn 8. We're getting pretty close. I think we haven't inked this turn, I don't think. And so I think we're up to 7 ink this turn.
Bringing
let's see.
a goat down. There's a goat.
Down a goat. For 1 lore. But so we're getting closer and closer to turn 8 where that Sisu is going to be able to come down and clear Matthew's board, and then Melissa will be fully in control. So she's not super concerned right now about what's going on over there, able to continue to pursue her game plan, draw some cards, get some more characters on the board, and has the lore lead. So
Yeah, she does. That Sisu, what's interesting, I don't know if you remember this from the last challenge in Fort Worth, that the champion from that, Ed Chu, that Sisu was really what clinched him the win in the final match. So we have seen how powerful that Sisu can be.
Yeah, absolutely. So Melissa thinking about her lines here. Unfortunately for Matthew, I mean, a lot of this deck's card draw, the biggest card draw on this deck comes from the, Rapunzel combo. And not being able to set that up really kind of sets you back. We put a lot of characters on the board, a lot of resources, and I can't see his hand size, but he probably doesn't have terribly many options right now.
No, I think he just has 2 cards in hand, which is not great for Matthew. Yeah, unfortunately, he hasn't found that Rapunzel, which, like you said, it's that healing with Julieta and Rapunzel, and he just hasn't been able to draw those cards.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there are, as you suggested before, there's plenty of ways back in this game. Mulan is a fun card, a card that can do a lot of damage. We would have loved to have that shift target out there for her, but unfortunately that's been removed. And yeah, so Melissa at this point, again, fully in the driver's seat here, able to use rabbits and other card draw to keep her hand size strong, and is just thinking about how to close out this game without giving Matthew an opening to get back in.
Yeah, she did draw a Be Prepared, but I think, you know, if she's able to get that Sisu down, take care of Matthew's side on the board, and keep her characters on board to continue questing, might be a good option for her here.
Oh, that's true. Just thinking through these lines.
Yeah.
What were you going to say?
No. We're just waiting to see what Melissa's going to decide to do. Yeah, she does have a lot of options. She has 5 cards in hand, and there's the Sisu. So we do clean up Matthew's side of the board. Really, really puts Melissa in a great position here. She is ahead on lore, leading with 7. And yeah, Matthew just unfortunately not able to find the Mufasa that he would like to see.
Yeah, no, this is quite a spot to be in. We do have the Maui coming down, clearing off that goat, getting a lure from Melissa in the process. But I mean, Sisu just a fantastic card. Not only cleaning up the board here, but then able to quest for 3 lure.
I love it
on the back end. And so Matthew's going to have to respond to that. But again, Melissa just has a lot of cards, a lot of answers. I think we have another rabbit there to continue that card draw engine. And Matthew, you know, there are some high cost characters which will allow him to gain control of the board. We mentioned Maleficent, which you can play on turn 9.
We saw that Milan go into the Inkwell, so that's another card that he
Milan
may
is
have.
an option. This deck often runs Chernobogs, which gets cheaper for the characters that you have in your discard pile, which there's quite a few there
Quite
now.
a few, yes.
But again, it's Melissa just has so many cards, and she's going to draw more with that rabbit. It's definitely hard to dig back from this spot.
Yeah, now she's at 12 lore. Next turn, she would quest for 5, putting her up to 17. So Matthew really needing to find some answers here. Otherwise, he's looking at 2 turns and this game is going to be done.
And there's not a ton of answers for this board state.
What answers do you think Matthew might be looking for in this situation?
There's not a ton. I mean, of course, a Be Prepared in Ruby is always an option, but you know, Ruby Fossa is so character centric that you don't always see it run. Sometimes you do because you can be prepared. Your Mufasa goes to the discard pile and you can flip something and immediately be in control of the board. So that's something that you might like to see. Cards like Mana Medusa though can't choose the Sisu, and so that's also not an option at this point.
Another goat. Why not?
Why not?
Yeah, I think that might spell the end here for Matthew. I think him really just not being able to find that Rapunzel. We got the fist pump. Matthew says that game is yours, Melissa. Congrats to Melissa. Yeah, not being able to find that Mufasa, not being able to find Rapunzel. Unfortunately, he just wasn't able to find the answers that he really needed to win that game.
That's true. I mean, Ruby Amethyst is such a consistent deck. It has a script which it wants to run every single time. People have been running it for ages. And to beat it with some of these decks like Ruby Fossa, you can do it. You just have to be on your game plan and you have to be hitting the cards that you want to hit on the turns you want to hit them. And in this game, we saw plenty of frenemies, but nothing much to pair with it. Yeah. And we didn't see the Rapunzel on turn 4, which Matthew really wanted to see. And then again, no Mufasa, which would have allowed him to combo into something really big and something that could have made an impact. And just the combination of not having any of those pieces in the opening draw is really what set Matthew behind, and he was never able to recover here.
Yeah, and on Melissa's side, she really just had every answer that she needed at the right time. She was able to play that deck in the consistent manner that it's meant to be played. She really was thoughtful with her plays, made good decisions, and was able to come out with a 2-0 win and get those 7 points.
Absolutely. I mean, the Sisu early, and then one thing I want to is the rabbit again.
That rabbit, yes.
And I just want to highlight that for everybody watching, because we look at these decks and we look at the key components of the Ruby Amethyst deck and cards that you want to see every time. We focus on cards like Be Prepared, which are really important, or the castles, which close you out game. But the importance of getting the rabbit in the mid game to recharge your hand and get 2, 3, 4, 5 cards out of it is really important, because the Ruby Amethyst deck can stall out a little bit or not find the key pieces it needs. And so anytime you see a player able to rabbit turns 4 and 5, oftentimes that deck is just going to propel itself into the end game.
Yeah, and not only are they going to rabbit, they're going to rabbit. Bouncing them around. Well, congrats to Melissa and a well-played game. We're going to go to a break now, and we'll see you for more.
I'm joined by Melissa Morgan here, fresh off her victory here in the feature match area. And Melissa, you were telling me that Disney's kind of run in your life since you were a small child.
Absolutely. Born and raised in South Florida, so my family would go to Disney all the time. As far as I can remember, all of my younger birthdays were either spent as Disney themed or we were going during major holidays to the parks.
Do you have a favorite park? Like, I'm an Animal Kingdom guy. What about you?
Tried and true. Let's do Magic Kingdom, right? Because it is the flagship. Obviously, the first park I visited as a very small kid, and you know it's got all of the classic rides.
Some of the absolute best. Now, okay, so fresh early in the morning, you are the first people through the gate because, like, look, you're local, you know to go early.
Yeah.
What's the first ride you're running to, and then what's the one food you can't miss?
Ooh, okay. So I actually like to go opposite of the crowds. So I'm gonna go either the Pirates or Thunder Mountain when they're open. So yeah, and then food. I love Casey's Corner's corn dog nuggets. So you got to do it. Fireworks on the lawn. Awesome recipe for a good day.
Are you a Dole Whipper or not?
I am a Dole Whipper, Dole Float. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a veteran right there.
Yeah.
She knows what she's doing. Well, hey, thanks for the time and best of luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to our continued coverage of the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Toronto. We're about halfway through the day. We're getting ready to jump into round 4. And what do you think of today so far, Liam?
I mean, it's been exciting. We've seen some of the things we were hoping to see, and that's some decks that weren't super strong in the meta before, performing, and we're seeing them in the top, accelerating towards that top cut. But something else that I love talking about in these challenges is, between rounds, I like to go escape if I can and walk the floor a little bit and see what's going on out there. Hopefully you catch it between rounds and you can talk to people when they're not playing. But one of the things I love about this challenge, about these challenges, is the diversity of folks that we have out there. You have new TCG players, experienced TCG players, lots of people at their third challenge, plenty of people at their first challenge, families, spouses, all playing this game, playing in the competitive circuit, some playing side events. It's just wonderful to talk to everybody and see this shared passion bringing all these different people together. This passion for Disney, this passion for gaming, and I've loved every challenge so far, and this one's no different.
It's no different. I love it. I've seen so many young Illumineers out there with their parents and playing and doing really well, which is exciting. And like you said, new players, experienced players. I love it. It's Disney Lorcana bringing everyone together, and I just think that these challenges are just like the epitome of what Disney Lorcana is about.
And before to put a bow on that, before we go to the next round, one of my favorite stories from Fort Worth is we featured a player there who came into the match with this really fun deck, and her goal for the whole event was to get 10 points. That was it. Played in the competitive event, wanted to get 10 points, and she exceeded her goal, got 15 points, and that made her day. And now she's even excited to do better at the next challenge, and I love that. So every player out there playing has different goals for themselves.
I love that.
And to get to see them achieve those goals at whatever level that is a lot of fun.
Yeah, and just to add on that one little bit is I think that's what's great actually about the 2-game format and earning points is it really allows a player as an individual to kind of set the bar for themselves, to go in and say, I'm going to get 10 points, that's my goal, and then go to the next challenge and say, I'm going to try to get up to 15 or 20 points, So being able to develop as a player with having those little mini goals for yourself, I think is really wonderful.
I do too.
Yeah. Well, let's jump in to our next game and see who can earn some more points with our round 4 match.
Yes, a matchup that I'm excited about. Let's go.
Let's go.
And I'll talk more about it as we go in here. So this is a match we've seen before today. This is going to be an Amethyst Ruby into a Sapphire Steel deck. Tyler, I believe, is on Sapphire Steel. Javier on Amethyst Ruby or Ruby Amethyst.
Yes.
If you're going in the preferred order.
How do you say it, Liam?
I mean, I think Ruby Amethyst is the accepted way.
Ruby Amethyst.
Amethyst Ruby is
Alphabetical.
alphabetical. AR. So this is a fun matchup. I do think that this matchup is a lot closer than people like to think. I think the common thought among the competitive circuit is that Ruby Amethyst is the favored deck in this matchup, but I think that Sapphire Steel got a lot of tools recently that makes it a little bit more consistent. One of them is, and we'll see if we see it on turn here one here, but there is the addition of Fortispheres, which serve the same role as a popsicle in that you play them to the board as a 1-cost item, there it is, and it draws you a card. This makes this deck a lot more consistent. It gives you enough card draw that you no longer have to rely on Whole New Worlds as the way you're recharging your hand in the mid-game. Because a Whole New World is a double-edged sword. It does help you out quite a bit, but when you're playing against decks like Ruby Amethyst, which are digging for endgame cards, sometimes it helps your opponent find those cards. And so if you can get around playing that and you can choose not to do it, that's helpful.
Yeah. Yeah, really great. And like you said, Fortisphere is kind of like a second popsicle. So then you have 8 of those in your deck potentially. And I think most players do run 4 of each of those. Over on Javier's side, I think it's interesting here that we saw this Rafiki come down, a really great card, but it was one that we kind of saw falling out of the Ruby Amethyst deck when Bucky was around because of that discard. It was so important for Ruby Amethyst players to have a way to draw cards. And now that is, that squirrel has been exterminated, I think that we're going to see maybe some more Rafikis back because we don't have to have so many of those cards like the Chernobog's Followers and the Magic Brooms and even Maleficent, all those cards to get you more cards in hand that you can swap those out for something like Rafiki.
Yeah. A couple other interesting cards here. We have an Argus being played on Tyler's side. Argus is a fun card. It's a very, very high strength on turn 2, and usually this is built into steel decks for this particular matchup because against Ruby nowadays, you're looking out for Frenemy on turn 2.
Yeah, and Flynn Rider. Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Flynn Rider, Frenemy. And that's a card that often these players like to play on turn 2, and Argus overpowers that. So luckily we didn't see that, or luckily for Tyler, he didn't see that on turn 2. But Argus is a card that gets around that, and a Spellbook is a fascinating card to have in this deck. This is a card that was really popular in set 1. It fell out of favor for a while, and now you see probably 1 or 2, usually not very many, work themselves back into some of these Amethyst decks. I think they're there primarily for the mirror match to give you an edge in the mirror, but in decks like this, against decks like this that are a little more control-y, it also serves well to give you a lure, every turn, and it serves as an ink sink, as it were, allowing you to utilize extra ink that you have left over at the end of your turn to gain new lure.
Yeah. Oh, I like that. Ink sink. Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's really helps you be more ink efficient.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, the bad thing for Javier will be that steel is one of the ink colors that does have a lot of tools to banish items. So you have things like Rise of the Titans or the Beast that can come in and banish an item. So there are some things on Tyler's side that he could potentially have that would come down and take care of that Sorcerer's Spellbook. But for now, he's got some uncontested lore potentially on the board here. So we see on Tyler's side, he is exerting a lot of ink to bring down everyone's favorite fairy, Tinkerbell.
What a great card. Beautiful art. No, this is one of the things about this Sapphire Steel deck is I said this earlier in the day, but for those who missed it, this deck, the Steel Sapphire deck, or any deck with a Lucky Diamond and a Tamatoa, people think of it as a deck that's trying to primarily build this endgame engine and wants to win in a single turn, at the end of the game. And that's what this deck is ultimately working towards, is that endgame. But in these Sapphire Steel decks, there's a lot of high lore mid-game characters from cards like Cogsworth or Tinkerbell, where if you blink and give this deck any space, before you know it, Tyler could be sitting with 6 or 7 lore represented on the board and actually close this game out questing with those characters rather than having to wait and rely on the Lucky Dime.
Yeah, which that Lucky Dime can't come out until turn 7 anyway. So if you're able to rack up a lot of lore in the mid game like you're talking about, then that just really puts you in a good position to close out the game. And we do see that rabbit come down on Javier's side, which, as we talked about in that last match that we watched, that getting that rabbit in the mid game for the card draw to be able to cycle, filter through your deck and find the cards that you need, really important. I'm not sure what Javier has in his hand, but hopefully he has some mims there so he can start bouncing that rabbit and get some more cards.
Yeah, that's one of the key components of this deck, is getting that rabbit going and drawing for those endgame cards. Cards like a Be Prepared, which Javier would like to have in hand at the moment, knowing that there's a lot of, mid-game strong characters that can come down. But speaking of card draw, Tyler with Hiram Flaversham coming down, eating a popsicle, drawing 2 cards, immediately playing a popsicle, drawing another card. And so we're seeing Tyler do exactly what he wants to do here, recharging his hand without having to rely on a whole new world. Yeah,
Flamchester?
Flamchester?
Flaversham.
Flaversham.
Flaversham. Yes, you have to say in the accent.
What was it? Flammerhammer.
Yeah, Flaversham is a fun card, and when you can really get that draw engine going, it's a little dangerous when you're sitting on the other side of the table because you know that there's other cards like the Whole New World that might be coming. So many things that Tyler could be pulling with every time that he eats one of those popsicles.
Yeah. And the card draw in this deck is so important, not only, again, to find those pieces that you want for the end of the game, but this deck relies on Fishbone Quill oftentimes to build up a significant ink pool that allows you to do much more than your opponents on any given turn. The problem is those cards come from your hand.
Yes.
So you have got to be leveraging your Flavershams, leveraging your card draw, and then leaning into a Whole New World if necessary. I think only if necessary nowadays, in order to recharge your hand and allow you to build that ink advantage.
Yeah, and we did see Tyler ink Bell, Strange but Special, earlier in the game, so we know he has those in his decks, which is a really wonderful card. And when you can ramp up the ink on your side, Bell quests for 5 if you have 10 ink or more in your ink well. So that is something that Javier is going to have to watch out for. And we did see a little bit of bouncing rabbits over on his side. Very fun and very effective to get that card advantage.
And here we have a quest. We'll eat that popsicle. We'll get another couple cards.
They are delicious.
Being able to utilize Flaversham more. Now we've gotten 6 cards, I think, off this Flaversham at least.
At least, yeah.
Being able to utilize Flaversham more than once, more than twice, is extra good. I do see the Tamatoa there in Tyler's hand. I have missed whether or not we have the Dime. That's a card that he's going to want to slam down here sooner rather than later.
Yeah, Tamatoa I do see. Which, of course, that Tamatoa can bring back those popsicles, and then Flowersham can eat them all over again.
Keep that whole cycle going.
Yep, just like Nick Wilde does in Zootopia, recycling the popsicles. You buy one jumbo pop for $15, and then you sell all the little mini pops for $2 each and make a profit.
And as if you could see the future, here it is, the Tamatoa pulling back the popsicle, playing it again, giving Flaversham more food to devour. And yeah, so we talk about, we sometimes use the word engine builders in games or in TCGs. And what that means is that you're putting certain cogs in place, you're putting certain cards in place on the board to allow you to do these combos, usually, 2 or 3 actions all at the the same time. And this is an example of this engine in action here. If that Flavisham stays on the board, what you're going to have is a scenario where you can quest with Flavisham, eat the popsicle, Tamatoa quest, bring the popsicle back, you play the popsicle, and now draw a card. Now you've gotten 3 cards, and the popsicle's available for you again to perhaps use another Flavisham or something like that. So this is an example of an engine built on the board, and we'll see how much Tyler gets to utilize it before Javier can do something about it.
Yep. We do have Friends on the Other Side being sung by the rabbit over on Javier's side. Cards, the cards, the cards will tell him what options that he has here. And he is going to quest. And I was going to say, there must be a be prepared if he's doing that. So there it is.
Yeah, I mean, Flavisham by itself is a card you want off the board. Tamatoa you want off the board. Both of them together represent a significant threat for the reasons we talked about before. But Tyler able to get some good value out of them and has, plenty of cards in hand to kind of rebuild here and answer.
Yeah, Be Prepared is one of those cards that really can be just a nice reset of the game.
Yeah, that's one of the challenges with Be Prepared in these Ruby Amethyst decks is in previous iterations of this deck, way back in set 1, you often included cards that cost 8 or 9, like Maleficent Dragon, which could sing. Be Prepared, and then leave you with cards with ink available to then rebuild your board. Most of the time now in these Ruby Amethyst decks, though, you have to play it with your ink rather than singing, because there's just not a lot of available for you, other than perhaps an 8-cost Sisu, or some decks used to run Scar, but I don't think you see him that much nowadays. And so it allows your opponent then, if they have the cards in hand, to respond immediately, playing cards to board, and that's what we see Tyler doing here.
Yeah. What's nice for Javier is he does still have that spell book on his board. Tyler hasn't found an answer for that yet. So even if Javier, whatever characters he might get on the board for his next turn, he's still going to be able to gain 1 lore from that spell book as long as he has the 1 ink available to exert that item.
An interesting, we do see Rise of the Titans here go into the Inkwell to enable playing this Tamatoa. That is, it's an interesting choice. It tells us something. Rise of the Titan is in this deck primarily to deal with the castles. Castles is just a card that Tyler doesn't have a lot of answers for. Even on the board right now with the Tamatoa, you only have 6 strength to deal with, a 7 willpower castle. But Tyler indicating, I think, that he's not super concerned about the castles at this point, and feels like he has enough in his hand to deal with it. And so there goes Rise into the Inkwell.
What do you think about his choice here to not use Rise of the Titans to banish the Sorcerer's Spellbook on Javier's side of the board?
I mean, I think Tyler would still like to have Rise. I think the Spellbook isn't all that threatening to him right now. I think he would have rather saved that Rise for a castle to come into play later. But if you look at the ink totals, like that, that Rise was the difference between a Tamatoa being on the board and not being on the board. And at this point, Tyler would love to have that Tamatoa stick, be able to start pulling back cards from his discard pile.
We're going to see a Maui. And there it is. Yes. So that Talkative Puppet. So Pinocchio, Talkative Puppet is a card that we saw a lot in Ruby Amethyst in previous sets. We didn't see it a lot in the Bucky meta, but here we see it again. And Talkative Puppet is able to exert chosen character when he enters play, which he used to exert the Mickey Mouse Detective, and then Maui could come in and banish.
That is true. I feel like Ruby Amethyst players fall into the love Talkative Puppet camp or don't care about Talkative Puppet camp, because you see him creep into various versions of this deck in every meta that we've seen. One of the things that makes it especially good in this deck, though, is that you're running a lot of bounce cards. You're running Madame M. Foxes, etc. So you can use that Talkative Puppet numerous times. Use him, bring him back, use him, bring him back, especially when you pair it with Maui. So.
Oh, look at this. We've got a Gaston.
Gaston, intellectual powerhouse.
No one quests like Gaston.
No one draws you cards like Gaston.
Absolutely.
Gaston is a card that allows you to look at the top 3 cards of your deck, pick a card, put it in your hand, and the rest, I believe, go on the bottom of your library. It's
really like a develop your brain, but on a character.
But extra, developed here.
Extra developed.
This is another card that crept into a lot of Ruby Sapphire decks and Sapphire Steel decks here. Again, it's not in every list, so you see them in some, not in others, but it does 2 things for you. One is it allows you to find your some of your key combo pieces, but 2, it has 3 lore on it, so it pairs very well with dimes in the end game, allowing you to gain 3 lore off the dime, and then 3 lore off the quest if it sticks around. So a fun card to see, and doing work here, getting Tyler a card off the top of his deck.
So if I could share some fun things that I learned about this particular Gaston at D23, Brian Miller, one of the co-creators of Disney Lorcana, was talking about how Gaston, this Floodborn character, it's not that Gaston is smart. He's just smarter.
He thinks he's smart.
He thinks he's smart. And that the plan that he's drawn on the chalkboard is the same exact plan of what he did in the movie, but the smarter part is that he wrote it down this time.
Oh, there you go. It's sometimes a game, little inches, little improvements. Baby
Exactly.
steps.
Yes. Sisu coming down on Javier's side of the board, which does not do much because there are no characters that can be banished. It's characters with 2 strength or less that get banished when Sisu comes into play, but a nice quester here.
That's true, and a body on the board. So as you suggested, it does 2 things. One, Javier is sitting at 10 lore. And although that's not super threatening, as soon as any of these Sapphire decks, these Amethyst decks get to 15, 16, 17 lore, those goat bounces become very threatening. And again, that spellbook is there, able to take you up to 20. So,
and now we have a dime.
Yeah, waiting to play that dime. And that dime is going to do a lot of work here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items on the board. So Tamatoa with 6. Willpower.
Yeah, and this is where you see those Sapphire Steel decks going from, 0, it's like a car, 0 to 100, in 2 seconds flat, because that between that dime and Tamatoa, he's going to quest for quite a lot here.
I mean, 6 off the quest, 6 off the dime, 3 off Gaston. That's 15 lore in a single turn if he so chooses.
Wow. Yeah, I wonder how Javier is feeling right now. He was sitting pretty good there, but that is a little scary over here on Tyler's side of the board.
And that's what these lucky dime decks are designed to do. They're designed in the end game to win in 1 turn.
You know what? He actually quests for 7 because he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the fishbone.
Yeah, I missed. I didn't count the dime itself.
At the dime itself, yes, yep.
My Twitch chat is very upset. No, I didn't catch the dime itself. So yeah, that's right. 7 and 7 plus the 3. That's 17, all the way up to 2 to 19 lore.
Wow.
Should be at 19 lore right now. Wow.
That is a swing.
Yeah, and it's a problem because when you have a lucky dime on the board, any character now wins Tyler the game instantly.
Yes.
So Javier not only has to clear all the characters off the board, but then he has to hope that Tyler has no characters in hand and doesn't draw into one. It's a tough spot to be in.
So a be prepared here would be good. And he has a Maui.
I mean, he has what he needs to clean up the board right here. Can gain another lore off the spellbook, but gosh, again, 1 character.
Yeah.
And at this point, Javier plays this, and he turns to Tyler and says, if you have a character in hand, you win the game. Do you have a character?
Right.
And Tyler says,
I do.
I have a character. And there it is. Wow.
So what was that, 17 lore in 1 turn?
17 lore, yeah.
That is pretty incredible. That Sapphire Steel deck can just swing so fast, and that deck did what it was made to do there.
Yeah, I mean, Lucky Dime is a fun card. Lucky Dime is a card that came out. Here's what happened with Lucky Dime.
Here's what happened.
Lucky Dime came out, and it was revealed, and everybody said, wow, this is an expensive card. It's uninkable. It's fine. It's pretty good. It might be good. It might not be good. I don't know.
It's a legendary item?
It's a legendary item. It's the first legendary that we saw that was not
a character. Yes.
And then people figured out what it does in the end game, particularly paired with like Tamatoa or Belle or the new Ariel item collector. And people went, wow. And now that's what these decks are designed to do. They're designed to go from nothing to winning in 1 turn potentially if they built up the right engine.
Absolutely.
So,
yeah. Lucky Dime was very lucky for Tyler here in game 1. So let's see game 2 and how these players can play this one out.
Let's see.
So Lucky Dime, of course, if you don't know, is from DuckTales. Woo! There we go. I was hoping for that. And it's just such a fun card. One of the things that I think is very on theme, which you don't see this a lot in competitive decks, but there's one of the Magica Dispel character that she can quest for the cost of an item, but she doesn't have any lore herself, so she can't use Lucky Dime. It's really interesting. So
that's really fascinating.
It's a fun little theme play on where Magica can get the Lucky Dime, but she can't actually use it. So Scrooge McDuck wins in the end.
That's funny.
Oh, and there's a thank you to our card prompter here for bringing up Magicka Dispel. Yeah, a super fun card.
Yeah, you won't see her in this deck, but for sure, full of flavor.
Full
I
of
love it.
flavor.
Tyler off to the races with Fortisphere on turn 1. So Fortisphere, I want to talk about some math here for a second. So let's say that you draw a hand of 7 cards, and you're going to mulligan 5. And one of your goals is to get a Fortisphere on turn 1, which then you can use the Hiram Flavisham, etc. With the 4 popsicles in your deck, you have a 60% chance, looking at 12 cards, to see one of those in your opening turn. Adding in the 4 Fortispheres took you to an 85% chance.
Wow.
So if you're mulliganing 5 cards off your initial draw, you have an 85% chance to see one of these cards on your first turn, and as we do, and sometimes one on
even
the
more
second
than
turn
that.
as well.
Yeah, and I think if you ask any player, they will tell you how key that altering your opening hand is to this game. It's not just playing the game itself, but what you choose to alter, how many cards you're choosing to discard and redraw, that it makes such a huge difference in the outcome of the game.
Very true. So Javier here, I think, didn't have such a good game 1, but the key to victory for Javier here is to really drive the lore total as fast as possible, as early as possible. Talkative Puppet is not the card you want to see on turn 2.
I'm sure he would have rather seen a Flynn rider here to have that Flynn Sisu follow up, but he is getting bodies on the board, but not quite able to really get that early lore gain that you would want to see, especially against a Sapphire Steel deck. As we saw, the longer this game goes on, the more things are going to fall in Tyler's favor, I think.
That's true, and it's absolutely true. One of the reasons why it's so important to drive this lore total is, Tyler is going to spend resources doing things every turn, and what Tyler wants to be doing is he wants to be spending resources drawing cards. He wants to put some of his key item components onto the board. He doesn't want to spend resources responding to Javier's threats. So if Javier is able to, in the early game here, get a Flynn Rider on the board that Tyler has to respond to, or a Sisu, which not only activates the Flynn, but is a 2-lore character and is going to be questing every turn, and then the icing on the cake would be drop a castle on turn 4, which is getting you 2 lore a turn. Tyler's going to have to spend time finding answers, finding removal, responding to those, rather than building up the engine that he wants to build. And at this point, I don't know that Javier has the cards he wants to have in the early game. Let's see if we see a Sisu here.
Oh
perhaps.
gosh, I don't think he's playing anything here on turn 3, which is really unfortunate. Yeah, he quested with Pinocchio and Rafiki there, but unfortunately not able to put another character on the board. Like you're saying, it's really that Flynn, Sisu, and then Castle, ideally, to get all that lore early in the game. That would be the line that he would want to see. Unfortunately, not in this case. And it just really goes to show the amount of variance in Disney Lorcana. Every game, you can build your deck a certain way, and like you're talking about, with math and probability, what's likely to come up, but every game is going to be different because, there's some amount of luck involved. You can be as skilled of a player as possible, but sometimes you just don't get the cards that you need.
That's collectible card games. We talk about math and hypogeometric math and probability all day because, at the end of the day, you need a little bit of luck on your side, as much as you can stack the odds in your favor.
Yeah, and I know I say this almost every challenge, but it's just so true that where skill meets luck is where your opportunities are in this game. And so if you can have the skills, develop yourself as a player, and then when those lucky card draws come, that's when it gives you opportunities to get ahead.
Right. Tyler here, we talked about Javier being not on his own opening, but Tyler on his ideal opening, I think, dropping a Popsicle, followed by Fishbone Quill, and then Flavisham on turn 4 to draw you 2 cards is exactly where he wants to be. And let's talk about Smee for a second. Smee is a fun card here, which can do a few things for Tyler. One, in a game where he's kind of rushing and pushing the lore totals, it allows you to quest a few times to get some extra lore. But it also, at this point, is a 3-strength character on the board. And so if Tyler is worried at all about that castle and wants to start doing some damage to it, Smee is a card that can go into that castle, take it down within striking range of an Along Came Zeus. So definitely something that Tyler can use to control the board if he is at all worried about Javier's lore creeping up at this point.
Yep. So we're getting a look at the player's hands here a little bit. Can't see quite what's in Tyler's hand. Another Flaversham, which, gosh, I tell you, whenever I play a game and I'm able to remove a Flaversham, like I play a Brawl or something, get Flaversham off the board, and then the player immediately puts down another Flaversham, I'm just like, Really?
Yeah.
Because I mean, stopping that draw engine for the Sapphire Steel player is so key to be able to get ahead.
That's true. So looking at his hand, we have a few choices here.
But boom.
But boom, we've gone through our popsicles and our fortispheres. To this point, we could, eat that fishbone quill and draw into some more cards.
It's not as tasty as the popsicle.
It is not. But I think the right play here, is getting that Cogsworth on the board. Cogsworth, just a powerhouse. This is a card, a 2/5. It gives all of your other characters resist, and it has ward. So it can sit there, can't be chosen by anything that does targeted or damage, and it just protects your other characters. The other fun thing that it does here is you can see its effect on Smee and Flavisham. They resist, meaning they don't take any damage from these challenges. But Smee also will damage himself every turn if there's no captain on the board. But given that Cogsworth prevents one of that damage, Smee now can be exerted every single turn without any fear of that.
Oh gosh. So getting a little bit of a look here at Javier's hand, I said, oh gosh, because I see so many uninkable cards in his hand and a lot of high cost uninkables. And I think that's why we didn't see a lot from him the first few turns, was that he just had a lot of in his opening hand. Even though he altered, he had a lot of high cost and uninkable cards, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's a great point, because we, looking at the ink, we missed an ink drop here this turn. And so a choice here to put the inkable Sisu onto the castle to try to get one extra card rather than putting it into the inkwell. At this point, Javier has to be thinking, get to turn 7, or get to 7 ink and be prepared. That is my out, because this deck has a lot of high lore mid-game characters. We see a Beast Tragic Hero in Tyler's hand, which could come down here and put another 2 lore on the board. And so Javier at this point is like, give me every extra card I can possibly get to give me the ink and then the be prepared to keep me in this game.
Yeah. I can't remember if I saw the be prepared in his hand. I did see a rabbit and a Sisu, and but it was all uninkables, and that just feels bad. That's why balancing the uninkable to inkable ratio is really important. But sometimes you just get bricked with uninkable cards in your hand, and there's nothing you can do about it. And sometimes your opponent just gets every answer they need, every card they need, like what's happening over here with Tyler. There's so many options. He has tons of ink in his inkwell and is sitting pretty here. He only has 2 lore on the board, but like we saw last game, I mean, he quested for 17 in 1 turn, so who knows what could happen here.
Yeah, and against any deck, interesting. So instead of, we're forgoing the Beast, Tragic Hero, instead getting the Lucky Dime on the board. We're going to use it, choosing, one of those.
Yeah, right. They all, the Cogsworth quest for 2, so sure.
Pick one of them. Get some extra lore. And and anytime you're playing Sapphire Steel, I was talking to Hal Brady, a very good Ruby Sapphire player, and he was talking about there's always this moment in the game. You have this 7-cost Lucky Dime that you can't ink, so it sits in your hand, it's a brick, but you need to get it into the board. And you have to pick like your perfect moment to slam that on the board, forego doing everything else in order to get you that lore engine. And Tyler, to do that here, of course, with
another uninkable card. Look at that spellbook rabbit. He did draw. Oh, he does have a friends on the other side. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's okay. But yeah, just looking for inkables at this point. We have a
he
few.
Does have a be prepared, but he only has 4 ink. Gosh, that's got to feel bad.
Yeah, be prepared is really the answer. So let's see. We will play the rabbit, draw another card. Definitely want to ink something to get us a little bit closer. But Tyler here, knowing that we've missed an ink drop, we have 3 more turns. 2 more turns after this until the be prepared is available. Can kind of take a risk, go a little bit wide if he wants to, and try to close this thing out quicker than he otherwise would.
Yeah, Tyler's sitting with 7 lore on his board right now, and that's without him playing any additional characters. Of course, we do see that Tamatoa and also that Gaston in his hand, which both will quest for quite a lot, plus having that Lucky Dime.
5, 6, 7. So 7 lore represented on the board.
And Javier's just got that 5 ink. Gosh, yeah, it's looking pretty good for Tyler right now. I mean, I don't know if Javier has 2 more turns to get to be prepared, and that's the problem right now.
Yeah, we will want to draw into on turn 6. We have cards like Madame Medusa that are available, which can remove at least the Smee or the Flavisham. Probably the Smee because of the extra lore this turn.
Yeah.
But
there's Gaston.
Here comes Gaston again. No one draws you cards like Gaston. Well, Some cards draw you
Some cards
cards
draw
like Gaston,
Gaston, yes.
but certainly very few. But able to look here, pick a card out of the top 3, send the rest to the bottom, and that gives Tyler an extra lore this turn, because now the Lucky Dime, instead of choosing one of the 2 lore characters, can choose Gaston and gain 3 lore instead of 2 lore.
Yeah, that Sisu is exerted. Do you think that he's going to look at challenging that Sisu to take away one of the card draw that Javier would get on his next turn? Of course, Queen's Castle, you get to draw an extra card for each character that is at that location at the beginning of your turn, and that Sisu is exerted.
I mean, there's certainly ways you can play this safe and ways that you can, kind of push yourself towards victory. I think in this instance, Tyler's probably making the right call and saying, I'm going to get within dime striking distance.
Dime striking distance, yes.
Tyler has to be doing the calculations and saying, I don't think there are enough shenanigans in this deck to take me out of it, but on the off chance, I'm just going to get as close as possible. I know you can't take away my lore, so if I can get within a dime of winning the game, that's probably, where he wants to be.
Yeah. And that Lucky Dime really is what won him the game what won him the first game, and I think that we're going to see that again here in game 2. Javier questing with a rabbit. Yeah, I just don't think that he's quite within striking distance here.
You need to be prepared. Oh, we are going to we shift the Sisu. We show him to be prepared.
Oh, so he's saying
yes,
be prepared.
Yep, shift the Sisu.
That was fun.
That is a line.
All
right.
I didn't see that.
I didn't see that line.
Didn't
coming.
see that. That was fantastic.
Yes. So Sisu. So you talked about removing the Sisu.
Yes.
Had that line occurred to me, I would have said that that's a safe play. So Sisu shifts for 6.
Yeah.
So basically lets you cheat out to be prepared, a turn early. So questing with the rabbit should have tipped us off, because we're like, why quest with the rabbit? But there it is. So drawing an extra card off the rabbit and able to banish everything. Of course, Tyler now within 4 lore of winning the game. If we have Tamatoa now is going to be 3 lore with those 2 items. Now we add another item that's 4 lore, and with enough ink left over to activate the dime, and that should be 4 ink to close or 4 lore to close out the game.
Yep, fist bump there.
Yep.
Well played, both players. Yeah, we've talked before about how in Ruby Amethyst, you don't often see a character singing Be Prepared, because they're not playing those really large characters like Maleficent or the Scar necessarily, but shifting out Sisu to sing Be Prepared.
I did point out the Sisu.
Yes.
That is true.
I think we both pointed out the Sisu.
We both said the Sisu. Yeah, but no, that's fun. It hadn't occurred to me that the Sisu was in hand, and to sing it. So, hey, again, we always say in TCGs, we mentioned this before, you play to your outs. Sometimes the odds may seem thin. You have no idea what's in your opponent's hand. They could have nothing useful, and so you play to your outs. And in this case, had finally got to 6 ink, able to shift the Sisu, play the Be Prepared, clear it out, and then you cross your fingers that your opponent doesn't have the characters they need to win in one turn. And at this point, the Sapphire Steel player did.
Yes, he just was hoping for Faith Trust and Pixie Dust. Not enough pixie dust on that turn for
Javier. No cricket to give him luck. Unfortunately for the Ruby Amethyst player, again, this is a deck this is a matchup this deck can win, but as we saw, just not the ideal opening. Anytime we're playing Talkative Puppet on turn 2, you're like, this deck is probably not where it wants to be, and just wasn't able to pursue the game plan, and just the Sapphire Steel deck took over.
This is really interesting though, because this is the second matchup that we've seen of Ruby Amethyst versus Sapphire Steel, and both times we've seen Sapphire Steel come away with the win. I think it's going to be really interesting this weekend to see this matchup and which of these 2 decks kind of, because I know they're both kind of at the top there, which one really does come out on top going into day 2.
Yeah, the first 2 are a lot closer, but yeah, the deck needs its ideal opening and didn't get it, and there's something else. Something else I was going to mention.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I forgot what it was. It's probably brilliant. Anyway.
It was probably brilliant. Well, that's it for round 4. We're going to go to a break, and then we're going to be back with some round 5 coverage for y'all.
Don't go away. everyone, welcome back. I'm here with Tyler Murray, who just in round 4 with the Sapphire Steel deck won 2-0 against a Ruby Amethyst deck. Really exciting games. Tyler, this is a color combination, and Sapphire in particular, that you've been playing for a while. What is it about Sapphire that you love?
Can I take this? Yeah. Initially, it was like Sapphire Steel or Sapphire, just like Bell and Tamatoa, fantastic cards. And then like the combo with Steel just like merged in nicely when Bucky was around. So I picked that up, but I originally started with Ruby Sapphire. And I don't know, blue is a favorite color of mine. It kind of just matches.
Well, there you go. Now, this, as we've talked about, is a very unique tournament. It is a very unique meta. Did you prepare in any particular way for this particular tournament, knowing that Bucky was not going to be an option that a lot of people were playing?
Yes and no. I mean, I played Sapphire Steel because of Bucky, and I think like when I came to this challenge, I was like, I'll just play what I'm comfortable with. I made some changes, like Rise of the Titans. I included a couple more of them, or an additional one, I guess. And then I just teched for like the Ruby Amethyst, what I thought would be really well against that. It's paid off so far, and I'm happy to see it work.
Yeah, speaking of paying off, we just saw it pay off in round 4, so that match went kind of as you would expect it, I assume. All right, Tyler, we were talking earlier, and you said that you love Disney and you love games, and that Lorcana actually brought you back into collectible card games when you saw Lorcana released.
Yeah, like I am a huge fan of board games, and I actually just, I used to play a lot of card games back in the day, like university, and I don't know, just something about Disney really attracted me to try another card game. And like I said, or like you said, I love Disney, and it just felt right.
Do you have a favorite Disney film or Disney character?
It would have to be The Lion King. There's like this silly story about my mom telling me that like during one of the scenes where Timon and Pumbaa are doing their little dance to distract the hyenas, I would just like join along as this little like toddler, and that kind of memory just like sticks with you, right? So
yeah, and now speaking of now it's stuck in my head because I remember that scene. I love that scene, and it's delightful. And I might actually go listen to that song now. Well, thank you so much for your time. I can't wait to see how you do in the rest of the tournament. Congratulations on your win, and good luck.
Yeah, thanks so much. I really appreciate you taking some time to talk to me.
Thanks.
Hi, Lumineers. We are back. I'm here with Tan and Grace, and we're jumping into round 5. And I just love all these player interviews, hearing about their backgrounds with TCGs, with Disney. I know that you have a lot of experience with TCG. What about a favorite Disney memory of yours, Tannen?
I gotta say, like, growing up, I think our average vacation with my parents, it would once every 2 years we would actually go out to Disney. And my favorite thing about it is I have like a really good sense of direction. Like I'm good at memorizing like where things are, etc. And so whenever we go to Disney World or Disneyland, whichever one, it would always be like, hey, we want to go on this ride next. Tannen like lead the way.
Lead the way.
And I don't need the map. And it made me so proud as like an 8-year-old to be like, like leading the way. And, like,
I love that.
My whole family following me and like that. And then I like splashing people in Splash Mountain, like when they're up on the bridge or whatever. Like,
who doesn't like that?
Getting the good pictures. I try to make you get the faces. You're just like, or like. You get to make all the crazy faces on the pictures. I loved that stuff too.
I love it. Yeah, Disneyland was definitely a favorite memory of mine growing up too. And as a big kid, I still love going to the parks. And I'm super excited that the championships for North America are going to be at Disneyland Resort in California, and the championships in Europe are going to be at Disneyland Paris Resort. So a lot of fun, more Disney memories to be made. So let's see. Though these players are fighting for a spot to go to Disneyland.
Absolutely. So let's go ahead and go on down to the feature match area and get that round started.
Right.
Look, I'm pretty jealous of the players in EU who get to go to Disneyland in Paris because like
I would love to go.
I've never been to that one.
Yes.
And I'm like, maybe I need to get across the pond for one of these challenges, top 16. It's easy, right?
Yes, it does. It does look like a beautiful castle, the most beautiful castle. I have to see it in person one of these days.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's got to be easy. I watch these people do this every other weekend. It feels like that we're doing these, and it doesn't look too hard. Spoiler alert: it's very difficult.
Yes. Well, let's see how difficult it's going to be for these players to win this match. We have Ray Liang over here on player 1 on the left versus John Viveros on the right. And both of these players, as you can tell from those 28 points up to here round 5, these are both players who have gone undefeated.
Yeah, really, really good spot for them. If either one of them can come out of this round undefeated, they've pretty much secured their spot in the next day. They're not thinking about that, though. They're thinking about winning every game that's in front of them, making sure that they have the advantage going into day 2. That's huge as well. We've seen how important it can be and how impactful it can be going first. And I'm looking forward to a pretty sweet matchup here. Ray Liang is going to be playing Ruby Sapphire, while John is going to be playing Emerald Steel. Wait a minute.
Emerald Steel?
Yeah, wait.
We
what?
just did this.
Yeah. And so I'm assuming there won't be Bucky here, but I mean, you can still play the card. I don't recommend it.
No, I think there's really not a place for that squirrel anymore, which will be interesting then to see what this Emerald Steel deck looks like without Bucky. I think that you might see something that's a little bit more on the aggro side with like Cursed Merfolk, Flynn Rider maybe. Of course, we are probably still going to see the Diablo, which we do see here, that 1-drop Diablo coming down, and John getting a good look at Ray's hand.
Yeah, I got a nice little peek at it too. Missed a couple of cards, but we saw like Queen of Hearts and a few of the other cards. We see Ice Block here as well. So, a little bit of a different type build than some of the red-blue decks that we've seen here so far. But, look, I thought we got rid of this.
Wow. No, Diablo, even without Bucky, Diablo is still so good. I don't think there's a reason to not play Diablo. Getting the card draw from every time your opponent draws is just too good to not play Diablo. So that bird is going to stick around.
Yeah, bird is definitely the word here. And you see John going ahead and going to draw an extra card here on just his second turn off Ray Liang's draw. Not to mention, he's also got this Flynn Rider in play, setting up for possibly some big turns. I see a Prince John in the hand already for John, too. So if he can get this Prince John into play, he can start setting up a lot of discard and extra draw here.
Yeah, now this is interesting. I was going to say, what possibilities does Ray have to banish Diablo? And look at that, a Cruella de Vil, a nice little card. So she has, on your turn, during your turn, this character gains evasive. That means that Cruella will be able to challenge into that Diablo if she was able to stay on the board. But of course, Let the Storm Rage On took care of that and froze her out of this game.
Yeah, absolutely perfect answer from John here. Let the Storm Rage On, doing 2 damage, drawing an extra card here. He's going to draw an extra card again off Ray Liang's turn. He's questing up here. Very, very good start for John here so far.
Yeah, that card advantage is just going to be huge for John, and Ray is going to need to find an answer for that Diablo, but that one answer he did have with Cruella, which was the perfect answer, though, unfortunately not able to stick around for long.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate thing about Cruella, the fact that she does have 2 toughness and dies to most things. But, hey, a Queen of Hearts here. This is a really, really good answer. It's going to go ahead and challenge into this Flynn Rider and take that out.
Yeah, no, he will have to discard because of Flynn's ability. The player, anytime that Flynn gets challenged, that player must discard a card. And it looks like he chose to put a Sisu into his discard.
Yep, and that Queen of Hearts is going to get to stay around since Flynn Rider only has 1 strength there. But the discard is going to start. Unfortunately, the Prince John wasn't in play for John here, but this is another really powerful turn here. Diablo is going to go ahead and sing Let the Storm Rage On. I've never heard a bird sing a song like that.
Like that, yeah. Singing from the icy mountaintops, yep, bringing the snow down on that poor little Queen of Hearts.
Yep, he's going to follow that up with a Curse Merfolk here as well, too. Really good start here for John.
Yeah, and that Curse Merfolk is one of my favorite Emerald cards, really. It's a great card. It only costs 1 ink to play, quest for 2. It's only 0/1, but it's just such a good card, and that's another card I don't think that you'll ever see an Emerald deck be without.
Yeah, and here we see Ray kind of getting put into the squeeze just a little bit. We've got Diablo that's been sitting around for a little while. No answers in hand, apparently, for it. Doesn't have another Cruella de Vil to take care of it with evasive. So this Diablo has just kind of been online and drawing extra cards a bunch here this turn.
Flying away with all the cards.
Yep. And then we've got, like I said, Prince John as well here, which could set up, any other card draw stuff. It doesn't look like John has any more discard effects here, but doesn't mean that he won't top deck them later in this game as well. So
yeah, I know he has that sudden chill, but I'm not sure what other discard cards he may have in his deck. It's really interesting because even though we don't have the Bucky engine going, which was such a huge thing, as everybody is well aware, there still is some discard aspect to this Emerald Steel deck.
yeah, you can still run into just Ursula. That's always been a really good
Yeah,
one
there's
as
an
well.
Ursula. Yeah.
Yeah, then there's cards like, you've seen Daisy Duck make an appearance in some of these decks.
I love that. Speaking of Daisy Duck, there she is. She's a great card. I love the art on this one too. Super fun. I like how she's kind of got this like spy vibe a little bit. Every time she quests, the opponent has to discard a card.
Spy vibe. I kind of got like a Haunted Mansion vibe.
Oh, Haunted Mansion vibe. Yeah, that's good too.
Yeah, like she's like, going through the library at night. She's like, who's there? You hear some noise or whatever. They're trying to figure that one out. But yeah, this is huge for John here because it makes Ray discard a card. He's going to draw an extra card here off the Prince John. Then he's going to draw an extra card off Ray drawing for his turn. And
Yeah.
I feel like I'm saying draw a card
Draw
a lot
card.
here. Yeah. But that's what this deck does.
Yes.
Steel. A lot of these characters aren't going to be able to stand alone and win a game by themselves. But when you start to put all this stuff together, he starts to put Ray into quite a bit of a squeeze here and trying to keep his hand prevalent enough and keep up in cards.
Would you say John is putting the pressure on?
Oh, absolutely.
Pressure like that's going to drip, 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 like it just won't stop? Yeah. But really, he is putting a lot of pressure here on Ray. He hasn't been able to really keep any characters on the board.
Yeah, and so when you look at the lore differential here too, it's kind of telling, right? Like John's at 9, Ray's at 0. But for anyone who's ever played with Ruby Sapphire or played against it, that's not the name of the game. They are not questing too often early in the game. They're not really there to keep up with lore early. What they're going to do is they're going to try to get some ink advantage. Unfortunately, there's only been how far I'll go. He hasn't gotten super far ahead with the ink advantage here like you normally have against John. But he's just looking to play the bigger, more impactful cards. Something like Be Prepared is going to be really big. If he has, Sisu on ice.
Sisu, right, yeah. So if he has a Sisu, if he has a Maleficent, there's some big cards that could be coming down later, but we haven't really seen, like you said, a lot of those ramping cards. We haven't seen a Fishbone Quill. We haven't seen a One Jump Ahead or a Mickey Mouse Detective. So he hasn't really been able to get that ink advantage over John.
Yep, and that brawl there, nice and timely, going to take care of that Diablo. Look, the Diablo's already really done its job. It's quested a bunch, it's drawn a bunch of cards, but Brawl's is the first step for Ray to get back into the game. You see that Maui, nothing really great for him to challenge into right now. I don't love running a Maui into
the
a
Curse Mofolk,
but you do what you got to do. Sometimes you got to get these cards out, but maybe there's a chance that Ray can kind of time this at some point in a game where he either loses the last card he doesn't care about, or maybe plays the last card we're saying out and then challenges the Curse Mofolk and deals it there. I don't know if he's going to be able to do that in time in this game.
Yeah. I think what's really unfortunate is because he only has 3 cards in hand. That's probably one of the reasons I would suspect that he didn't challenge into Curse Merfolk, because Curse Merfolk, again, forces you to discard a card from your hand and would leave him with just 2 cards and really just not leave him in a good position.
Yeah, and we see here Daisy Duck goes ahead and quests as well to get another card from Ray's hand. He also draws another card off the Prince John here. And he's going to go ahead and start cleaning up this board and progressing even harder. I was going to say, how much ink does Ray have next turn? I think that's what John is thinking about. I think maybe he'd be going, that's what he's counting the ink.
He's counting the ink, yep. He has 6 ink.
Wait. We're gonna pump the brakes here. If you're going into 7 ink, we're going to chill out here. And I'm going to be prepared to not get completely blown out by this card.
Yeah, that's definitely something you have to be careful of when you're facing off with a Ruby deck, because you want to make sure you keep some characters in hand to put down right away. But we did see that Strength of Raging Fire, which is such a fun card. It's from Mulan, that's the song. And
one of my favorite songs, by the way, in all of Disney.
It's so good. And I loved how it very on theme with, you have the armies, and that Strength of Raging Fire does 1 damage for each character you have on board. So able to take poor Grammatala off.
Yeah. A lot of my favorite ones here, too. How Far I'll Go, another personal favorite.
I love that one, yes. The art on that one is so beautiful as well, and on How Far I'll Go. And I love that they decided to make a playmat. Now, what's going on here on John's side of the board?
Well, so this is pretty cool. So John decides to not quest here, and that's actually going to be game, because if he can't challenge here, John was at 14 lore, so that was 2, 4, 6, up to 20, game over.
Game over. Wow, that was a really interesting match. Really, really interesting. What'd you think of that?
So we got to see John's deck do its thing.
Yes, we did.
We didn't get to see Ray's deck do its thing, and we're going to hopefully have that happen in game 2 here for Ray. And it's like we said, we didn't see a 1 jump ahead if he's playing that card or not. We didn't see a Fishbone Quill, and we kind of saw kind of a late How Far I'll Go. You get to sing it off something, but that's not what he wants to do in this matchup. He wants to be very far ahead in ink as quick as possible, because John is always going to have the early questing lead.
Yes.
And you need to kind of even that out by just getting so far ahead that you're playing 6, 7, and 8 drops while he's still playing 4 drops.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it'll be interesting to see game 2 if that Ruby Sapphire deck is able to do what it was made to do. So let's take a look at game 2, see who can come out on top this time. All right, so I forget who went first in the first game. Did you catch?
I think it was John. Off the top of my head, and now that I feel like I'm on the spot. Maybe I'm
Yeah.
wrong.
Oh, it was Ray. So John is going first. Or no, sorry. There is an ink down on Ray's side of the board. So he just didn't have anything to play on turn 1. So.
Well, there we go. There's that one jump ahead.
There's
that
that one jump ahead. I know there's some. I wouldn't call it conflict, but the different people like One Jump Ahead versus Mickey Mouse Detective. Liam and I were talking about that earlier today, but One Jump Ahead is such a good card.
See, look, here's how I feel about it, right? I like One Jump Ahead personally, and then there's other people that like the Mickey Mouse, and it's okay to be wrong. They can just be wrong, all right? It's okay. They don't always have to be right. So you can play whatever you want.
Whatever you want.
Yeah, you like the character, that makes sense. I'll just keep my One Jumps Ahead.
Yep. We don't see a Fishbone Quill in hand. I'm not sure how many Ray is running. But yeah, hopefully he's able to ramp up. I do see the Hiram Flaversham, which is going to be great to get that draw engine going. But
yeah, you see Ray really thinking about a brawl here this turn, and I can actually get behind this. Go ahead and possibly just take out the Shmi, because you're not going to get value off Haversam if you play it right here. And maybe you can start to set up for something in the future. It does stick around. You don't have to draw the 2 cards right away, but it looks like he's thinking about inking it as well, which I'm a big fan of that here. We don't have a lot of ways to use it.
Yeah, and he doesn't have any items on board for Flaversham, so.
And I like this here. He goes in and brawls down the Robin Hood, and that might look weird to you, right? Like the other, should be quest for 2 here. It's a 3/3, but
Brawl can't take out Smee.
Yep.
It's strength 2 or less, and Smee is 3 strength. So, yep. But that keeps that shift Robin Hood like yours. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I was going with that.
Yep. I saw where you were going. Yeah, that's Smee though. It's such a strong. That just goes to show how strong that card is, because it is a turn 2 card, quest for 2, a 3 strength, 3 willpower card. It is a great, especially in this matchup, that it can't be brawled. Madame Medusa could take care of it, or there are definitely other cards, but.
Yeah, I do love that a lot of these decks are playing Shmi even without captains, so it's just going to be taking the damage, and you just don't care.
Right,
It's one of the best cards on rate in the history of Lorcana. So, there's
the Fishbone Quill. I'm sure that Ray is very happy to see that.
So it looks like Ray's going to go ahead and put another card into his ink, and you see that card that's getting kind of passed around his hand right there. That's a Be Prepared. That is going to be very, very important here. So looking over to John, do we have an Ursula? Is there an Ursula anywhere around, floating around? Because that would be pretty big here. Be able to take the song out of Ray's hand, because if not, he's getting prepared next turn. I think there's 5 ink right now.
There is 5 ink, and he has that quill, so he could Be Prepared next turn, which I'm sure he's likely thinking about. Another Smee coming down. That's a lot of lore with the Cursed Merfolk. Both of those Smees on the board. It might kind of force Ray's hand here to answer that side of the board with that Be Prepared on his next turn.
Yeah, and if you're John here, you gotta kind of figure out how bad is Be Prepared for me next turn, depending on, can I play more into this? Can I not play more? Because you see him play the Shmi, maybe not play anything else. And I think that's something he's thinking about. He's like, look, if they don't have Be Prepared, then I have this huge board that I'm going to win from here. But if they do have Be Prepared, at least I can come back from this with the few cards that are left over in my hand. So in that situation, I like thinking about it like this. It's, can my hand recover from Be Prepared from the spot? The way that my hand is right now. If I can recover from it, then I will play around it.
Yeah.
If what I have in my hand is not good enough to beat a Be Prepared, then I'm going to play into it to where I win if they don't have it.
This was beautiful. As a Ruby lover, I love to see it. He played Be Prepared. John said, I have this Robin Hood. And then Ray says, well, sorry, I have Madame Medusa, so goodbye.
Yeah, Madame Medusa is there to take out Robin Hood in this deck. It's
I love him.
Yeah, one of the more
Love it.
impactful and really powerful characters in the Emerald Steel deck. And Madame Medusa, showing why it's one of the more impactful cards in the history of this game, taking down that Robin Hood, a brawl taking down that Ursula as well here. And John, we got to get something going here. It looks like we got another big drop, though. That might be important.
We got a Beast, which is great because he does need the card draw.
Yeah, this is one of the best plays that John could have here. This Beast, if it could stay undamaged going into the next turn, is going to draw him an extra card, like you said, and get him possibly back into this game, because now you're seeing kind of what you and I talked about in the first game, where Ray has an ink advantage and now is going to have the card advantage as well, with the Haversam taking care of that Fishbone Quill. The Fishbone Quill is done its job.
Done his job. Yeah, he doesn't mind eating it. It's a little bony, but going down. But
Yeah, gotta cash it in.
Yes.
Are you a big seafood fan?
I love seafood.
Same.
Yes. I'd eat the Fishbone Quill if I was Flaversham.
Yeah, one of my favorite cards in the game would definitely be on the top of my order.
Yeah. That Madame Medusa, though, I love both ladies in chairs. There's a lot of ladies in chairs in Disney Lorcana, actually, but Madame Medusa and Lady Tremaine are two of my favorite ladies. It's what's interesting is you will see sometimes like a split between those two. Like some people only run Medusa, some people will have a few Medusa or a couple Medusa and a couple Lady Tremaine. They serve some different purposes. Here, of course, we do see Ray with the Medusa. Maybe he has some Tremaines in there as well. Also, did you know that Medusa, from the Rescuers movie, I don't know if anyone doesn't know, that's where Madame Medusa is from The Rescuers, that there's a moment where Penny, the little girl, looks at her in the eyes and freezes. And it's kind of an ode to Medusa from Greek mythology.
I never caught that. That just makes perfect sense.
Yes.
Today I learned.
There
All
you
right.
go.
I'm a big fan of both those cards as well. Bigger fan when they're in my deck, not when they're in my opponent's deck.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yes.
I don't like when my opponent plays them on me, but I like when I get to play them.
And we see the bird making another appearance here.
Oh boy, that's the Sisu.
And then we say goodbye to Diablo. Fabulous. Yeah, that Sisu, I think you usually only see maybe 1 or 2 copies in the deck, but such a powerful card.
Yeah, it's another. So the way I like to think of this is it's like another copy of Be Prepared, and some of the matchups where you really have to sweep up the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then like you said, just really powerful. Plus, it leaves behind a pretty nice body, right? It's a 5/4 with a quest 3.
For 3, yeah. And John just singing, "Let the storm rage on."
I'm glad that you're doing that, not me. We want to actually retain viewers at home. If I did this, we would lose quite a bit.
We're taking turns though, so the next song that comes out, you can sing it.
I will not agree to that.
That's such a great card, though. Let the Storm Rage on. It not only does it do the 2 damage, but it lets you draw a card as well. It's one of my favorite songs in Steel.
This is one of your favorite songs.
And one of my favorite songs,
Yeah.
Let It Go. I mean, it won an Academy Award, from Frozen. So
I'm probably gonna get a little bit of hate for this. Frozen, in my opinion, not one of the better movies. Like it's like it's in the middle of the pack for me. But musically, top notch.
Yeah,
like,
it's got great
absolutely
music.
top notch.
Now we just saw Ray play a card that I haven't seen in very many decks.
Ooh.
Dig a little deeper, or here I'll sing it since you wouldn't agree. Dig a little deeper.
See, like not only would I not know some of these, I'd be really off key. So for chat, that's for you at home. We'll let Rebecca do it. Rebecca sings is more like it. Tannen listens and giggles. That'll be more
there
like
you go. So Dig a Little Deeper is a song. It's an 8 cost. It's to sing together, which is a really fun mechanic. Of course, Sisu can sing it outright just as a solo, but you get to look at the top 7 cards of your deck, and you put 2 into your hand, and the rest go on the bottom of your deck. So another great filtering card in Sapphire.
Yeah, and speaking of great cards, taking care of Beast there is another madam. But I was talking about this Dig a Little Deeper a little bit. This is the right kind of deck for it, because not only do you have characters that can sing it, but your cards in this deck are so impactful. And a lot of times when we see the red-blue decks, the Ruby Sapphire decks struggle, is they get to the late game where they have a bunch of ink and they only have like 1 impactful card. Like they have a Be Prepared, and then their opponent plays some stuff, and then they draw another Fishbone Quill, or they draw another 1 jump ahead. But this allows you to find 2 of your huge hits, right?
Yeah.
Like you find Maleficent Dragon, you find Tamato, like you find this hand
Yes,
that Ray has.
that Ray has. Yes, a fabulous hand.
And you're not losing from this point.
Yes. Well, I mean, and we talked about this in game 1. In game 1, we saw John's deck doing exactly what it was meant to do, not Ray's. And here we're seeing Ray's deck do exactly what it was meant to do.
Yeah, and so Ray has an interesting spot here. So he's going to develop his brain here, but he's trying to decide what to do, right? Like he doesn't necessarily need to cast one of the dragons, but what I like here is he could play Tamatoa, and depending if he has 1 or 2 cards left in his hand here, you could add Fishbone Quill. So I like just not playing it, not inking it.
Yeah.
Leave that card in my hand to help prevent me from having to discard one of the cards that's really relevant, because one of the ways that John gets back into this game is, let's say he rips Ray's hand apart this turn, draws a ton of cards off that, develops a few more 1-drops or whatever, and then all of a sudden we're in a race situation, and generally if it's a bunch of cursed merfolk, something that you can win the race or at least try to get ahead.
Yeah. Let's see here. So Ray is sitting at 11 lore right now, and then he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on board. Plus we know he has that Fishbone, so that's actually 7 if he decides to play it, because it gives Tamatoa 1 more lore if he has an item down. So this is like a 2-turn clock here for John.
Yeah. Also, like again, I don't think it's going to come up here this game, but Tamato, you get the item back as well when you quest. If you were to be made to discard a card, you can discard the Fishbone Quill, quest the Tamato, put it back in your hand, and do it again.
Right. Yes. Did he just draw another Maleficent?
I think he did.
On his, for turn. So he has 3 Maleficents in hand. My goodness. It's a lot of dragons. It's a lot of firepower there. And we say goodbye to Robin Hood. Man, that Robin Hood, again, such a fabulous card. But John has not been able to keep Robin Hood on the board.
Oh, absolutely, and you can see that what really is how this matchup works, right?
Ah,
Like, and that's
that's it.
going to even it up. Ray is going to win and show the all the copious dragons that he has here. And what I liked about this matchup and what I loved about these two games was we got to see each one of the decks do what it does.
Absolutely.
We got to see the Emerald Steel deck come out swinging early, get to an early lead, and it's really good at doing that. When it gets to an early lead, it's really good at kind of like shutting you off from doing anything, or you're not able to do enough to keep up with it.
Yes.
But then when the Ruby Sapphire does any kind of ramping into any of its powerful cards, it's really hard for any deck in this format to keep up with it. So you can see why these are widely played and very popular decks.
Yes, and I can see why both of these players were undefeated up to this point. So now they both walk away with a win. They both walk away with 3 points and advancing them further and closer to day 2.
I want to say they're like soft locked. Like they're pretty much there. Like I don't like thinking that way when I'm in the seat when I'm playing.
Sure.
But from our perspective, looking out, these guys are in really, really good spots.
Absolutely. But every game counts. Every point counts. They are working out there for a lot of prizes on the line.
Absolutely. And like you said, it's so important. Just make day 2 in any way possible. Make day 2. Get yourself into the single elimination rounds. We've seen a lot of people come in as like the 48th seed, 52nd seed, make it into top 8.
Yeah.
And that's what we're trying to do, right? Like we're trying to make it in the top 16 first, so we can say,
I'm going to Disneyland.
There you go. And then you want to make it in the top 4 here this weekend to get one of those golden Mickeys.
Yeah, those golden Mickeys. Well, good luck to both players, and we're going to go to a break.
And we are back at the Disney Lorcana Challenge Toronto. I'm Becky. Hanging out with me for round 6 is Tan and Grace.
Hey, Becky, how's it going? Are you going to try to get me to sing this round?
I would not do that to anybody.
Look, I'm doing this for you at home. I don't want you to be subjected to this, some form of we're not going to say that word, but it would be some form of like torture, I think, for people at home. And last round, there was a lot of attempts to make me sing. We're not going to do that.
I would never, because then I might have to sing, and that's just as bad.
Yeah, and I want to talk a little bit about singing because there's going to be a lot of songs in this round that we've got coming up.
Yes.
We do have a decent bit of songs between the two decks, and I expect to see a lot of them get sung. So are you ready to get down to the match?
I'm ready.
Let's head on down.
Okay, so we have Jonathan and Alexis. We have an Amber Steel deck and a Sapphire Steel deck, which is a really fun matchup. I'm very excited to see how this is going to go. Our players are starting by doing their hand altering, where they draw their 7 cards. They're able to make some changes. Whatever they don't want, they can send back, try for some new cards, maybe something they're more interested in having compared to what they started with.
Yeah, absolutely. And so Emerald Steel, one of my favorite decks in the game. Taking a look at some of the cards that are going to be in this matchup and the cards that are in hand, a little bit of a different build than the ones that I'm used to playing, but this one has a lot more characters to be played, a lot cooler things to be doing on that side of the board, while on the other side, we have Amber Steel, which, we're going to be trying to sing some songs here, do some cool stuff. And in this matchup, I think I would rather be on the Amber Steel side. I'm not super happy about being on the Sapphire Steel, because one of your problems sometimes can be if a deck gets out really fast underneath you and you don't have one of your cards like Grab Your Sword, you don't have your Tinkerbells, anything like that, is sometimes you can get pretty far behind early and not find a way to catch back up.
Absolutely. When you see ramp decks like this Sapphire Steel, they sometimes take some time because they prioritize getting cards in their inkwell. So it takes them some time to really get going, and they really, really, really shine in mid to late game. Whereas our Amber Steel is more of a consistent, just mid-range sort of style of play.
Yeah, but this is it's still anybody's game. I mean, the Sapphire Steel deck can definitely still play. Right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, there's definitely still cards in some of the builds that are really good. I mentioned Grab Your Swords. If you have something like Fire the Cannons, Boom. Multiple copies of Boom early. Taking care of an early Cinderella or something like that is it's a big checkpoint in this game, because that could be some of the biggest problems. Is if there's a good 1-drop out of Alexis into starting to sing songs as soon as turn 2. That's where it starts to get really far ahead. And if you're going to see a 1-drop, Robin Hood is one of the ones where you're like, okay, I'm okay with this one until it gets shifted. It's not that bad.
Yes. When he is, before he gets into his Champion of Sherwood form, he is pretty easy to deal with.
Yeah, that card's a problem.
Yes.
But this one, it's played mostly as, hey, it's a good 1-drop, it's inkable, but it gets me to my Sherwood a lot faster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And even if we see kind of Amber Steel pulling ahead, the Sapphire Steel can turn on a dime.
I like it.
Yeah, I thought that was good. And it can change the tempo of the game extremely quickly. So a lot of times with these Sapphire decks, they're not out till they're out.
Yeah, you say you go ahead with the bare necessities here on turn 2, and sometimes you can against Sapphire Steel. Generally, you're going to snag a song. There's a decent bit of songs here, but it looks like with Jonathan's build, he's got a few more extra characters here, a little more lower to the ground in his build. So bare necessities whiffed there.
It did. Surprising.
These cupboards were bare. There were no songs in here to have.
Bear. Playing Mr. Smee, a really fantastic steel character for only a cost 2, is a 3/3 quest for 2. But of course, anything that powerful must have an Achilles heel, and if he is exerted at the end of your turn and you don't have a captain in play, he takes 1 damage.
So we were talking about this the round before. I think Shmi is one of the better steel cards around. It's
Absolutely.
For rate, it's one of the best ones. But can we talk about how sad the ability is? He just wants his captain.
He just wants to be led.
He just wants his bro. He just wants to hang out.
Absolutely.
And they're not around, and it does a little damage to him. It's a little unfortunate. Speaking of that Robin Hood,
there
Captain
he is.
Sherwood, there he is on turn 3. This is a little bit of the nightmare for Jonathan. No easy ways for him to take care of this Robin Hood this early
Yes,
in the game.
absolutely. When Robin Hood banishes something in a challenge, you get 2 lore, and if he's banished in a challenge, you get to draw a card. So he basically replaces himself. We're inking another Smee, which is interesting. Although Jonathan's generally in a Sapphire Steel deck, you'll see Cogsworth Grandfather Clock, which has that resist +1, which is able to kind of mitigate any damage that would be Mr. Smee, making it truly, truly strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And this version from Jonathan is actually probably the better Cogsworth version of this deck. Is the version that I play, I have a little less characters in my 2, 3, and 4 slot, and Cogsworth sometimes can not be that great. Besides the fact that it sings a song, and every now and then the resist comes up. But when you have more 2, 3s, and 4s, this is making Cogsworth a much more impactful card, which I kind of like, because that's always been a thing that I've struggled with in some games with Sapphire Steel. Is I'll have Cogsworth, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to play this, and it's not really having that much. It's not having as much impact as, say, like my opponent's 5s, like this Robin Hood that's sitting here. And we see a Lawrence in play too.
Yes. Lawrence is such a fun card. I've been seeing people play him more than more because he's a 0/4 quest for 2. As long as he has no damage on him, he gets a +4 strength, which is very powerful into a lot of matchups.
Yeah, we're just talking about how good this Shmee for 3, 3/3 Shmee for the questing for 2 is. Well,
Yeah.
this is a little bit better. This goes up to 4.
Yeah. Lawrence v. Smee. Lawrence is going to take that one to start.
Absolutely. So looks like we're going to go ahead and use the Fishbone Quill here. Thinking about what he wants to get rid of. I think you're going to want to get rid of one of these Haversams.
Yeah.
So you have a backup copy if you want it, but the aforementioned Cogsworth is going to come into play here.
Grandfather Clock. Resist to the entire board +1, and he has Ward. So he's immune to some song shenanigans on Alexis's side.
Yeah, really important that you can't have a Long Came Zeus kind of run into this right away, or any of those immediate songs that would kind of punish you for this play. And yeah, Cogsworth does a lot of extra work here, and then now we see Alexis going to go ahead and quest up. And this is a pretty big quest lead. We got 9-0, and this is what I'm talking about a little bit with these matchups.
That's great. Yeah, having 6 lore on board, some very powerful characters. You have, 2 6 willpowers and a 4. I don't know how much Jonathan has, at least in terms of his characters.
All right, so Jonathan does have one of like the wombo combos in the blue steel deck here, where he has Grab Your Sword and Tinkerbell, and can possibly do both of them here this turn. The thing is he's gonna have to do a little bit more. So it'll do 3 damage to all the characters. So he can use that plus Shmee to trade into the Robin Hood. He can maybe pick off the Lawrence as well, because it won't have any strength afterwards, because it'll have damage on it. And maybe this board gets a little bit cleaned up from that spot. I think Jonathan's really lamenting the fact that he might have to give up his other Haversam here to do it. So he won't have any card draw behind this.
Yeah, and that Hiram Flowersham card draw engine is just so essential in this deck. So it definitely we had to sacrifice one into the Inkwell, and it might have to happen again. But this combo, I think, will definitely be worth it. Tinkerbell Giant Fairy coming out. 1 damage onto everybody.
All right, he's going to go ahead and he's going to use the damage to put it on Lawrence. He's going to trade. He's going to challenge the Shmee into the Lawrence here to take care of that. Now, there's 1 damage left on each one of the Robin Hoods, and he's going to go ahead and keep back the Draw Your Swords, because it would actually put the Cogsworth a little bit into harm's way, and I think that's something that he didn't want to have happen here.
Yeah, an exerted Cogsworth is fairly vulnerable.
Now, this does allow the Robin Hood to go ahead and put a damage onto the Shmee, though.
Oh, and playing the Rapunzel, being able to heal up some of that damage and draw cards in the process always feels good.
Yeah, one of the more powerful plays in this deck. Rapunzel is not only a card that's super impactful now. I have a feeling going into set 5, you're gonna be seeing Rapunzel a lot. This is gonna be one of the more impactful cards that isn't from set 5. I think Amber is posed to make some big waves in Constructed, and just great here. You can see getting to remove 3 damage counters, draw 3 cards here. A very, very powerful card.
Absolutely. And taking out the Smee was fantastic, giving Alexis some more lore. Playing the Sleepy's flute now, so anytime we get songs, we're going to get lore there. So Alexis is in a really, really, really good spot here. We talked earlier, though, about how sometimes Sapphire Steel gets some time to work, but towards this later game, it has huge moves, huge characters, your Tamatoas, your Lucky Dimes. These can make such a huge impact on this play.
Yeah, we'll see how Jonathan wants to do this to start. I didn't catch the other cards, and he still has that grab your sword.
Yes.
Here, it looks like an Argus was the last card. All right, so here we go. This gets to be a pretty big, impactful turn. So Tinkerbell is going to challenge into the Robin Hood. Then he's going to deal the 2 damage to, I guess, the Robin Hood as well. The damage is going to go into this, and then grab your sword is going to help clean this up quite a bit. It's like Argus.
All right.
And then grab your sword is going to get sung. So this is going to go ahead and take care of both of the Robin Hoods. I love this patience from Jonathan here to be able to take care of both of these, leaving Alexis with just a Rapunzel in play.
Yes, with 2 damage on her. Yeah, just that being able to make those moves, think ahead, know what you're going to do is just fantastic. And that Argus, I mean, he only has 1 willpower, but he can do 4 damage. And with the resist +1, that puts him as a pretty, pretty fierce contender.
Yeah, it's a card in Blue Steel that they've been playing as answers to a lot of the early drops out of other decks and stuff. This isn't really a matchup where it like necessarily shines. It does, trade really well and challenges that works out well. But you know what's better than 1 Rapunzel?
2 of them.
Yep. Speaking of 2, drawing 2 cards here off this as well. It's gonna go ahead and all right. So along comes Zeus. Is gonna take care of the Tinkerbell here as well. Nice song to be sung there for Alexis, and he's starting to get back up on the board quite a bit here. Ariel, this is the card where it's really going to get the stuff going too. So another card that I think is going to be absolutely great with set 5 here as well. Ariel's going to go ahead and find a song off the top. He's going to be able to sing practically every song in Alexis' deck. Most of the time they can sing every single song here. Now the flute gets active. The flute's going to be active again next turn. This is how Alexis' deck really gets humming.
Absolutely. Gaston, intellectual powerhouse, coming down. Some of the best art in the game, and I love that is, the most un-Gaston is him being smart.
Great name, great art, just no notes. No notes, just absolutely perfect.
Yeah. He quests for 3, and when you play him, you look at 3 cards at the top of your deck and put 1 into your hand. So a lot of these Sapphire Steel, we use a lot of cards, especially in Sapphire, that allow you to kind of comb through your deck, find the resources you need when you want them, and such as like develop your brain in this one, and there's also a queen that does something similar. The dig a little deeper, sing together that we saw last game.
Yeah, we see a lot of that here as well. Gaston does it as well. Like you said, if we haven't seen if there's develop your brain in this. You've got popsicle stuff. So just Jonathan a lot on keeping the cards coming as much as he possibly can. We haven't seen it yet, but there's a whole new world of these lists a lot of times as well.
Yes.
So Jonathan wants to make sure that once he gets his ink advantage by playing these 1 jumps ahead, using these fishbone quills, that he has cards left over or can draw a ton of cards quickly to make sure that he gets to use that ink advantage instead of just running out of cards.
Absolutely. And we have not seen the 1 jump ahead, or I'm sorry, not the 1 jump ahead. We have not seen a whole new world yet.
I assume it's there with the way that Jonathan's deck built, but
most Sapphire Steels will be running it. And look, we got another Sleepy's flute. So now each song will be giving 2 lore to Alexis.
Yeah, which means Alexis gets 4 here this turn off of that. Let the Storm Rage on, plus the Rapunzel quest. Rapunzel's done its job. You can go ahead and start questing away with this.
Yeah.
If your opponent wants to challenge this, think you're completely. Yeah, I was about to say I would do the same thing here. I think you have to just start questing as much as you possibly can here because these flutes, they're so inevitable. You're at 17 now, so all you have to do is pretty much sing 1 song or quest with 1 character for the rest of the game, and you've got it won.
And Ariel would be happy to do that anytime. Sign her up. She's ready.
So it looks like, okay, so Titan's going to go ahead and take care of a Sleepy Flute. That's a big play for Jonathan here. If he's able to clean up this board quite well, that's going to slow Alexis down by possibly a full turn here in winning this game. And that's huge for Jonathan. But Jonathan's still at 0 lore.
Yeah. The 0 is a hard turnaround to come back from. But, I mean, there are cards in his deck that could continue to make Alexis's job harder. It's just a matter of if he can catch up. The grab your sword.
All right, so it's going to put 1 damage on the Gaston, 2 on the Cogsworth, but that's going to, more importantly, get another lore here for Alexis. So moving ever closer to that 20.
Jonathan playing the Fortisphere. a McDuck Manor would have been great a while ago. The McDuck Manor is such a tanky boy. It has 9 willpower, which is basically infinite willpower against some decks. It's just so hard to take down. It has 2 passive lore, but
Yeah, that's gonna do it for that game. It's a whole new world, so that's gonna allow him to use the flute plus any of the cards that he draws off. He's going to be able to play a character.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
So
I think that's game 1 over to Amber Steel. You can see kind of where, we talked about going in, like where the problems in this matchup can kind of happen. We kind of saw it play out there. Got out to an early lead, got some singers to play, sang the songs. Flute did a lot of heavy lifting there.
Yes.
And even with the Tinkerbell Grab Your Sword combo over 2 turns, wasn't able to really come back into that game just yet.
no, unfortunately not. But I'm hoping things might go differently this turn. We'll see how these players are able to kind of regroup, and we'll see if Jonathan's able to do something.
Yeah, absolutely.
here.
So let's go ahead and head on down to game 2 and see if Sapphire Steel is able to even up this match here.
Yeah.
Jonathan's going to keep a 3-card hand here, it looks like. He's got some powerful ones. I see a Fishbone Quill, a Hammersmith. It looks like he wants to keep a Cogsworth here as well. And that kind of makes sense. You saw how much Cogsworth, how much heavy lifting it did in that last game.
He got a lot of value out of that last game, for sure. And he did send back a whole new world. Some of these larger uninkable cards, they can clog up things a bit.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And to add on to that, Alexis has a whole new world in his deck as well. So
Right.
At one point, when you both have a card like a whole new world, it's probably correct for one deck to shy away from playing it if the other one is incentivized to do so.
Yeah.
Because now you don't have to keep that card in your hand. You don't have to spend time or resources on playing it because your opponent's just going to do it for you. Though getting to dictate when it happens is kind of important as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and also when both players kind of have it, it becomes this sort of game of chicken where it's like, who's going to play it first? And
like
who can get the most value out of it?
It's like, are you going to do it? Am I going to do it? Like, it's a nice little dance on who's going to play a whole new world.
Absolutely. And both our players, looks like they have Grab Your Swords in their decks, which is another great kind of large uninkable song. Alexis probably has a better chance of getting some use out of that early.
We've seen some people make some deck choices this weekend around this card in particular. Talk about Grab Your Sword. A card that was very, very, very popular in this format, pre-Bucky nerf. And we've seen it kind of come back a little bit. Decks that were running 4 or 3 or 2 of them are now running, 3, 2, or 1 of them. Like one less, maybe 2 less. And so that has given a rise to some of these decks that you've seen where, we've seen these decks be a little more aggressive. We saw Dakota Cotton earlier playing a very, very aggressive deck where almost all of his characters die to Grab Your Sword, but he's like, I'm not expecting to play against that card a ton.
Yeah,
And,
for sure.
All right, we got a queen on one, a popsicle on the other side. And
A textbook opening for a Sapphire Steel.
absolutely. And I always get really worried when these decks lead on the queen. Her shift queen, while only being a 4/3 and having kind of a fragile body, the effect that
Dangerous.
oh yeah could absolutely flip a game on its head.
Oh. Her sister's here, and we also have Robin Hood.
All right, we got the triple 1-drop start from Alexis here. So good starts from both players.
Absolutely.
Lots going on both sides. Tons of items in Jonathan's hand this time around. So if he does have a Haversam, he's going to be able to do a lot with it. But we'll have to see. He's going to have to. I'll say I've got to believe he's going towards the Fishbone Quill here this turn.
Yeah, that would make sense for a turn 3 play. I always wonder playing these sort of ramp decks is like when you see your opponent putting all this stuff on their board, all these characters who are going to be like free to quest, and you're like, I'm getting nervous, but they know what they're doing. They know the cards they need to play when they play them. And turn 3, Fishbone Quill.
Yeah, speaking of knowing what cards you need to play when you need to play them, getting the 4th ink into play right here is super important because Grab Your Sword is in Jonathan's hand here, and that is going to be unbelievably impactful on the board if it stays anything similar, like if we don't have a shift to a bigger version of one of the characters that's in play.
Right.
If we don't have that happen, there's a chance Alexis loses all of his characters here next turn.
Yeah.
So
Epic.
I see Rapunzel, and I don't think I see any of the big shift stuff for Alexis here, so we'll have to see how bad this Grab Your Sword is going to be. Oh, wait, I think maybe... Nope, I thought that was a Robin Hood for a second. I think it was a flute.
Yeah.
I saw the gray.
Which we like, but maybe not right now. Baloo coming out also a very fun card. I've been seeing it played a lot more, which I've loved this card since it came out. It doesn't have any strength, but it has that 3 willpower and a quest for 1. It can be a bodyguard, so you're forcing your opponent to come through it. And when it's banished, you gain 2 lore, which is huge.
Yeah, lots to like about this card. The fact that you can play it early to protect your, 1 and 2 drops to where you can make sure that you get to shift onto them possibly later. They get to stay around. They get to keep questing. It can protect your singers, which is really, really important as well. And then you still get value from it. If you were to play it and say, like, Jonathan had something to challenge here this turn, he has to challenge into the blue. And not only does it protect your other characters, you gain 2 lore for it on the way out, like you were saying.
Yes.
So, yeah, definitely can love this card sometimes in these spots.
Yeah. Uninkables, probably its main downside.
Yeah. I'm always scared on how many uninkables I have in my decks. I try to shy away from having too many.
I also play very conservatively with there. I've been, you have like 3 uninkables in your hand and you can't play any of them.
Yeah.
And it's happened to me too often. I mean, it's probably a fairly universal experience and it's not fun.
I will say, I think we've all been there. We
Yeah.
all feel your pain right now.
Looks like Jonathan exerting his fishbone quill, able to ramp, and we see 5, and that is the grab your swords, doing damage all the way across Alexis's board. Only left is Baloo.
Yeah, this actually sets up pretty well for next turn as well. I think there's a Tinkerbell already in Jonathan's hand, and this leaves the 2 damage on the blue, and the Tinkerbell will be able to clean this up. Plus, if there's anything else from Alexis that possibly is one of the smaller characters, you might be able to pick that off as well. But it looks like a second Baloo here.
2 Baloos.
Hey, that's kind of rhymed a little bit.
A little bit. So now there's that 4 potential lore there when those get banished, which is a lot considering they have no strength, kind of just hanging out. But Jonathan, interested to see what he plays here. We mentioned the Tinkerbell being able to take everything out. I see he also has the Grandpa Cogsworth. He has the Flowersham. He has not been able to get Flowersham online during this match for his card draw.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see the Sapphire decks when and where they can get the Haversams and how impactful they can be. I feel like a lot of the decks over the last few months have really started to figure out how to punish or make that card non-desirable. You have brawls, you have cards that are taking care of it, or you learn to put enough things into play that if they were to play Haversam, draw two cards off of it, like that's not good enough. You're not actually progressing your board enough. You're not, questing enough for lore. Yeah, you're drawing cards, but I'll just quest up another 4 or 5 this turn, play a really powerful song, play a really powerful character. And yeah, you're going to draw these cards, but you're taking up all this time doing that. It's still an absurdly powerful card. We want to play this when you get to have the start of like Popsicle into One Jump Ahead into Haversam. There's like not many decks that can keep up with that. That's one of the best openings this game has. But finding the right spot to put it in is interesting. And this is something I thought might happen here. What Jonathan's doing here is he's going to go ahead and play the Cogsworth and try to get a little more value off of that Tinkerbell possibly in the future because, yeah, Baloos are questing for 1 apiece, but it's only 5-0 right now. And we saw last game, it was more like 10-0 at this point. So this game's a little more manageable.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. Because that extra resist is just so good. And Jonathan, he's been playing this Cogsworth when he needs to play it. It's been so beneficial to him. So really love seeing that.
Yeah, so I was trying to catch which card he put into his Inkwell there because he also has a Baboom in his hand. And depending on what characters are left over, but for Alexis next turn, he might be able to use Baboom plus Grab Your Sword to kind of sweep up the entire kind of board here. All right, so Flute gets played.
Questing with both of the Baloos, and so now anytime Alexis plays a song, he gets a lore off of that.
And if that's all Alexis really has going on this turn was play a Flute pass, if I'm Jonathan, I'm feeling pretty good about where I am now.
Yeah, any turn that passes where an Amber Steel Song deck does not play a song is not a great turn.
And so this is kind of ideal. He gets to play Tinkerbell and then challenge the Cogsworth into the Baloo that would be left over. So now there's no characters left over for Alexis.
Yes.
He's only at 7 lore here, so this Flute is actually not going to have the impact that he wants to have it on here. I think Jonathan is well ahead here now. Plus, he's just got a Haversam in his hand here to start drawing extra cards as soon as next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's a great place to be in. And also anything, if Alexis wants to play a song this turn, he's going to have to spend exactly what we saw right here. Unfortunately, Alexis had to spend ink it's always better to have a singer sing a song. So taking 5 damage, taking that out. But we did get the lore off of the Sleepy Flute.
Don't forget about that resist 1 coming in clutch here this turn as well, keeping that Tinkerbell around.
Yeah. So now she's just very damaged.
Yeah. Haverson going to come and draw 2 cards as well. So now the card quantity is going to be flowing for Jonathan as well here. Yeah, he feels good enough to go ahead and start questing. Going to get on the board here for the first time himself. And I think I see like a whole new world. I think Fire the Cannons. And is that another Tinkerbell in the hand? The movement is very fast on the jump and
I think you got it right. You don't see Fire the Cannons a ton these days, but very, very excited to see that.
Yeah, Jonathan has a very interesting build here. I'm actually kind of digging it. Like I need to come get his deck list from him.
Yeah, no, it's super cool. I love those like little damage. Oh, and bigger damage. We have the Grab Your Swords coming down, which will do finally taking out that Tinkerbell, doing just a little bit of damage because we still have that resist on everybody else. And Alexis slowly getting that flute, getting him lore because there's nobody on the board.
And this is one of those spots, we talk about this a lot, where there's a giant lore advantage, right? Alexis is at 13, Jonathan's at 4, but I actually think Jonathan is extremely far ahead in this spot.
Absolutely, especially with the drop of the Tamatoa. Just incredible. He gets an extra lore for every item in Jonathan's hand. He's using the Hiram to banish the popsicles, to draw more cards, to feed the Tamatoa. It's gonna be crazy.
I was gonna say you make a really good point here. I think it's unbelievably good, and it's a very good engine in this deck that we talk about a lot, where you could use Haversam to cash in one of the items and then quest with Tamatoa, and you lose 1 lore, but you're gaining the item back and gaining 2 cards. So yeah, it's a really, really good spot to be in.
Alexis playing the Ursula Vanessa, so he does have a singer. Ursula, unfortunately, only a singer 4, so she could do a lot of the singing, but not all of the singing.
It's a little too late here.
Very
Becky,
likely.
I think. Yeah, I was going to say this board is in a dominating spot here for Jonathan.
Jonathan has so much ink, and he has so many good cards in his hand right now. I see he drew a Beast Tragic Hero, which is excellent. There's a lot that can be done here, and Alexis, I mean, he doesn't really have any sort of board wipe or anything that could really do a lot. I guess the Grab Your Swords, but even with the resist, that's not doing much. Yeah. So,
I mean, let's talk about exactly what just happened here. So Tamatoa quests for some amount of lore, gets back a popsicle in Jonathan. Jonathan plays a popsicle, draws a card off of that. Then he quests again with Haverson, draws 2 cards off the popsicle, going back to the discard pile that's going to just get back by the Tamatoa again next turn. Like, this alone is probably enough to carry him through the game. Not to mention there's a Cogsworth in play. Now we've got a Sad Beast in play. We've got an Argus in play. And he's just sort of dumping the hand here because he has so many things. And it's like, yeah, look, you can grab your swords. You can do whatever you want. I don't care. I've got so much stuff here.
Yeah.
Resist is going to be doing a heavy lifting here. And I don't know if Alexis can even make it out of the next turn.
Honestly, that's exactly what the Sapphire Steel wants to do. Get all the resources, play everything, get all of the lore. And that's really, really what's happening.
Like, Alexis' deck is one of those decks that it chips away, right? It gets 2, 3, 4 lore turn as the game goes on.
Yeah.
And Jonathan's deck is the deck that I'm going to have all of the lore for like 2 of the turns.
Right, exactly.
And then then the game is going to end.
Yeah, but Alexis doing some quick math there.
Yep.
Shaking hands. Fantastic match.
Looks like it's going to be a 1-1 here for both the players, and yet again another great example of like the decks doing what they're supposed to do.
Absolutely.
We saw Alexis' deck be aggro in one of the games, come out early, sing songs for cheap, and really just get on the board and do what it's supposed to do. Then we saw Jonathan's deck. Then we saw Ray's deck, the Sapphire deck, do really well in game 2 and do what it's supposed to do. And I want to see somebody break serve lately. Like, we've seen the decks do what they're supposed to do. I want to see the other person, have a good plan to have that, or their hand be able to beat that, because we're seeing the power of going first here, day 1 with these decks and what they're doing, and they're kind of exerting their dominance. I'm looking forward to the rest of the day. In fact, whenever we get out of here in a second, I think I'm going to go run Ray down and get his deck list. Maybe get an interview with him here too about some of these cool card choices that he's got.
That's a good idea.
Absolutely. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short break with some more Lorcana.
Everybody, welcome back down to the feature match here. I got Jonathan Lamb here with me. Fresh off his 1-1 here in the match, but I want to talk to you a little bit about your deck. You told me you've been a Blue Steel fan since, what, set 3?
Yes. I've played Blue Steel since the beginning of set 3, gone through a lot of different types, but I landed on this one for this event.
Yeah, and speaking of this one for this event, a little bit of a different build than what we've been seeing at the last few challenges. What makes yours so different?
I tried the list with like 4 Tomatos and a lot of heavy, like high-end characters and items, but I thought that it might not be as good this event because it drops off a lot of consistency if you're going all high-cost characters. So I opted for McDuck Manors to counteract the B-Prep instead of Tomatoas. I have 1 Tomato, 1 dime, but 0 bells, and just trying to get early board presence and build a big board.
Now, you're telling me you're from kind of the West Coast, or like where you grew up or whatever, and you hadn't been to Disneyland just yet. Well, you've got a good start to this tournament so far. You did that top 16. Would you be pretty excited about getting to go for the first time?
Yeah, I mean, if I do top, then maybe get some tickets, bring my parents or my girlfriend. Yeah, and have a good time.
You definitely want to bring the girlfriend. She'd be pretty mad if you didn't.
Yes, that's a good idea.
All right, buddy. Thanks for the time, and best of luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you. You have a nice day.
It's so exciting that they're going to Disneyland, you know?
Right?
I can't wait for them to be able to say that for real. It's so exciting. Tomorrow's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I totally agree. You know, usually people say, I'm going to Disneyland when they win something, and now it's, I'm going to Disneyland to play in this major event. So, anyway.
So wonderful. We are back. Liam is here with me. Becky, we have a match. We have a match. We are in the second game of this match, a Ruby Amethyst and an Amber Steel. Jay won the first match, and so we are going to pop in and see what game 2 is like.
Yeah. Let's take a look, and I'll talk about this as we go into the match, because these are 2 decks that have been around since the very beginning of Lorcana.
Absolutely.
I think as we think back to set 1, Ruby Amethyst was super popular, then Steel Song came along, and they've all existed in the meta since then. And so this always feels like you're watching 2 of the grandfather decks of Lorcanas duking it out in their newest and latest incarnation.
And it's so fun to see every set, the new changes that are made, where it's just kind of refining and making it a little bit more powerful, and it's just beautiful. And I'm so excited to see next set, you know, what's going to happen to decks like these.
Absolutely. So here we are. It looks like I couldn't tell if we were playing cards already, but we're in the altering hands phase of the game. Players are getting to choose how many cards of their initial hand they want to send to the bottom of their deck to draw some new cards. And it looks like Jackie didn't send that many. Happy with what he has there. And Jay, I can't tell. I didn't see how many Jay altered. Jay sent 6. So Jay digging for some early game cards there.
I love that. I think that's so fun because essentially if you send them all back, you know, that's 14 cards out of the 60 card deck. So like a pretty good percentage chance of finding what you're looking for. And Jay says, I know what I want. I'm going to dig for it.
If you're looking for a very specific card in your deck, if you look at 14 cards, you have somewhere near a 70% chance of finding the card that you want. And so it's a very strong mulligan system. And yeah, I think in this matchup in particular, Jay is looking for a very strong opening, an aggressive opening to put Jackie on the back foot. One note on Jackie's mulligan, Jackie had a whole new world, I believe, in his opening hand. And if he chose to keep it, that's probably one of the reasons we saw a very limited hand alter from him, because one of the last things you want to do is alter into another uninkable whole new world that does you no good.
Absolutely, because there can only really be one.
There can only be one.
Okay. Jay, he is AKA the Flip Rider to play an Olaf. I don't see Olaf a ton running in the Ruby Amethyst decks anymore, but fantastic little card just for 1 ink. It has a 1/3 and it quests for 1, but that's 3 on a first 1 cost character can make a huge difference.
That's true. So an interesting reason that this card has worked its way back into the meta a little bit, as we look at Jackie playing a Be Prepared here and choosing to discard a non-character card from Jay's hand. There's 2 options. They're both Be Prepared. So one of those will be going to the discard pile. But yeah, you're right, Becky. Like Olaf was, these 1/3 stat line characters used to be very popular in this deck. You saw Olaf and then Minnie. They kind of worked their way out, and here it's interesting to see them back in. again, one of the reasons they're so good, not only are they durable, but it also provides a nice target for Teeth and Ambitions, which is a card that does 2 damage to one of your characters. In return, you get to do 2 damage to an opposing character. And these 1/3s on turn 1 can soak up that damage and still stick around. So that's one of the reasons I think that people are saying in this current meta, do you want to build a snowman on turn 1, where we hadn't seen that for a while.
That's a fantastic point and so true. I love that. Jackie setting up some singers on his field. He has Cinderella Ballroom Sensation. She's singer 3. And then we have Ursula as Vanessa. She is a singer 4. So a lot of singing power on that side of the board. Playing the Then Along Came Zeus. Ursula singing that, taking out the Madame Mim snake.
Yeah, and then we see Lawrence played. Lawrence is a well-statted card when he has no damage on him with 4 strength and 4 willpower until he takes damage and then his strength goes away. But also a 2 lore character here. So if Jackie's thinking about trying to push the lore total a little bit with an empty board over there, it's something that he can start thinking about doing.
Absolutely. Yeah, that Lawrence is a ton of fun. Having the ability to, like the 4/4 stat line on a 2 or 3 is on a 3 is huge. So having that whenever he takes damage, he loses that is kind of like how we balance the scales. And Jay playing another friendly snowman.
Yeah, Jay, I'm sure is not. I mean, we saw when he altered his hand for 6 cards that he didn't have the cards that he wanted for his opening turn, and I'm not sure that he found them. The snake line is a fun little line to get a well-studied character out there on turn 2, but I do think that these days these Ruby Amethyst decks, even into this matchup, want to be pursuing that frenemy Sisu line, and so not having that available, I think Jay's just trying to get some characters on the board, get some things to stick, and then maybe work his way into some rabbits in the mid game to propel him to the end game.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jay has many uninkable cards in hand right now.
So many.
With the rabbits and the Be Prepared and the Lady Tremaine and the Madame Medusa. So this is really putting him quite behind his game plan.
I mean, if Jay can make it to turn 6 and turn 7 where those options open up, if he has the ink to do it,
Right.
things feel a lot better. But Jackie's going to be able to really push things here, push the lore total and the board state in the near term.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to quest aggressively. I mean, singers, we like them to sing, but hey, if it's a free board, let's quest them out, which is great. Jay able to get a Merlin Rabbit on, which allows him to draw a card.
And that's something Jay's very eager to do right now,
Yes.
is draw into more inkables. You know, when you play a card game, a TCG, especially in Disney Lorcana is no exception, you can kind of think of each deck as having a script that they're trying to play, a story that they're trying to tell, but very set moves that they want to do through each turn that varies a little bit by matchup, but knowing that script and playing it out for you is important. It's also super important to know your opponents, and so when you're playing a deck where you know the script and they deviate from that script very early and they're doing things that are suboptimal, it allows you to adjust your game plan and to play the game in maybe a more aggressive way than you otherwise might have, which I think is what Jackie's thinking here.
Absolutely. Jackie dropping the Cinderella Stonehearted. Such a cool card. One of the fabulous alternative art promos that we're having here at the challenge. But she has resist +2, a 5/5 line with 3 lore. And when a song, she can challenge exerted or unexerted characters, which is nobody is safe.
Yeah, it's such a fun card, and I do love that these Disney princesses are getting this heroic treatment.
Absolutely.
You know, in Disney Lorcana, giving them some more agency and putting them in this armor. It's really fun.
Absolutely.
So unfortunately for Jay, there's just not a lot of good answers for this character here. You do have Madame Medusa, but Cinderella's strength is too high. Be Prepared is the ideal answer, or perhaps a Lady Tremaine if there were no other characters on the board. But you know, that card with its 3 lore is going to be difficult for Jay to deal with. Of course, you do have cards like Maui, which can rush into it. But even then, Cinderella with her resist 2 means that Maui can't take care of Cinderella by himself.
Absolutely. Jay not able to get to the Be Prepared quite yet. So I feel like Jackie is probably feeling pretty good about playing Cinderella that turn to not have too many threats. And then playing the Queen, another very strong lady on the board.
That's true. Commanding Presence, a very strong card. You usually see her shifted in the early game, but a great card to get on the board. Jackie here is just trying to present game and put as many threats on the board as possible. He knows Jay is one turn away from the Be Prepared, so if I can put as many characters on the board, as much lore as possible, then yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult for you to prevent him from winning.
Jay was not able to get enough ink to play that Be Prepared, and so that is victory to Jackie.
This is just a tough game. I mean, you pointed out the uninkables early on, and that's what happened here. You know, Jay was clearly looking for some key cards, a key opening, didn't like his opening hand, altered his hand aggressively using Disney Lorcana's very generous altering system to draw 6 new cards, and it looks like drew into so many uninkables that his options were really restricted and just wasn't able to recover from a rough opening hand.
That's always the risk you take when you are doing any hand altering. It's like, what if I get what is worse than what I put down? But sometimes you just want to take that risk because you know your game plan, you want to play those lines, so you want those resources, and you know, sometimes they're just not there, and there's not a whole lot you can do.
It is true. You know, oftentimes in Lorcana, I have found myself in a situation where I may have most of the things I want, but I'm like, I can make my hand that much better if I mulligan these 1 or 2 cards, or if I alter 1 or 2 of these cards away, which I don't need. And then you draw into 2 uninkables, and it
like,
completely changes the dynamic of your hand.
Yeah.
And so knowing when your hand is good and good enough is a skill.
Absolutely, it definitely is.
Well, that was our second game of that match, I believe. And so we're getting ready to move on to the next one. Let's go to a break and bring you the next match. Hey, Lumineers. Welcome back to the booth in Disney Lorcana Challenge Toronto. Super excited to be here. Rebecca's back.
I'm back.
I'm so excited you're here. We've had some fun matches so far. We're going into round 7, and everybody steel yourself because we have a fun matchup coming up.
Yes, this is going to be a steel v steel match. We have a sapphire steel on one side and an amber steel on the other side. So it's going to be a fun. I do enjoy a good steel showdown.
I agree.
So I'm ready to jump into this match. Let's see who can come out on top. Let's get right to it.
Let's see who's going to steal the show.
Yes. So we have Rachel Carter here, and she is playing the Sapphire Steel deck, and then Stephen Whitcomb on the right is playing Amber Steel. Oh, they might be the opposite?
I do see a Fortisphere, but I think it's the opposite.
Okay.
But it's okay. We're now going to see them. So I love seeing them, alter their hands here. It gives you an idea of, whether that player's, what kind of strategy they're going to pursue, whether they're happy with their opening hand. You can see Rachel's waiting for Steven to decide. Steven choosing 5 cards, clearly looking for something in the opening, and yeah.
Yeah, I think there was some sapphire cards I saw over there on Steven's side. And I know we've talked about it before, but this altering your opening hand is such a key part of playing Disney Lorcana. And in fact, when I first started playing, I did not even realize how important that was to setting yourself up for success.
That's true. I mean, games are won or lost on the altar. How well you manage to find those cards that you want, whether you throw away cards and draw no uninkables, there's such an art to it. And so it's, the first part of the game, but it's one of the most crucial parts of this game.
You know what's really fun, Liam?
What's that?
Is playing an Enchanted Cinderella on turn 1.
That's just to have it immediately cannoned.
Yes, just to have it immediately say goodbye. That dream was not a wish that her heart made.
That's true. So Steven here, choosing not to let that stick around, had a choice to play a Fortisphere instead to set up that item, but instead choosing to get rid of that Cinderella with her singer ability. Fire the Cannons, a fun card to be run here. Sometimes you see them in decks, sometimes you don't. Depends on if people choose to run the uninkable Boom Boom instead. But here, Fire the Cannons doing work on turn 1, followed immediately by a Smee.
Yes, and Smee, as we've talked about, is such a strong card. Coming down on turn 2, questing for 2, a 3/3 character, and it does have that little bit of disadvantage of taking damage at the end of turn if you don't have a captain. But honestly, it's not much of a disadvantage because you can still get tons of value out of Smee if you can stay on the board. So, and we have a Smee for Smee. I see your Smee and raise you a Smee.
A Smee mirror, as it were. No, great card, very well statted, and that 2 lore is very impressive on turn 2. It also, some people overlook sometimes that it can sing as well. The Amber Bare Necessities is also a card that's sometimes run in this deck, and there it is. It can be sung by Smee.
Yes.
But in this case, it looks like it's being played by Ink. Rachel getting to look at the hand here and pick a non-character card to discard.
We took away Flaversham's snacks. Yeah, Bare Necessities. This came out in set 3, I believe, and it was one of my favorite new song cards of the game. It's such a fun art piece as well, with Baloo there singing with his fruit, and it can be such a powerful card.
Yeah, so then we have a harp coming down here on Rachel's side of the board. So some of these Steel Song decks in this meta started to run a little bit more aggressive lines with cards like the Magic Harp or the Golden Harp, the Piglet, which gains 2 lore if there's 2 other characters on the board, Smee with its 2 lore. And so where Steel Song decks sometimes can be a little bit more mid-rangey, trying to build up their singers and then take control of the board in the mid-game with a lot of songs, sometimes there are more aggressive builds where players can play these large number of 2 lore characters early, and it seems like that's one of the builds that Rachel is on here.
Yeah, which is really fun to see. I like, and we've talked about this before, is how you are starting to see a little bit more variance, so there's so many different, tweaks that players can make to an ink pairing. So Steel Song doesn't look just one way. You can have a lot of different variations, and that Golden Harp, I've seen games won with that card on board.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Steven has seen the harp now. He knows that that this is an aggressive deck and it's going to be looking to pick up lore early. And Steven is not on his ideal draw here. And here we have Let the Storm Rage On being played with Ink on Smee. That not only lets Rachel draw a card, but it also puts 2 damage on Smee. So now Smee, if exerted, is going to banish himself on his turn. Still able to do some challenging, though, and that might be what we see here.
Yeah, and I really love this from Rachel because she's able to also keep that golden harp on board by playing that song. So she's able to quest here for 4 and really take the lore lead here early.
Yeah, and that's something she's going to be looking to do. She knows that the longer this game goes, if we get into the end game, the inevitability is with Steven's Steel Song deck. Or I'm sorry, not Steel Song deck, but Sapphire Steel deck. We've seen if this deck gets going and it builds the engine it wants to, that it can gain 10, 15, 20 lore in a single turn.
Yes.
And so Rachel's looking to get as much lore as possible, perhaps then able to close the game out with flutes before Steven's able to set up that end game engine. Steven here, though, knowing that Rachel's going to be looking to pick up lore, trading to Smee, and passing it back to Rachel for her turn.
Yeah. I'm sure that Rachel is hoping to see some of her other singers, like an Ariel, get some more songs in hand. Speaking of which, there is our lovely Ariel, spectacular singer. And did you know that part of your world was almost cut from the movie?
I didn't.
Yes.
I'm so glad it stayed around.
Me too. And we have another shiny card. I love these enchanted. That was Along Came Zeus that she was able to pick up with Ariel's ability. Of course, Ariel allows you to look at the top 4 cards of your deck, and you can find a song card and add it to your hand. And speaking of aggressive decks,
there's that Piglet we mentioned
yes.
earlier. This Piglet gets an additional 2 lore, up to a total of 3 if you have 2 other characters in play. However, you did see that harp go into the discard pile there, and that's because the Golden Harp, although it's very well statted for its cost, has an ability that says if you don't play a song on your turn, you have to banish it to the end of your turn. So off to the discard pile it goes, and unfortunately that won't allow Piglet to get that 3 lore, but it's a simple matter of playing another character for it to be a 3 lore character again.
Yeah. It looks like Rachel only has 1 card left in hand. Now, in a Steel Song deck, where is the place that a player would be able to draw more cards? What is she looking for?
I mean, really, it's a whole new world is the big one you're looking for, especially with Ariel being able to sing it. That's a position you want to be in. Of course, Rachel has seen, Steven over there and knows that Steven's not on his ideal draw either, so there's always the risk of drawing your opponent into, the ideal cards that they need. But Rachel here would probably like to refill her hand. Removing that Beast Tragic Hero is definitely key to keep Steven from drawing into what he needs. But
ooh, another Ariel. This is a fantastic card. This was set 4, if I'm correct, and Ariel. Item collector, treasure collector.
Yes.
She has ward. She quests for 3. And if you have more items on your side of the board than your opponent, she gets an additional 2 lore. A really fabulous character.
Yeah, now Steven is way off of his game plan here, but playing this card on turn 6 is not a terrible option. Ariel Item Collector has an ability that says she gains an extra 2 lore if you have more items than your opponent. And in this Sapphire Steel deck, unless you're playing the Mirror or the Ruby Sapphire deck, more items than your opponent is oftentimes 1. And in this case, Ariel's going to have 5 lore, and we see a second one come down, so that's 10 lore on the board with that popsicle.
My goodness.
Steven, perhaps is able to take this game away with just these 2 characters, which is definitely not the game plan that we see from these decks, and certainly not the one that Steven thought he was playing into coming into this game.
Now we do see a Piglet challenge into Ariel and banish, which is good for Rachel because I could just imagine a lucky dime coming down and he would have been able to quest for 20 in 1 turn.
And here we have a Hades 7-cost uninkable, which sends one of your opponent's characters into their inkwell upon playing it. So Rachel, with Lawrence there, which would have been the perfect answer, or a great answer for Ariel Treasure Collector when she is exerted, being removed, and now instead, Rachel probably digging at this point, just throwing 2 damage onto Hades with Let the Storm Rage On.
There we go. We have our Cinderella coming down again, singer, and a little Robin Hood. At this point in the game, I'm not sure if that's what she wants to see, but she doesn't have much choice. Like we've talked about, her hand is just so low, and she hasn't been able to find the whole new world to refill it.
No, and at this point, Steven's starting to roll a little bit, getting more resources on the board, able to quest here for 7. The Robin Hood is nice to have on the board because it does set up the Robin Hood shift if Rachel's able to draw into it, which would be a great answer for that Ariel. But alone, these 2 are not going to be enough to deal with these 2 big threats. But that Ariel in particular is very, very dangerous with her 5 lore.
Absolutely. Hades is also just such a fun card. His art, I know that he is a lot of people's favorite villain. What about you? Is favorite villain, or do you have another?
I mean, he's way, way up there.
Up there.
Edwards does just such a good job bringing him to life. And Matthew Robert Davies with the art just killed it.
It's amazing.
It's so good.
It makes me sad that Hades didn't get a song in the movie Hercules. I really would have loved to hear a villain song from Hades.
That's true. We'll add that to the list of requests from Disney.
Yes, just submit that to someone.
So Hades, not only a great removal option, though, now that you mentioned it, but the stat line, that 6 in the stat line, brings it out of reach of Along Came Zeus. And so, that's one less card that Rachel's able to use to deal with Hades in one go.
Yeah, this game has swung very quickly into Steven's favor. He has 7 lore on board, which would put him, just 1 lore away from taking the win. And I'm not sure that Rachel's going to be able to find the answers here that she needs. Otherwise, Steven takes it next turn.
No, and
she knows.
That Cogsworth clinches it there. I mean,
yeah.
The challenging thing with Aerial Item Collector is her ward. And
Yes.
a lot of the removal options in many decks, unless it's mass removal like Be Prepared, but particularly in Steel decks, it's targeted removal. It's things that require you to choose a character. And Ward, of course, you can't choose that character. And so Rachel then would have to use damage, characters challenging into it, I mean, in order to do that. And when Cogsworth gives it resist 1, that requires probably a whole extra character to deal with it. It's just a lot.
It's a lot.
So, yeah.
Yep. Well, let's see if she's able to find the answers in game 2. Let's just jump right into it.
Yeah. Yeah, what a fun game. What I loved about that game is it showed the resiliency on the part of Steven, having clearly not an ideal opening hand, but able to stay in the game long enough in order to get to turn 6 when the aerials just became, a real menace.
They really did, and when there were 2 of them on the board, that was a lot. Yeah, and I think here with Rachel's deck, like you were saying last game, she does have some cards in here that can be a little bit more aggressive in the early game, and I think that may be a key here for Rachel to gain lore early in the game. What do you think?
No, I think that's right. This deck clearly wants to gain a lot of lore early. I have not seen a queen, the queen commanding presence, and so I don't know if that is a shift line she's playing where she can whole new world on turn 2. In the absence of that, it seems like what this deck wants to do is start building up characters quickly, perhaps get a harp on the board.
Piglet,
and then try to race ahead, and then later on you're using your flutes to close out the game in the latter half. But this does seem to be a more aggressive deck. We do see a couple piglets in the opening hand.
Yeah, Piglet is just such a fun card. Actually, when I was in Chicago at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Chicago, I saw a young Illuminaire there who was doing a cosplay as Piglet. It was really fun.
That is super fun.
So we have on Steven's side a couple popsicles. Well, we do have Whole New World this time around, so that's good.
Yeah, what a fascinating hand here. So we have 2 Lucky Dimes in hand. Great card. You want them in the end game. You don't necessarily want 2 of them in your hand in the early game.
No.
They're going to be sitting there taking up space for a while. Luckily, we do have Mickey Mouse Detective, which we'll see on turn 3 probably to ramp towards that 7 ink. Again, not an ideal hand, but we do have the early game cards we want, including the Mickey Mouse Detective and a Smee, perhaps, if Steven wants to answer a Smee with a Smee. But we don't.
Nope. we want to ramp.
We want to ramp.
Yep. We want to get as much ink into our inkwell as we can and get up to those larger characters.
That's true. So this Sapphire Steel deck, oftentimes, again, we think about as an engine builder. But as we saw in the last game, there's a lot of high lore mid-game characters that this deck can use to kind of take over in the mid-game if you're not careful. And what makes that especially difficult for decks to deal with is cards like Cogsworth, which give your characters resist 1. And we do see, I think, 2 of them in Steven's hand. So getting 2 of them on the board is just a lot for any damage-based removal deck to deal with.
Yeah.
And that could allow Steven to take the game away here once he starts getting those on the board.
Yeah, I do see he also has that Simba, which we saw earlier today in another player's deck, but such a great card. And then over on Rachel's side, I spied a Rapunzel in her hand, which is really great because of that Smee that takes damage each turn. It kind of sets you up for a nice play to bring Rapunzel in a couple turns later, heal Smee, keep him on the board a little bit longer to keep gaining lore. You also get the card draw off of Rapunzel's ability. So, and Steven doesn't have anything that could take Smee out right now, so having that Rapunzel there is going to be really nice for Rachel.
It is a fun little combo, and you know, oftentimes people think about Rapunzel and trying to maximize her value, particularly in decks like Red Fossa, where you're trying to get 3 cards off of her draw. But in this case, you know, what this does is not only net her a card, but after that, she'll be sitting with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore worth of characters on the board, which is kind of the aggressive line I think this deck wants to take. So perhaps we do see that play here, allowing Smee to stick around longer, and then getting that 1/5 Rapunzel on the board.
Yep. We see a Lawrence going into the Inkwell. And Smee is actually going to challenge in with, looks like they're trying to figure out what they want to do here.
Yeah, so let's see. So, oh, no, okay, so what happened here, this is fun. Piglet is Pooh Pirate Captain.
That's
so
right.
we were
Yes,
talking about,
yes. So it doesn't take any damage.
Yeah, so that's so funny. It's not a standard captain. Oh, this one. So yeah, so Smee's ability says that if you don't have a captain on the board, he takes 1 damage at the end of the turn. And
That's
I think
right.
a lot of times in these Steel Song decks or these Sapphire Steel decks, you're just so used to not having a captain that you forget.
Yes,
Piglet's a captain.
or you have a standard, stereotypical to captain like Captain Hook or John Silver. But yeah, you can forget that Piglet is a captain there.
Yeah.
But we did still see Rapunzel. So Smee only had 1 damage on him instead of 2. So Rapunzel got to draw 1 card off of Smee, still heal him up, still keep him on the board, which is really nice. And also I want to point out that Rachel has that beautiful alternate art Rapunzel, which you can earn from the prize wall with tickets here at Disney Lorcana Challenge. And I love that she has put it in her deck. It's such a beautiful card. I love the art on it. And so besides being just a fabulous card here in her deck, really beautiful.
It is so gorgeous, and yeah, so fun interaction there. Smee, you know, healing 1 damage off the challenge to the Mickey, and then Rapunzel coming down and healing, and now the Tinkerbell coming down, dealing 1 damage across the board to Rachel's side of the board. And Steven here is just it's what we talked about earlier, is setting up these, you know, these 2 lore characters which are going to be very difficult to remove, and Steven's just going to be able to quest for 2, 4, 5, 6 each turn, unless Rachel's able to find some big body or just a big body to deal with him.
Yeah. Steven's hand, he's been able to get some things off the top of his deck, but he still just has those 2 lucky dimes sitting there, as well as that Simba. And he hasn't really been able to ramp up to the point yet where he can play those.
That's true. I do think he is happy, though, with the board state. These are tricky threats for Rachel to deal with. We have another Rapunzel coming down here, healing Rapunzel.
Yes.
And we're able to get a look side by side of the original art with the new art.
Yes.
And see this new interpretation. Gosh, it's just a challenging position for Rachel to be in here, because what Steel Song really wants to do, in addition to this version being aggressive and getting lore early, which Rachel's managed to get a little bit of, is build up a base of singers which allow you to make maximum use of the songs in your hand and play them efficiently. And so even now, one of the outs for this deck is playing A Whole New World and then using your characters to sing songs that you draw immediately afterwards. But Rachel just hasn't been able to get the characters that she needs to stick around. Both Rapunzels can sing a few songs, but not those 5-cost songs that you really want.
Yeah, we haven't seen. I know she does have a whole new world in her hand, but we haven't seen a character yet who could sing it. And you really want to be able to sing a card like that so that you still have all of your ink available to you in order to play another card.
And
we do say that lucky dime make an appearance over here on Steven's side of the board.
I mean, all the pieces falling into place here. We have a couple high lore characters on the board. Healing that
Healing
Cogsworth there with a
Cogsworth.
popsicle. So it'll stay around for a bit longer. Rachel not able to challenge into it and remove them now. And gosh, it's just a challenging position for Rachel right now. Steven really in the driver's seat.
Yep. There's that Ursula Singer. So Ursula is a 2-cost and Singer 4 going into the Inkwell, because I think she just has some other cards that are maybe better value here. Like a shiny Robin Hood. I love the enchanted here.
We're seeing all the beautiful cards on Rachel's side of the board here. Robin Hood is a great card. Unfortunately, with 3 in the strength line, it's not quite what you need to deal with what's on Steven's side of the board.
That Cogsworth with the resist is just so strong.
Giving everything resist. So we are removing the Mickey Mouse.
And she's questing, I hear, with the other Rapunzel.
Just continuing to drive that lore total a little bit. And that's how Rachel's going to win this game. Needs to get lore total high enough that Flutes eventually, if Steven gets control of the board, is able to close out the game. And more importantly, it's also forcing Steven to spend resources to deal with Rachel's side of the board rather than advancing his own board state or his lore totals.
So what do you think Steven is looking here at this, where the game is, the game state right now? Is he looking for a Mickey Mouse detective? Because he's got one.
Not a terrible card to play. I mean, Steven is in the driver's seat here. Steven's trying to prolong things, trying to think. He is paying attention to Rachel's lore. Rachel does have 6 lore on the board, and that's a lot.
7, yeah.
7. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, sorry, that she can quest
yes.
with. I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
yes.
sorry, quest with 6. So, which is a lot. So he needs to keep an eye on that. But again, this game, if it goes long, is Steven's to win, especially with the lucky dime on the board. So I think he's hoping to draw into perhaps another aerial item collector, another high lore character that will make maximum use of that dime. But even so, Steven's happy to get like 4 lore turn in combination with the dime and another character, as long as he can keep Rachel from racing ahead of him.
Yep, we see Let the Storm Rage On, Lawrence. I can't see what else is in Rachel's hand here, but like you've talked about looking for your outs. What are some of Rachel's outs here?
Rachel doesn't have a ton.
Maybe a whole new world.
A whole new world will help you find him.
But she did have to use her ink to. That's interesting because I believe Robin Hood could have sung a whole new world, but she chose to use her ink instead.
That is true. So Robin Hood will do 2 damage on the challenge. So if Rachel manages to draw into an Along Came Zeus, which one of the Rapunzels can sing, that'll do 4 damage to the Tinkerbell, and then Robin Hood can finish it off. So that's something that she is trying to keep in mind. So Robin Hood is a great card to banish another character because not only do you get to banish the character, but Robin Hood will give you 2 lore upon doing so. So this is another great combination that you like to see in these Steel Song decks, is playing a whole new world followed immediately by a Be Prepared, which not only allows Rachel to pick out one of the most threatening
Bare necessities.
cards. I'm sorry, Bare necessities. Bare necessities.
There's that Along Came Zeus you're saying.
There's the Along Came Zeus, and now Robin Hood will be able to challenge into it. And so not only do we remove this card, but Robin Hood gains Rachel 2 lore off that challenge. So just a great combination here. You asked what the outs were. The outs are, it turns out, a whole new world into a Bare Necessities, into a whole Along Came Zeus with a Robin Hood challenge.
Yeah, it really was a whole new world there for Rachel on that turn.
That is true. A new fantastic point of view.
Absolutely.
So Steven now, unfortunately, when you hold New World to look for the answers, you also give your opponent a lot of answers. So Steven, perhaps found one of the high lore characters he wants to use for that dime.
Yeah, he did get a Tamatoa. I saw in there. He had that second dime in hand before, so that did get put into the discard pile. But a lot more options here. That he has Ariel. Treasure collector, so he's gonna gain 5 here using Lucky Dime and gaining 5 off of Ariel when she comes down.
And that's really the perfect card to draw into. Even the Tamatoa will require a few more items to get up to that 5 lore total. So being able to gain 5 lore immediately with a dime is great.
Yeah, and with that Ariel on board and not exerted, then because of that ward, which we talked about last time, Rachel's not really going to be able to have an answer for that Ariel, and so she's going to have to win this turn.
I don't think there are any answers there.
Yeah.
There is a double Grab Your Swords line, which is available, except for Cogsworth giving Ariel resist 1, which makes us Grab Your Sword, or makes Grab Your Sword not as good. So as you point out, Steven doesn't even need to quest with Ariel, just wait for the dime and activate that again.
We have an Ariel Spectacular Singer come down, so looking for some songs, which there's only one, Let the Storm Rage On, it looks like, and not probably the song that she wanted to see this turn.
No, there's unfortunately just not a lot of answers here. That Ariel with Ward, Ward is such a powerful ability.
It really is, which I feel like I've talked to a lot of new players who don't quite understand how powerful Ward can be, but this is a great example of how that keyword just really can give you such an advantage when you have a card like Ariel that can quest for so much, and it's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I mean, and the best word cards are ones like Prince John, which give you some sort of static ability just by being there. And in this case, Ariel doesn't have a static ability. I mean, the one that gives her more lore. But that dime is basically saying 5 lore a turn as long as Ariel stays.
As long as Ariel
ready.
stays.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, this is a challenge. So Rachel, playing your routes here, just trying to dig, see if there's anything that comes up that might be able to answer it, but passing the turn here, and then we'll quest with the Ariel for 5 lore and
shake.
and that's gonna be the game.
Yes. Well, Steven played that Sapphire Steel deck so well. I love how it was different from some of the other Sapphire Steel decks that we've seen today, though. That Ward Ariel is such a fantastic card. So I liked his spin on this Sapphire Steel deck.
It is unique. Not only is Ariel Item Collector unique, but you know what I didn't see in that deck anytime he drew? I did not see a whole new world.
I didn't.
And
no.
That's one of the things we talked about is the Fortispheres and some of the other card draw now gives these decks such consistency that you don't need to run a whole new world. Yeah. And so it's really fun to see, as you suggested, the variance you see within some of these decks. And so, I kind of want to ask Steven about that.
Yeah.
Let me go see if I can.
Why don't you go do that?
I'm going to go catch him.
Great idea.
Yeah, I'll be back in a bit.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
We'll see you after this break.
back, everyone. I am so excited to be joined here by Stephen Whitcomb, who just won his recent match with a Sapphire Steel deck against a Steel Song deck. Stephen, congratulations. Those were some fun games.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a little bit stressful at the beginning. Had a little bit of a rough start to the first game, but just was able to get some solid top decks and kind of pull it out.
Yeah, I mean, rough start. You had clearly not your ideal hand going into it, but what is going through your mind in that moment? You're at a Lorcana challenge, you have a hand that's not terribly great, and you know you need to get back into this game somehow. How do you keep yourself focused when you have not an ideal start like that?
So you're kind of lying to yourself saying, hey, it's game one. I was on the draw game one, so I have another game where I can, be on the play. I'm more favored in that scenario. You just kind of hope for that. And then somewhere, turn 2, turn 3, when I'm getting kind of okay cards, you start to feel a little bit better. And then you just kind of look around after one of the turns like, wait, I'm ahead right now. Like I'm in the driver's seat.
Yeah, that's a weird moment. We're like, oh, I'm actually in this game, despite not feeling like it for a moment. So you've been playing Sapphire Steel for a while now. Why did you choose to bring it into this tournament?
Yeah, so with the Bucky change, it did kind of make it a more aggressive field for Blue Steel. But it's all I've ever played since I started playing at the beginning of set 3. So I really didn't want to learn something new with that short of notice. So I said, hey, let's try and tech for what we think the field is going to play and just hope for the best. And we're getting what we hope for.
And you worked in a fun little card that I don't think we see in a lot of Sapphire Steel lists. You were telling me about it before this interview.
Yeah, so I didn't get to play it in either of these two games, but just for Sapphire Steel, I've been playing the Kronk Junior Chipmunk card, which is kind of like a different version of Tinkerbell, where it does do that splash damage of when you banish something, you can do 2 damage to something else. But rather than Tinkerbell's, when she enters play, doing 1 damage, he has resist 1, which is a big deal when it comes to Steel Song because of Along Came Zeus. Now that 5 damage does 4 damage, and Kronk lives.
And it's just fantastic art and a great character as well. Last question. I see you're in a D23 cert, and I know you had a chance to go, and you got to go to the Lorcana panel. What was your favorite bit of news or thing coming out of that panel?
Okay. Ironically, it is the A Whole New World card, and it's ironic because I play Blue Steel without A Whole New World. But if I end up there with A Whole New World card, I'm playing A Whole New World forever in Blue Steel.
That version.
What version?
The promo card, you'll play that in your deck?
Oh, no, I'm not crazy. No.
All right. Well, good luck, Stephen. I hope to see you there, earning that whole new world. Thanks so much for the interview.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Welcome back, Illumineers. We are here still in round 7, and I'm joined back in the booth by Becky Long.
Yeah.
What do you think of that interview?
Oh, that was so fun. That was so cute. I elbowed Rebecca. I'm like, that shirt. I need that shirt.
Yeah, D23. I had the opportunity to go to D23, and it was a fabulous experience. So really fun announcements from Disney Lorcana. Yes. Some of the things they announced were the championships happening at Disneyland Resort in California and Disneyland Paris Resort. So lots of exciting things coming up in the future of Lorcana. But today, we're here in Toronto, and these players are working their way towards day 2.
Yes, absolutely. In this match, we have Jonathan Lamb and Edward Chu, our winner from
Fort Worth.
Yes. So I'm very excited. I've already seen Jonathan play, and he's incredible. Obviously, Edward's incredible. So I'm so excited to see how this match goes.
Me too. Well, let's jump into it. You ready?
Yes.
One jump ahead into this game. Let's see how these players do. Looks like players have maybe already altered their hands, or they're still altering their hands now. So we keep talking about this all day long, but altering your hand is such a key part of Lorcana, and I think it's really interesting to watch players see what they decide to keep, what they decide to discard and redraw, but really a key piece of the strategy in Disney Lorcana.
Absolutely. Looking at our players' hands, you see kind of like the higher unankables. You wonder if those are going to go through. Looks like Jonathan has 3 cards. Oh, he's rethinking.
Yes, and Edmund's still over here thinking about his hand. So Ruby Amethyst over on Edmund's side of the board, and then the Sapphire Steel deck, which, again, you said we have already seen at work.
Yes. Jonathan has a really interesting build. He plays some cards like you see that McDuck banner. You don't see that a whole lot in the Sapphire Steel. And so what he does with it is really cool. He also provides a captain for his Mr. Smee, which you could see in there as well. A nice early challenger, which you don't generally see too prioritized in a Sapphire Steel matchup.
Yeah. So on Edmund's side, I did spy an interesting card in his hand, and that is, I saw the Ruby Pegasus hanging out over there, which is not a card that you see often in a Ruby Amethyst build. Pegasus is a 3/1 evasive character, and so it'll be really interesting to see how that comes into play on Edmund's side of the board.
That is a really solid choice, especially if your opponent doesn't have much evasive, because with that 1, but he has that 3, so he can do so much and pretty well defended just being evasive.
Yes, and he's a great answer for something like a Diablo if you're playing against an Emerald deck. So a nice little tech card into that deck.
Absolutely. Now they're cutting, and it looks like Jonathan is on the play.
All right, so I feel like I want to say that Ruby Amethyst is better in this matchup, but today we have seen this matchup multiple times, and Sapphire Steel has continued to come out on top. So I'm going to be really interested to see how this plays out.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of it is going to be how Edmund's first few turns go. If he's able to create that board presence early, if he's able to be like a little aggressive to kind of get the lore on the board and is able to keep that momentum before Jonathan is able to build up when he needs to build up and kind of swoop in.
And swoop in, which is exactly what a Sapphire Steel deck does. It definitely swoops in at the last moment. If this game goes long, it just gives Jonathan more of a chance to get out his big characters, get out things like the Lucky Dime, Tamatoa, and really close out the game very quickly.
Unfortunately, it looks like Jonathan is not up to a fantastic start. He's missing a lot of those early ramp pieces into his hand, like his Popsicle, his potential 1 jump ahead, or Fishbone Quill, whatever he was hoping to play. Inking the McDuck Manor, and he does have the Quill at least, so he will be able to put an extra card into his Inkwell, and does have the 4 ink. That's pretty on track, but we'll see.
We will see. Yeah, Fishbone Quill is a fun card. I remember when when I first was learning how to play, and I was like, but then I'm taking cards out of my hand. Like I'm losing cards. But with the strategy of the Sapphire Steel deck, you're ramping up quickly, but then there's other tools like the Flavershim or playing Whole New World to refill your hand. And that Fishbone Quill really was a key piece to this deck.
It took me far too long to realize that you really need a card draw engine.
Yes.
In any deck.
In any deck. And on Edmund's side of the board, Amethyst is known for being a really great card draw. There's cards like you see there that he put into his Inkwell, Friends on the Other Side, but you also have the Queen's Castle, which can be really great for drawing cards. You have the Rabbit that you can bounce back and forth. So there are a lot of options on Edmund's side of the board if he can find them. And we did see him also just spend his 3 ink that he had in the Inkwell to play Friends on the Other Side to draw too, which I think is really great because he hasn't unfortunately found some other cards that you would like to see in a Ruby Amethyst deck, like the Flynn and the Sisu come down. So trying to get some more options, and since Jonathan didn't have anything on the board yet, I think he felt safe to play the Friends on the Other Side.
Yeah, absolutely. Jonathan playing the Hiram Flaversham. Speaking of card draw engines, he was able to draw some cards after discarding the Fishbone Quill and was able to play Mr. Smee, which is a great little aggressor into this deck.
And we have a goat coming down. I love the goats. Back to Flaversham, though. I happen to know that Great Mouse Detective is one of your favorite Disney movies.
I do love The Great Mouse Detective. It's fabulous. I love seeing all of it. I saw in Jonathan's previous game, he has a different mouse detective.
Oh.
Mickey.
Yes.
Jonathan having a very wide board very early in this game, just kind of showing what an adaptable player he is. He has the Mr. Smee, like we mentioned, but he has Captain Hook, which is a nice Challenger
Yes.
3. He protects Mr. Smee from getting that -1 willpower each turn, and getting Tinkerbell Giant Fairy out on the board, which is beautiful, doing a damage there on the Merlin Goat, but she is definitely a threat.
Yes, a beautiful card as far as the art goes, and a beautiful in the damage that she's able to do. And we see a Sisu come down, which is a card that we continue to see and is such a fabulous card, along with that evasive Pegasus like we saw. It looks like Edmund is sitting at 5 ink right now, and that board on the other side, Jonathan's side, is looking very wide.
Oh my.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
So Jonathan just played Chin Po, who is a beautiful bodyguard.
Beautiful bodyguard.
He does a very good job at what he has a 7 willpower, which is huge. So to get to any of the rest of Jonathan's board, Edmund is going to have to pull through that Chin Po, which is it's a big task.
That is a large body that he has to get through.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. And yeah, he did have that be prepared in hand. Edmund did, but that because of that whole new world, which Jonathan used Tinkerbell to sing, he had to say goodbye to that be prepared in his hand. So hopefully he drew into another one or found some other answers, because Jonathan's board state right now is pretty incredible.
Yeah, he's in a really, really good position. Edmund has a lot. I mean, if you compare the two decks, in terms of doing a board wipe, Edmund is definitely in the better position. But Jonathan feels pretty confident, questing with everybody on his side of the board, which 7 lore there.
Yeah, and Edmund still is only at 5 ink, so he's still this turn, and then he couldn't play Be Prepared until next turn, and even if he had it. So
I mean, he has options for single character removal if he's able to get a Madame Medusa or even a Lady Tremaine out. I don't know if he's running Brawl, might be able to pick off some little guys, but he's definitely on the back foot, which I did not expect for at this point in this match.
No, and like we talked about at the beginning of the game, with Ruby Amethyst, you really do kind of want to get an early lead, and Edmund was not able to do that in this game, and taking 2 of his characters to take out that large bodyguard. And then run. Oh, okay. Both of us. Okay.
No, that was fantastic with Edmund. Took out the Chimpo, was able to take out Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, and then dropping the Maui to take out the Hiram Flowersham, which is a big deal because that's our card draw engine. So now it's just the captain and his first mate.
That was excellent on Edmund's side. Yeah, being able to take care of 3 characters there. He did have to lose, his characters to do it, but and another Tinkerbell. Why not?
Fabulous. So Jonathan's able to take out that Maui.
No,
dropping
there it is.
I love the McDuck Manor. It's excellent. It has that 9 body. Quest for 2. I mean, you could put characters on it for 1, but I mean, you don't get any benefit. It's just a very large mansion sitting in the middle of your field. It can hold so many ducks.
Many ducks.
And it can protect. So it's a fortress.
It is. The McDuck Manor is definitely a fortress. Oh my goodness. And Edmund, I mean, that 9 willpower does not really have, he's digging here. He had that rabbit, bouncing it back with Madam and Fox. He's looking for some answers. We're still early in the game. I mean, in lore totals, we're quite a few turns. We have quite a lot of ink in the inkwell, but Jonathan is at 8. Edmund is at 4. So there's still a lot of game left to play, and Edmund still has time to find some answers, but we know that these Sapphire Steel decks can swing so quickly, so he does need to find them sooner rather than later.
I mean, we saw Edmund take out that very full board. He made a lot of damage. He knows what the moves are that he needs to be doing. He knows his deck. He knows his cards. I mean, that's why he's, Fort Worth champion.
Yes.
So if there is a way for him to pull ahead, he's going to do it.
Yes. Yeah. I can't see what's in his hand. I think I saw a Queen's Castle in there. Oh, Gaston. This is a card we've seen a few times today, and I just love this Gaston.
The art just makes me happy every time I see it.
And it allows Jonathan to filter through some cards in his deck. And, oh, well, there we go.
He let it go, right?
Let it go.
Yeah, I was waiting.
Let it go. There.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, Let It Go is such a great card. You get to, you can sing it, so you don't have to use the ink in your inkwell. And Edmund said that was the writing on the wall for me, and
Absolutely,
conceded there.
He had the 8/8. I did not have to be prepared, so it was.
Yeah, and that whole new world really made a big difference because he did have Be Prepared in his hand, but when a whole new world came along, he had to say goodbye to Be Prepared and wasn't able to draw back into it. And he found some answers, but not everything that he needed to take that win.
Yeah, I mean, both players did a really fantastic job, and I was very impressed with Jonathan's Sapphire Steel deck with the ability to be kind of aggressive early.
Yes.
You don't generally see people prioritizing that, and that really was so effective.
Yeah, and the hook and the Smee and the Tink and the Flaversham. I mean, he just really was able to take control of that game and keep it all the way through.
Absolutely.
Let's see how game 2 goes and see if Edmund can find the right answers this time around. So Jonathan is going to be on the draw this time. He went first last time, so Edmund will get to go first here. It looks like they are still finishing altering their hands. We did have a Flynn in there. You got to be prepared, which is, I mean, you really don't want that sitting in your hand from turn 1.
Yeah, it looks like Edmund altered 5 cards there, and Jonathan did 3.
Hopefully, Jonathan was able to find some of the early ramp cards, some popsicles. He didn't have any popsicles or Fortispheres last game.
No,
early.
We didn't see them for that early 1 drop. And Edmund, we saw the Sisu. I don't think he ever drew a Flynn.
He didn't, but I think I saw one in his hand this time around. So hopefully he can really be a little bit more aggressive going into this next game. He'll be on the play, which is good for him, and start gain that lore very early and keep Jonathan on his toes.
Absolutely. A first drop is the Magic Broom. So if he plays another character, that can be banished to draw a card.
What's so interesting about Sapphire Steel is it really does want to get the ramp going early, and you don't always see a lot of characters played for the first 1, 2, even 3 turns. You see a lot of items or ramp cards, and so if Edmund is able in those first few turns to really get some cards down here, like that Flynn frenemy that we see here, the Sisu, and really start gaining lore early, that's going to be key.
Oh, nice. No. Jonathan pulling the Argus, who's quite a little strong guy there, doing with 4 strength. Because I was wondering, I was like, I don't know what Jonathan will have to possibly outscale the Sisu, but we got Argus there.
He's a Titan.
He is. He's ready to do some damage.
Yeah. Jonathan said, not that way, this way. Okay, and so, he bounced back the Flynn because he's not doing any good. He's just sitting there on the board, putting Madden Mim out.
Very much, we'll try again later.
We'll try again later. Please call back. It's like a magic 8-ball. Yes.
Try again. Jonathan, another key piece of his deck, getting that Fishbone Quill out, so he'll be able to start scaling nicely.
That Chenpo is in his hand.
It is, and it looks like he has
2
Tinkerbells and a whole new world and Grab Your Swords. So
I mean, that's a nice hand right there.
That's a beautiful hand.
I would be very happy with that hand.
Absolutely, and because he's scaling so quickly, he'll be able to bring out, Chimpo next turn.
Yeah, we got Flynn going into the Inkwell, and we have that rabbit, which is nice here. Hopefully he can get that rabbit bouncing a little bit, singing friends on the other side. Hopefully his friends on the other side help him out here.
Absolutely. See where the real friends are.
Yes. The cards. Are they what we need? Are they the answers that we need?
Yeah. Jonathan inking a second Cogsworth grandfather clock. Interested to see what he plays here, because he does have the Grab Your Swords. He also has the Chinpo, and I'm interested to see.
And Argus is a 2-cost character, correct?
Yes.
So, yeah, this is interesting because, the grab your swords wouldn't take care of anything on Edmund's side of the board. You could play Whole New World, but you can't sing it right now.
Right.
So do you play Chinpo?
Tinkerbell.
Or do you play a Tinkerbell?
Even better. Get that extra ink in the hand and drop that Tinkerbell doing 1 damage across. Yes, that's excellent.
I'm so glad that they made Tinkerbell into a playmat.
Oh, yes, because that was everyone's favorite art. And if you look really closely at the little boat, there's a tiny Mr. Smee. And you see the Lost Boys on the cliff, and like just being able to see that art big, it's just so good.
So good. It's so good.
Yeah.
There's our Queen's Castle. And
beautiful.
Also paying 1 ink to move the fox over there. And the Queen's Castle is my favorite location. 7 willpower, gains 2 lore at the start of your turn, and then you get the card draw for every character on there. And it's just so good. I've seen games won with castles. And Jonathan, I don't know. I know you've seen his deck in a previous round. Steel does have some good answers for locations, but does Jonathan have the answers for it in his deck?
We will see, because we have the Along Cave Zeus, and then we also have Rise of the Titans, which I can't remember if he is playing or not.
Okay.
But Qianpo, the big guy, comes down.
Shenpo, of course, if people don't know, is one of the side characters in Mulan. And I just love all those side characters. They're so fun.
I love Qianpo. He is such a gentle giant.
He is.
Just absolutely wonderful. Everyone should have a best friend like Qianpo.
I love that. So we got whole new hands here for both players. It looks like we've got a Sisu over on Edmund's side, that big Sisu, the Floodborn, which is a fabulous card.
And it looks like he was forced to discard that Be Prepared.
Again.
So another really good timing by Jonathan on that Whole New World.
Yes, Whole New World is definitely one of the strongest cards in the game and really disrupts your opponent, and especially when you're playing a deck like Jonathan's where you can control when and where you play it.
Yes. Fabulous. I also, Jonathan is running Fire the Cannons, which you don't see very often anymore.
Becky, tell me how you feel about Fire the Cannons.
I have been against Fire the Cannons. No, I just hate being against Fire the Cannons.
Sure.
As somebody who likes to play aggro decks with little guys, Fire the Cannons is the detriment to little guys everywhere.
Yes. Okay, we saw a Sisu come down along with the Magic Broom. Oh. I think I missed what happened. So I think that Captain Hook challenged into something there. Oh, he played Grab Your Swords. I missed that. So he played Grab Your Swords.
Doing 2 to everything.
Yep. Oh, man. Yeah, so Edmund was starting to build his board state up, and then Jonathan just said, "No, I don't think so."
Yeah. Sorry I distracted you with my
the Fire the Cannons tirade.
I can't help it. That's just who I am. Okay, so now, once again, Jonathan with a very full board, dropping the McDuck Manor.
My goodness.
A lot happening, and with that giant Qianpo body and the giant McDuck Manor body, it's just beautiful. And even if Edmund is able to pull out a Be Prepared, McDuck Manor
stays on the board.
Survives.
Yeah. I don't think I see Be Prepared in his hand. There is the Be Prepared.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So he did put 3 damage onto McDuck Manor, which I think is smart there, wiping the board. And then now, hopefully, if you bring in something like a Maui, which Edmund definitely has in his deck, then he could take out McDuck Manor with just that 1 card. But
absolutely.
Yeah, this definitely feels like a little bit of a reset here. We have both players sitting at 5 lore. Jonathan right now having the advantage, though, with that McDuck Manor on board.
Yes, and we'll see if Jonathan's able to pull out a nice big board again, though he seems to be doing it fairly well, fairly consistently.
Yep. Jonathan taking a look through Edmund's discard, which if you're a newer player, if you don't know, the discard pile is public information. So oftentimes you'll see players ask to see their opponent's discard piles to look through. And what they're looking for is like how many copies of Be Prepared have I seen so far or whatnot, because then you can kind of by process of elimination know what else might be still waiting in the wings to be played.
Absolutely. Jonathan doing a whole new world, restocking his hand. He has so much ink, Rebecca.
He does so much.
He can play whatever he wants.
My son was playing a Sapphire Steel deck. We were playing at home the other day, and he had so much ink, and he's like, I can't control all this ink over here. I was like, poor you.
Yeah, right?
All that ink.
Yeah. Okay. And we're getting Captain Hook out there. But yeah, hold on. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that 10? 11? 3.
In ink.
Yeah.
It's quite a lot.
Yeah. So I guess he does definitely have the resources to keep building his board up. And it's kind of become Edmund's to stop him. It's starting right now with the Madame Medusa.
Yep. I love these ladies in chairs. Madame Medusa, of course, being able to banish chosen opposing character that has 3 cost or less. So unfortunately, Gaston, which now there's another one, not able to be chosen by Madame Medusa because he has that 4 strength.
Yes. And just, I mean, 2 smart Gastons. It's terrifying.
Gaston is you can deal with, but smart Gaston,
I don't know.
At least he thinks he's smart, but having 2 of them, and he quests for 3. Plus, he has that McDuck Manor over here.
Yeah. He's still, Jonathan is still having a very, again, I know I keep saying this, but this Sapphire Steel, like having these aggressive cards and that you don't see like whole lot is just so cool. Like I am loving what he is doing here.
Yep. Oh, and we just played a Let It Go to say goodbye to Madame Medusa.
Yes.
And Edmund had to let go of Madame Medusa into his inkwell, which is really unfortunate. And Jonathan now questing an up to 10
He
lore.
has 10. He has game on board with his 10 lore. So it's up to Edmund to stop this.
And I'm pretty sure, I know that Edmund for sure had 2 Be Prepareds, and there's the Maui coming down to take care of McDuck. So,
Right.
which then Edmund survives to live at least 1 more turn. But I know there were 2 Be Prepareds in his discard, and there may have even been 3. And a lot of players will only run 3 Be Prepared. So it's possible that he might not have any more. And Edmund says, there's nothing else I can do.
That was epic.
That was epic. This blue steel deck that we're seeing this weekend, I feel like it's different from what we have seen at previous challenges, and it's super fun.
See, I've not been like a Sapphire. I've not been interested because it's a slow and it does. And I'm just like, but I want to try this. This is fantastic. It has so much versatility. It can be the ramp. It can be the control. It can be an aggressor. Like it's fantastic. I love it.
It's very versatile.
I'm very excited about it. And I mean, Edmund played amazingly.
He did. He played as well as he could with the cards that he had. He was trying to find the answers, but in the end, that blue steel deck was able to take that McDuck Manor and all its decks. Well, there we go. Fabulous job by both players. We're going to go to a break, and we'll see you after that.
Bye.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge. I'm Tannen, that's Liam, and Liam, we're going into round 8 here of the challenge, and this is where stuff starts to get a little bit of the nitty-gritty. Players starting to get maybe a little bit of the nerves, you're starting to worry a little bit because your back's against the wall, you're trying to make it into that day 2. What's going through these players' heads right now?
I mean, they're all trying to eke out those last couple points to try to make sure they make the top cut. You know, one thing you didn't mention is the endurance aspect of this, because it's the physical endurance, making sure you've eaten and hydrated properly throughout the day, but then the mental endurance, because every single one of these games matters, and it means you had to be on point throughout the entire day.
So I used to compete a lot back in the day. I don't do it as much nowadays, and I don't know if I could make it through this anymore. Like, it's so important to get a good night's sleep, get some rest, get some food, get through this day. And I got to say, these guys and girls are people to be aspired to. I mean, they're unbelievable athletes. And I can't believe what they go through during the day, too, because there's so much pressure on them, too. And you're nervous about this. And you have to change your deck all the time, these new formats. It's pretty impressive what they're doing.
And in these 9-round games, it can be unforgiving. One bad decision in one game can be the difference between making the top cut and missing out by a point or two.
Absolutely. And so let's set up this round just a little bit here. We got going into the top 8, going into this 8th round. We have Michael Arroyo against Zach Bevins. Zach Bevins, one of my favorite players on tour. I know you're a big fan of his too. You may see him. He's been on coverage, I think, practically every challenge we've been to. He goes to all of them, and he plays a different deck. Every single time. One of these two. And he's playing something that I know you're a big fan of. He's playing Amethyst Emerald this round.
I love it. Amethyst Emerald has been my favorite deck since the game started. I played it in set 1. I played it in set 2. I shouldn't have, but I did. Won a set championship in
to my own dismay.
To my own dismay.
Yeah, sure.
And I even piloted into the teeth of Bucky this time around and did okay with it. But it's kind of been unleashed, I think, here, because one of the things really holding it back in this format the last few months was the Bucky deck, the Emerald Steel deck. And so I'm not surprised that we're seeing it here, and I'm not surprised that we have a player of Zach Bivens' caliber carrying it into this event.
Now, his opponent, Michael Arroyo, he's playing Amethyst Steel this round. What's that matchup going to feel like here, since you're the expert here for this?
I don't know about that, but no, this will be a really, really fascinating matchup. One of the things that so steel is a really tough color to be matched against, a tough ink color for Emerald Amethyst, because and some people think it's because of the control. Steel does have a lot of cards which can remove a lot of your smaller characters on the side of the board you're trying to get to stick, and that's one of the issues. But the other big issue is that Steel has a lot of strong mid-game characters like Beast Tragic Hero or Robin Hood Champion of Sherwood, and there's just not a lot of removal in the Emerald Steel deck. You do have cards that can bounce, and you also have cards which can give your opponent's characters Reckless, which is one way to kind of deal with them. But other than that, your only big removal option is Fox, and so that's one of the things that makes this deck a challenge. So I do think the Steel deck probably has an edge in this matchup for that reason, but either one is capable of taking this, and if there's any player that can overcome another deck with an advantage, it's Zach Bivens.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's stop talking about it. Let's watch a little bit. Let's head on down to the feature match area and get this round 8 started. As you can see, Zach there on your right, Michael on your left. It looks like, maybe they're still sculpting their hands that Michael is going to go ahead and be taking the play in game 1 here.
Yeah, I think rearranging here, looking for certain things. Zach, very, very good player. And Michael Arroyo is a name I've seen around too. I believe we've seen at other challengers. So we have two really high caliber players here who are not only fighting for a top cut, but fighting for seeding in the top cut. And why is that important, Tannen?
And look, getting to go first in game 1 of best of 3 tomorrow, unbelievably important. Some of these players, I've seen Zach actually play a lot of the extra games here. Some players in their last round like to draw and just go home a little early, get some rest. Zach's like, no, I want the points. I want to be better seated. And I got to wonder. I'm gonna see if towards the end of the season, when we're done with all these challenges, if I can get the point totals from players from all of the challenges. And my betting favorite for most points accrued across the entire season is going to be Zach Bevins.
Yeah, there's something else I want to point out with Zach, though. So not only does Zach fight Zach fights, as you said, to get the highest number of points every single time to try to get the top seed, but it's actually served him well in another way. Zach has placed so high at various competitions that he's actually qualified for the North American Championship, even though I don't think he's placed in the top 16 yet, because we have had players in other challenges repeat in the top cut, and so Zach, based on pure seeding, managed to take one of those slots. So
as a pass down.
As a pass down. So very talented player, and it served him well fighting to the end.
We're going to see some very good one-drops from both decks here. I've got to believe we've got a Robin Hood on a Michael side here, and Zach, I think he's got a choice on one-drops here. It looks like a Pegasus and it looks like 3 different choices. A Pegasus, Followers, and a Cursed Merfolk, I think.
Yeah, definitely 3 very different options here. You know, one of the things that the the Emerald Amethyst deck usually wants to do, I think of it as a 2-phased deck. In the first part of the game, you're trying to gather as much lore as possible to try to get at least to like 12, 13 lore, because you're often playing control decks, Ruby decks, which have Be Prepared and a lot of removal, or Steel decks, which can deal with most of your characters, that eventually you have to plan for losing control of the board. It doesn't always happen, but it often happens. And at that point, you're trying to close out the game with a few lore per turn, and particularly goat bounces if you can draw into them. So in the early game, it's imperative that you scoop up as much lore as you possibly can to make those goats and goat bounces a viable closing option for you.
Powerful 2-drop here from Michael as well to follow up this Robin Hood. He's got a Mr. Shmee, who's one of my favorite steel cards, one of the best 2-drops they've ever printed in the game.
Yeah, I mean, well statted, a lot of lore, great card to get on the board. And, you know, the fact that he takes a damage if he's exerted at the end of the turn doesn't seem to faze most people, because you can get a lot of value out of him in the meantime.
Absolutely. Still trades really well and challenges as well. Look, one good 2-drop deserves another one. That is a Sir Hiss on Zach Bevan's side here. Both these decks really, really coming out to the races.
Sir Hiss is a really fun card. You know, we talked about the importance of good stats on turn 2. As you pointed out, another well-statted card with that 3 strength. Now, a lot of times Sir Hiss is in these decks to kind of overpower the Flynn Rider Frenemy matchup, or card in the Ruby matchup. But here it does serve as an answer to Smee. If Michael tries to race ahead here, Sir Hiss can answer it.
Yeah, Sir Hiss is one of those cards. When I first saw it kind of popping in these lists, I'm like, yeah, it's a 3-1 evasive. It's fine. And then I started playing games and seeing the effects it had against, Flynn Rider, like you're talking about, or challenging other 2-drops, or just singing every single turn in some of the, the lemon lime decks that we've seen even Zach play here. And the fact that it has evasive means it can't be challenged after singing. And the effect it's had on the games, I didn't realize how much this card would do that.
Mm-hmm. No, that's exactly right. And we're seeing now, though, why Steel is a tough matchup for this particular deck. It's because in another matchup without this damage-based removal, Zach is able to quest for 2 lore here every turn without Michael being able to answer it, because both those characters are evasive, and Michael now removing that as an option and able to race ahead for a bit of lore on his own.
Yeah, Michael is pointing that Baboom over at that Pegasus here this round, as you just eloquently put here, and a little bit more damage-based removal in Michael's hand behind here. I think I saw Grab Your Swords, maybe a second copy of Baboom. I saw a lot of steel cards, and is that what he wants in this matchup?
That is definitely what he wants. Grab Your Sword is a card that's going to do a lot of work in this matchup. But here's a fun card. Jacques is a delightful little card that came out in set 4 and has been worked into a lot of these decks. It does 2 things for you here. One, it does give one of your opponent's characters Reckless, forcing them to challenge on the turn rather than quest if they're able to. But the other thing is, it is a well-statted character with 2 lore on turn 3.
Yeah, another great spot here for a well-statted character, like you were saying. And these guys haven't really missed a beat here yet this game. And I see a Beast Tragic Hero in Michael's hand over here, as well, or Sad Beast, as a lot of people like to put it. I love the nicknames the community has come up with for some of this stuff. It's because I'm like, yep, that is Sad Beast. It just works. And he would have to give up a pretty good card here, though, to do it if he wants to ink, say, like that Baboom or something along those lines. So I think that's what he's trying to think of here, is like, how do I want to play this out this turn? But I was about to say, are we about to ink the Beast here and get the Rabbit in play instead?
I think we might, but instead, there's the thought about it, but the Baboom goes into the Inkwell instead. There's another version of Beast, Beast Hard-Headed, which is on the art, like smashing a copy of the Illuminary, and that one is colloquially referred to as Mad Beast.
I'm very hard-headed, so I get that one as well. I identify with that one a little bit more. But it looks like he does go ahead and go with the Rabbit, opting for the extra card here instead of the very good Sad Beast. So back over to Zach Bevins. You see that Reckless still there on that Shmee, so it wasn't able to do anything that turn.
So interestingly, Reckless does say you have to challenge if able.
Yeah.
Sir Hiss not being a viable, because it's evasive, not being a viable target, and also with a ready character there, cannot quest, must challenge it. Yep.
Yeah, so I just can't do anything.
Can't do anything. Just sit there and bumble around, and
it kind of just puts him to sleep for a turn.
It does.
It's like, look, Shmee, you go over there in your ship. Go look for Captain Hook. We'll be here a little bit when you get back.
But that is one of the reasons that Jacques is such a good card in this deck, because as you pointed out, there's just not a lot of removal or ways to deal with your opponent's characters in this color combo. And so having cards like Jacques, and there's another card, I'm blanking on the name, Lyle Rourke, which has a similar effect. Those are great additions to this deck.
Zach went ahead and made his 4th ink there and got his own rabbit into play, getting another card into his hand. We're back over to Michael Arroyo here. It looks like he's going to go ahead and sing a Friends from the other side. And this is the difference between the play and the draw here. Zach had a Friends from the other side of there, but he wasn't able to sing it. Or he decided not to sing. He went ahead and inked it instead. So he didn't want to exert his Jacques just yet on that side of the board and give any really, really good challenges to Michael Arroyo. Michael, though, he's going to be able to sing here. And then I was going to say, does he want to pick this up? No, it looks like he's going to go ahead and just go ahead with that beast.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons again I highlighted that Steel is such a challenging matchup for this color combo. Not only is it a removal, but then these powerful mid-game characters. There's not a lot of answers in these colors for that. Some players run Mother Knows Best, which can bounce Beast back to your hand and to your opponent's hand and perhaps delay it a turn. You can also give him Reckless and force him to challenge. But other than that, oftentimes you risk just letting Beast sit there and draw your opponent an extra card each turn, which just doesn't feel good.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think that Zach has an actual answer to Beast here, so it looks like that card advantage engine is going to be online for Michael Arroyo here.
And Zach, not a lot of options. You do have those merfolk in there, but they're uninkable and susceptible to the grab your sword. I'm not sure. Zach probably knows that might be there, but clearly trying to save those for the late game.
One thing that can kind of be used as removal for Zach, if he could ever get the Beast to be exerted, is it looks like he does have a crab in his hand, so it allows some of these smaller statted characters to be able to, challenge a little bit more effectively. But as you see, that Beast isn't exerted yet, just yet, and the only thing that he can really attack into is that rabbit. He's got things that could already do that if he wants.
Yeah, I'm sure Michael's going to be happy to let that Beast sit there for several turns, just give him that card advantage, play with the rabbits, just build up his hand to the point that he has all the cards he needs to close out this game.
Looks like the crab is going to go ahead and make sure that that Merlin can take care of his counterpart, and then Madame Mim's going to come in and pick that Merlin up and maybe give that that card draw another go here. One out of the hand from being removed from play, and then possibly another one next turn when he plays it yet again. We've seen this all day long with these Amethyst decks.
This is a tale as old as time, all the way back to Rise of the Floodborn with Madame M chasing Merlin back to the hand. It does feel bad to banish one of your opponent's cards if it gives them a card, but one of the things these bounce decks wants to do is maximize the value of those rabbits to get you 3, 4, 5 cards. So getting it off the board is fantastic.
And I've had a lot of people talk to me about the Amethyst mirrors, that sometimes rabbit can be really important. You try not to let it get too exposed, because if you can keep a rabbit around and keep bouncing it, that's a recipe for success in the mirror, because you're just getting more cards.
Mm-hmm.
But with Beast around, I don't think Michael's going to be short on cards. You types going to see a castle and say, "Oh, here we go."
I think he also has 2 more rabbits in hand. So
Robin Hood, Sherwood here showing up. Another big, huge play for Michael Arroyo here. Another problematic character for Zach to deal with. It looks like Grab Your Swords is going to get sung by Beast here. When Beast is in Beast form, is he really that much of a singer? I don't think he has that good of a singing voice. Do you?
Probably not. Although in the live action film, he did a fantastic song.
Sure.
No.
I don't know if he'd make people grab swords so much as pitchforks and torches, but here it was definitely swords.
That is true. So fun little interaction here. Sing Grab Your Sword made Jacques vulnerable to a challenge from Robin Hood there. So Michael able to challenge with that Robin Hood and gain 2 lore off banishing Jacques. And now he did expose the Beast to perhaps a return challenge. That crab, if it's able to be bounced back to hand with the fox, perhaps will allow Michael to take care of that Beast in short order. But the trade-off here to getting control of the board seems to be worth it.
Absolutely. It doesn't look like that's going to be what happens just yet. A rabbit's going to start off for the turn here for Zach, getting him another card. Couple options here. It looks like he's going to go ahead and ink the Ursula. Follow this up with, let's say, is that, all right, there we go. Got a trade here, a challenge here. That takes care of this board. And I was supposed to say about the 2 Cursed Merfolk. He got to grab the swords out of hand, and hopefully there isn't another copy of it for Zach here with the way that he's played this game. From a spot that looked really bad for Zach, definitely back in this game.
Yeah, this definitely feels better. One thing I think that you said in an earlier match is that Grab Your Sword is a card that we've seen fewer of in this meta, with Bucky being removed and fewer Emerald Steel decks running around. And so there may only be 1 copy in Michael's deck. We don't know, but Zach is kind of counting on them being not that many around and feeling a little bit more safe dropping this Merfolk here.
Yeah. Michael's going to go ahead and quest up to 11 here. He's going to go ahead and move Robin Hood over to the castle. Another Captain Hook, I think, going to the ink here. Yeah, just keep developing the ink here. He's got 2 more rabbits in hand. Wants to get as much ink as possible so he can start playing those multiple times a turn. Back over to Zach here. A little bit of a deficit here on the ink, down 11-3.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a challenging position to be in. The Merfolk are fantastic for questing. They're fantastic for questing early. One thing they're not great at is challenging. And when you have a 7 willpower castle over there, it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with.
Yeah, castle, a real hard one to deal with for practically any character in one shot in the game. We've seen like the reckless, bodyguards of Hercules showing up and stuff like that. And without Crab, I don't know if Zach's going to be able to do that. The Merfolks, unfortunately, they don't challenge very well.
No, they don't. So you mentioned earlier, we talked about grab your sword and how Zach was probably waiting for the right moment, trying to draw that out. And once it's played, he feels safer playing the Merfolk. Probably a similar dynamic for Michael with that crab on the board. Seeing that crab in play, he knows that all Zach has to do is find a way to remove that crab from the board, and that castle can be taken down perhaps with 1 or 2 characters. So with the crab being gone, that castle feels pretty safe.
That's a really, really good point. I've always found that to be one of the most fascinating parts in any of the Amethyst mirrors is when you play your castle. All right, and we've got our goat sighting for Zach Bevins here. That's going to go ahead and move him up just a little bit. He's up to 7 lore here.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually you save the goats to the end game so you can bounce them, but here it is a 4 strength character. And if Zach wants to deal with that castle, he needs to get some more strength on the board, and that's probably the value of the goat here.
Absolutely. Let's see, I think he has 1 card left in his hand here. Let's see if he wants to deploy it here just yet. Thinking about possibly questing as well.
I will note, let's note Don Carnage there. We're not seeing him in play here. We are seeing him going into the Inkwell, but this is a card which we haven't seen a lot of in the competitive meta, and it's an example of Zach pulling in a little bit of spice, something unusual.
Kid Cloud Kicker showing up here. A nice little tempo play, going ahead and returning that Captain Hook to Michael Arroyo's hand.
I mean, a cheap card that Michael's going to be able to get in the board again pretty easily, but it'll deprive Michael of a card there since he doesn't have an extra character sitting on that castle, just the Robin Hood.
Yeah, really big for Zach there, denying some cards for Michael Arroyo. If he can keep up with what's in play, he might have a chance if he can keep it from drawing too many extra cards a turn.
Yeah, and now, so Michael with only 1 character left on the board, he won't be able to remove both of those merfolk with what he's showing. So Zach here is really in a race. That's what this has become. Of course, Michael will gain 2 lore off banishing one of those merfolk, but Michael now has to start thinking about finding an answer for this wide board. Zach went from, I think, feeling like he was on the ropes, or at least we thought he was on the ropes, to looking at a pretty comfortable position here.
Yeah, he's played this pretty well. All right, it looks like Robin Hood is going to go ahead and challenge one of those merfolks, like you said. Discard effect coming for Michael Arroyo. He's going to go ahead and pitch one of those sad beasts. Definitely sad going there.
So sad. What a tragic.
If you're sitting in Zach's seat and you see him pitch that beast there, are you a little worried about what's left over in the hand?
Maybe, but I mean, it has to feel good anytime you see a beast pitched. But Michael here thinking about, if getting as many characters on the board as possible to challenge some of those smaller bodies, throwing both Rabbit and Hook into the Queen's Castle.
Yeah, castled up here, Zach, drawing his only card that he's got here for the turn. I hear you doing math.
I am. I'm counting lore. Yeah, Michael with 6 lore on the board with that castle, and so Zach has to figure out how to put himself in striking distance while removing at least 2 lore. At least 1 lore.
Because problem number 1 is not lose.
Not lose.
Right. And then how do I win from here? So it looks like start with the Rabbit going into the Robin Hood. That's going to get Zach an extra card here. I like that play to start off with. Get as much for anybody at home that's watching one of these. If you're ever going to be making a bunch of plays in a turn, and one of them is going to draw you a card, it's almost always correct to start off with the play of drawing the card here, because you want all of the information before you start making decisions.
That's exactly right.
All right, looks like the goat's going to go ahead and finish off with the trade here with the Robin Hood.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that does remove the Robin Hood from the castle, so there's no extra card draw there, but Michael does get a card when Robin Hood, Champion, or Sherwood is banished in a challenge, so drawing into another card here. And yeah, so just a lot for Zach to deal with.
Yeah, so 4 lore still showing for Michael. That wouldn't be all of it. He would go to 19, but you have to worry about possible goats for Michael here as well. So Zach may be trying to figure out a way to get him to 18 while still having something going on, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do that. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to remove the castle or any more of these characters. So I think Zach just has to hope and cross his fingers here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Zach was trying to draw into something like a Lyle, which had Reckless, or something like this, what a great card to drop here. So now Michael has to deal with something on the board. Ursula, Sea Witch Queen, has 3 lore on it, and so 3 with the other 3, that's 6. And so Michael now has to devote at least some resources to removing the Merfolk or the kit.
Let's see, does he have a goat?
And with that 3 lore, that puts him 1 goat away.
That's a really good point for Zach Bevins here as well. Zach doing what he can with what he's got. Michael with a lot of, I think 4 cards in his hand, 5 cards in his hand. He's got so many castles, just doing so much work here.
Yeah, so we'll see. As you said, we'll see if he has the goat or even better, the goat bounce. Oh no, just the goat would close it out, wouldn't it? Yep. But he's thinking about this a long time, which leads me to believe that he doesn't have the goat in hand.
This would be a really good slow roll if not.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's see where you see this. So Hook going into the Merfolk.
Go ahead. Yeah, pitch his card for there. He's going to go ahead and clean up the kit as well. All right, so now Zach can't win on his turn with everything that's face up. It would have to be with some goat shenanigans. It looks like a Merlin Rabbit is going to get followed up by a Merlin Goat. Okay,
Yep.
That must have been the card that was drawn off the rabbit.
Yes. So I have to do...
And I see a little shake of the head. Maybe it was the card that was drawn off the rabbit, and he realized, had I just started my turn with this, maybe I would have drawn the card and seen that
You know what? That's exactly right, Tannen. Playing the rabbit late, drew into the goat. He had game if he had done that in the other order. So you pointing out earlier that the drawing the card first, always a good idea because you have more information, and here that would have paid dividends had he drawn into that.
Yeah, he would have been able to possibly just win exactly that turn, but it ended up Zach Bevins didn't top deck a goat of his own or a way to, prolong that game. We saw both those decks doing kind of what they wanted to do in the early game. It was the mid game that really separated them, though, that game, right?
Yes, it is. And again, I'll highlight that against steel decks, Emerald Amethyst is a fantastic deck. I love it so much. But those mid game big bodies in steel are just a lot to deal with the tools that are currently available in Emerald Amethyst.
All right, we're going to be going into game 2 between these 2 players here, and it sounds like we're going to be joining it in progress as well. So it sounds like we may have missed a turn or 2 at the beginning of the game, or to figure out, we might be getting it from the beginning here as well. Let's say I was getting a note from my editor. There we go. Looks we are going to get it from the beginning.
Right,
all right,
right from the hand altar.
The players were so amped and ready to go. We thought we might have missed turn 1, but it looks like we got there just in time.
Yeah, that's so fun. There's so many fun notes last game. One of the things I want to talk about the mid-game last game is there's Merfolk. Because I think a lot of folks think about those as early game aggressive cards, and we're going to see them with Zach on the play used in that way here, getting down early, able to get Zach hopefully a bunch of lore in the early game where Zach can, as we talked about, get within goat striking distance for the later game. But in the previous game, Zach opted instead to hold on to this Merfolk because he did have one available turn 1. And being on the draw, I think he chose to save those until the right moment and then drop them all on the board to be a big lore threat. And so Zach's showing some versatility there in how he chooses to use these 1-drop cards.
Yeah, big lore threat is exactly what's going to happen this game, though. It is going to be on turn 1. Go ahead and quest for 2, followed up by Sirius. This is the start that Zach wants when he's on the play.
Yeah, and Michael not having a 1-drop there to do his Merfolk is not an ideal start for him.
Let's see, does he have a play here for turn 2?
He does. I think I saw a Smee at the very least. Oh, we have a Blue Fairy. Okay. I love Blue Fairy.
And you were telling me this is a card that you've seen kind of come in and out of the metagame quite a bit at times.
Yeah, I wouldn't describe this as an unpopular card. The thing with Blue Fairy, though, is it's very popular in these Amethyst steel decks because there are so many good Floodborn available in steel. Not only have Jafar, but you have the new Aladdin, you have Beast Tragic Hero, you have Tinkerbell. There's just a lot. The problem is, the reason you don't see the Blue Fairies a ton is because this Amethyst steel deck, they haven't really work their way into the top 5 meta decks, I think. And so they've always been there, but you don't see them in competitive events too often because you just don't see the Amethyst Steel decks up there that much. But it's a fantastic card. It draws you a card whenever a Floodborn's played.
Really efficient turn 3 here for Zach. He gets to quest with the 2 characters, then use Metamim to pick up the Cursed Merfolk, replay them so they can't be challenged by Blue Fairy here for free.
So Zach getting maximum value out of those Merfolk. And it's fantastic because Blue Fairy, we talked about the value of it drawing cards, but in this case, it could have served as an offensive card, dealing with the Merfolk and then turning around and dealing with the Hiss, but not able to do that here.
Yeah, it's still a pretty good turn for you. If you got to deal with the Merfolk, discard a card, and then you're still going to get to draw a card off its ability this turn when you play a Floodborn. You've been pretty okay with that. And then what? You're going to trade your Sir Hiss into it because it has evasive. Like that would have been a really good, I think, exchange for Michael Arroyo, and Zach has to play around it.
And a fantastic use of Snake there, as you pointed out. Here we do see a Floodborn Aladdin come down on turn 3. This card, I think a lot of people saw it initially. We were like, it's fine. It banishes an item. It's scenario based, but it is a 3-drop Floodborn available in these steel decks and pairs well with Blue Fairy, and we see it used here for that purpose.
Yeah, it used to be the other way around. It used to be with the Emerald decks along with Bucky, and now we're seeing it. We're seeing it here today with Blue Fairy, and a card that, yeah, it's inkable. Decent stat line, but if you ever get to start using the ability where it destroys an item, that's where it really starts to hum.
It feels so good.
Yeah.
Blue Fairy here trading with the Sir Hiss, I believe, to get rid of that evasive. So, we talked about the game plan for Zach Bevins. Michael Arroyo knows exactly what Zach's trying to do, gain lore, as much lore as possible, because then the end game is really within reach, and Zach doing that perfectly.
Yeah. Second verse, same as the first. Except this time it's a fox that's going to come down and pick up that merfolk. Make sure can't be challenged. It just stays around. This merfolk, I think, is going to get something like 6, 10, 8, 10 lore this game.
A lot of lore.
Yeah.
Now, Michael Steele, of course, is running cards like Baboom, which we do see one in hand to deal with that merfolk. We'll see if Michael wants to devote resources to dealing with it here, because at some point those merfolk become untenable.
Yep. Yeah, he's got an Aladdin that can trade into this Madam Mim if he wants. He can take care of that merfolk. Let's see if he wants to use his ink more efficiently this turn. I don't know if he has anything else if he uses Baboom. So here we go. It's going to start with the Captain Hook. Followed up by the Baboom, it looks like. Yep.
Yeah, get rid of this merfolk.
Yeah, I don't want to give up another card here, and you got to believe he's going to be challenging in. Yep, and there it is. So this board a lot more tenable for Michael Arroyo here. Captain Hook staring down a Madam Mim Fox here. Back over to Mr. Bevins.
But Bevins doing exactly what he wants to do this game. 8 lore at this point is very comfortable, and now he's into the rabbit phase of the game, starting to draw some more cards. He'd like to be scooping up a lore or 2 per turn here, because really I think the key number for Zach in the end of the mid game when you get to the late game is about 11 or 12 lore, maybe 13, and that makes the goats just feel very impactful in the late game.
I'm going to go ahead and ink down that big Ursula. One of his big plays, but maybe not anytime soon. And like you said, I think we're into the mid game here. We're going to be concentrating on these foxes and these rabbits and doing some stuff like that. Zach really taking a think here about whether he wants to quest or not, and he finally decides to.
I mean, this is a big choice. Losing a fox, which can provide a bunch of utility, you can perhaps bounce the fox back, get fox loops going to a Captain Hook feels bad, but every single lore here matters. And Zach is in the phase of the game where 1 or 2 lore per turn is perfectly fine with him, and that's what he's going to be looking at doing.
Yep, there's that challenge you were talking about right after a rabbit comes down. Some more ink generation from Michael Arroyo here, and that's going to lead into a Robin Hood. So back over to Zach here. What's he drawing for turn? He's got 3 cards left in his hand here. Are these going to be impactful enough to get him a split here in this round 8 matchup?
He has the bounce. This is great. Big quest with the rabbit. We're going to get that lore. We're going to bounce the rabbit, get a card. This is exactly what Zach wants to be doing.
Yep, great so far from here. And I think he might have a 2-drop on this. I think I see an Ursula. Does he want to play it, though, is the question. Seems like he's debating.
Yeah, interesting choice here. We know, Zach doesn't know. There's a couple choices in there which he can pick. How much does Zach value that information, I think, is what he's thinking about right now.
Yeah, do you know an argument for not playing the Ursula here?
I think it's if you value the information later more than you value the information now. There are points later in the game where Zach is going to make some choices about perhaps playing, Cursed Merfolk or extending himself, and perhaps he's waiting until that moment. He might also be waiting until he gets another Ursula Floodborn, and perhaps then able to play it and set up that shift later on. I think those would be the 2 reasons.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if he's debating inking it. It did look like he decided to ink it here this turn.
Yeah, that is true. And we do have a Rourke. I didn't notice that in the hand. So Lyle Rourke is another card similar to Jacques that lets you kind of control your opponent's board a little bit by giving a character reckless when he comes into play, and I believe when he quests. So this is going to force Michael to, not to quest, not to pursue that lore and challenge instead. Of course, Michael, I think, is thinking more about singing and more about challenging with his characters right now. And we see that here, choosing to get rid of Zach's entire board with the cards at his disposal.
Yeah, double Along Came Zeus for Michael here, and then he's going to quest off that one. Great follow-up here, though, on the empty board for Zach. A rabbit here is going to get him an extra card deep. I see a crab in hand, and then the rest of it I can't quite make out.
Yeah, I wish I could tell. There might be another Lyle in the middle. I can't see it.
Huge fan of the hand cams, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely love them here. Let's just play along.
Yeah, it looks like that is another Lyle, I think.
And then a Friends? Is that a Friends?
It is a Friends.
Okay.
Yeah, so one of the reasons removing that Fox was so impactful, I think Zach would have loved to sing that card with Fox, and now forced to wait. So here we have Lyle Rourke again, giving the Rabbit Reckless.
Yep, gonna put the rabbit to sleep, as I like to call it, for a turn here. You can't quest with this. You can't challenge with it because there's nothing to challenge. A little bit of an earthquake over there in the feature match area.
Yeah, and Michael with several cards in hand that are not super helpful. I think we will see the goat here, mostly because, again, it is a well-statted character, which can challenge into that work. 4 in the stat line always feels pretty impactful. There's just fewer and fewer cards that can deal with anything over 3. So here, the goat is kind of the answer to work questing. But yeah, Michael not with the cards he wants, but able to control Zach's board just enough to keep him from running away with this game.
Yep, he did get a lore there off the go, so it puts him at 2 to Zach Bevan's 10. It looks like we're going to go back over to Mr. Zach here and see what he's got. All right, so there's the Friends from the other side, like you said, sung off the rabbit. Did he pick up any ways to pick it up? Yep, right away. We got Madam Mim is going to go ahead and pick up the rabbit, net another card for Zach here, and we're not even stopping here. We're going full tilt into the rabbit. Another card added to Zach Bevan's hand here. Multiple plays left over for him. I see a Pegasus. I see a Sir Hiss. Is that another rabbit in his hand? I think it might be another rabbit in his hand. So Pegasus is going to make it into the ink and Sir Hiss onto the board. Great redevelopment turn for Zach Bevans.
You know, sometimes these Amethyst mirrors come down to who can use their Merlins and Mims the best. And that Sorcerer Spellbook, interesting card in this matchup. Probably not a card that Michael was super happy to get at this point in the game, but this is a card which give him 1 lore every single turn. He's able to sink a little bit of extra ink into it. So definitely put Zach on a clock. Michael is hoping to just drive the lore total a little bit higher. What Michael really wants to do is try to get to a phase in the game where Zach is forced to respond to his board because he's threatening the game. And so the Spellbook will help him get there if he draws into more removal.
Rabbit here, the first play for Zach, and I think that found a Friends from the other side. So Friends from the other side, Rabbit, and I think some Emerald card. And is that a
Jacques, I think.
Is that a Jacques? Yeah, I think it's a Jacques. So also a couple of options here for Zach. How does he want to sequence this turn? Does he want to sing Friends from the other side? Who does he want to sing with? Does he want to pay ink for it? We'll have to find out. So it looks like he's going to go ahead and play the Rabbit, get another card deeper, picks up a Pegasus.
It's really developing a wide board here. So still plenty of options here. I mean, work, so it looks like we're going to trade into the rabbit. Yep. Get rid of the rabbit on, or not trade, rather, but sorry, challenge into the rabbit and get rid of the rabbit on Zach's terms.
It does look like he's going to go ahead and quest a little bit extra here with the evasive character and with the rabbit as well, because he's got 2 of them. I'm sorry, he's got 3 of them, so losing 1 wouldn't be the end of the world here.
Yeah, and again, leaving it there. There were other plays available. Of course, Work could have quested, given something reckless, but instead choosing to let things be, pushing the lure a little bit higher. Friends from the other side being sung here.
Yep, Goat being used to sing Friends from the other side. A couple of really powerful cards added to Michael's hand. I think I see a Robin Hood and a Bell.
Ah, Bell, accomplished mystic, I believe.
There are some damage counters.
There are damage counters. So this is another beautiful card.
I love this art. I love this art, by the way.
Beautiful card from this set. This is a card when it comes into play allows you to shift damage counters from 3 damage counters from one of your cards or one of your opponent's cards to another card. So able to pull some shenanigans there. But we won't see that yet. Instead, we'll see Robin Hood shifting and challenging into the snake.
Yeah, getting a little lore for his trouble there. Shmi's also going to lore up as well. Michael doing a very good job of developing this turn and getting a good bit of lore back into this game.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needs to do. And that was a fantastic turn for Michael here. I'm not sure what the question is here.
Looks like, let's say the lore was at 9 for a second for Michael. It looks like it's back down to 6. So it looks like that's where he's going to end up 6 to 12 here in favor of Zach.
Yeah, I'm not. I should have been paying attention to lore total. I think that might be a little behind, but at the very least, even if it is 6, looking a little more palatable. Should have gotten 2 lore off the Robin Hood, 2 lore off the Smee, 1 off the Spellbook. So that might be right. But back over to Zach. Zach's still with 5 lore on the board if he chooses to quest out, putting him within goat striking distance with the goat bounce. A little bit extra.
Saw Pegasus and an Ursula in hand. I think the friends from the other side still there. He's going to start off with a rabbit challenging into the Shmee, though. It's going to draw him an extra card here, getting a Peter Pan off the top, the evasive Peter Pan with Rush.
Yeah, Zach, definitely, you can tell he's definitely playing this cautiously and conservatively. He knows he's in the driver's seat, choosing to remove the big lore characters where he can from Michael's side of the board, drawing into more cards. He knows he has card advantage. So I'm just going to keep removing threats and keep drawing the answers.
So that's what was up. But we forgot about the Tiberius, that whenever one of your characters gets banished, your opponent loses 1 lore.
Yes, yes. So that's what the discussion was. I'm sorry. Yeah, so it's a fun little catch-up mechanic that's built into these Emerald Amethyst decks, which it's a really great tool. It's one of the reasons that Lyle is such a great ad, because oftentimes in these Emerald Amethyst decks, phase 2 of the game feels like a race to 20. And I can't tell you how many times in this deck I have won with 20 lore when my opponent's at 17, 18, or 19, and it's a goat that pushes me over the edge. So that 1 lore reduction makes a huge difference in these games sometimes.
Down to 7 lore for Michael there. But he does get to draw a card for his efforts because of that Robin Hood getting banished. Zach going to go ahead and sing Friends from the other side. Ooh, I think I saw a goat get picked up.
Wow, what a fantastic impact Rourke has had here.
Yeah, really showing off that card here, I think, this game. Jacques added to hand. I think another Lyle Rourke was added to hand here. And Zach is just not running out of stuff anytime soon.
No, he's definitely taking full advantage of the rabbits. We may have seen all 4 rabbits. Certainly.
I think so, actually.
So a lot of rabbits, a lot of friends, and knows he has card advantage. And but here we have. Okay, so we did play the Deceiver here. Zach, figuring out this is where he wants to see what's going on, probably has a choice to make about whether to extend himself or not, wanting to see what the options are that Michael has available.
All right, you're going to go ahead and lure up here with the rabbit. It puts Zach up to 13.
Yeah, again, I think this is just a master class on how to pilot this deck on the play, especially, and take advantage of the card advantage that Amethyst offers you. Michael does have a Beast Tragic Hero available, a card that he'd love to get on the board, but at this point, it's just he has to be thinking about removing every card possible from Zach's side of the board, because every single lore matters here. And Jacques, again, will point out, not only does he give a card Reckless, but it's a 2 lore character. And so Zach, is he threatening game here? I think so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
That would be exactly enough. He's at 13. Yep. So, and with Reckless on the other side, though, he's going to have to challenge here. Let's see if Michael has anything else that he can do. I think I see a fox in hand. But is this going to... Even if he can not lose this turn, I don't know if it's going to be enough to keep him from losing the next turn is the problem here. I think Zach, like you said, is fully turned the corner.
Yeah, it is a challenge. I mean, a card like Grab Your Sword would be nice, but let's take a look at all of Zach's characters. They all have more than 2 willpower. Peter Pan, I have to double check on Peter Pan. No, yes. Peter Pan is 3. So yeah, so even a Grab Your Sword, your biggest wide mass removal card is not enough. Not enough resources to play 2 of them. So it's just going to be tough to get back in this. I don't think there's an answer here.
All right, Michael's going to start off with going ahead and challenging this rabbit. Card given to Zach here.
And losing a lore in the process.
Yep.
Gaining a lore now off the goat leaving play. And he'll be able to challenge another rabbit and then lose another lore.
Making some inroads here.
That is true. So, we had 7 lore, so we had to move at least 1 from the board to keep from winning this game, and that's what Michael did. So, delaying Zach's winning unless he has a goat, playing the goat back to the board here, gaining a lore. And what we always say, play to your outs, draw out the game. see what you can do. Here we are going to challenge into the rabbit. We're going to lose the lore again from Rourke. I should have been telling how much work that Rourke has done. Probably at least 5 or 6 now.
It's been a lot. Rourke has been very, very good this game. All right, Bevins with, I think, 5 lore in play here. He's at 13. Barring some really good goat shenanigans, I don't think he can win this turn, but he might be able to put the game out of reach for anything that Michael Arroyo can do. So we'll have to see. Yep, looks like he's going to make the goat have Reckless.
Yeah, now we'll point out Michael losing 2 lore every single time one of Zach's characters is banished.
You have to double up when you're keeping up in lore count here now. Yep, so there we go. We got a trade with Ursula into the Madam Mim Fox. That's going to make Arroyo lose 2 lore. This might be a record for most lore ever seen a person lose in a game.
It's probably close to the most lore anybody has ever lost in a Disney Lorcana challenge. It's a bold statement, but again, just a masterclass here in knowing that you are, you have the advantage, because there are lines that Zach could have taken here numerous times where he extends a little bit more. There's a number of low-cost characters he has in hand. He has the castle there. He could have way earlier just overextended, but instead challenging, forcing some lore to be lost, drawing cards, and just slowly playing that advantage over time and grinding his way up to 20 lore.
It looks like he's going to go ahead and finish at 17 lore this turn, developing 2 more characters. He already had the Tiberius, but he built the Turn-a-Box follower. So we're back over to Michael. Let's see if Michael has a rabbit that he can pull out of his hat, not just out of his hand here to get out of this.
Oh, dear.
That one was for me. That joke was for me.
I liked it.
You're very kind to me.
I love a good pun. So again, Michael thinking about his outs here. Again, you may as well, try to figure out if you have any outs, even if you can extend, another turn. Sometimes in these games, even if you think you're going to lose and you have no outs, thinking through these scenarios and figuring out what the optimal move is, even if it's all for naught, can set you up for later games and to help you think through lines which you may not have thought of. So Michael definitely going through the motions here and trying to figure out if he has anything he can do to stop Zach from winning.
It looks like Rabbit's going to dig him a card deeper. Goat's going to get him a lore closer to 20, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Zach's going to gain 2 lore at the beginning of his turn. Quest up. We're going to see the fist bump. And Zach Bevins is your winner of this round 8 match. I'm going to believe he's fully secured for his day 2 here, but that's not going to stop him. He's one of those players. He's going to want to play round 9. He's going to want to get the most points possible. He's going to want to get that highest seed possible. And well played by both our players there. Zach showing some real play there in game 2.
I loved both these games. I mean, I said it from the beginning that I think Steel is a tough matchup for this particular deck, but Zach showing how to handle it there. Michael, perhaps not with some of the removal he wanted, or he would have liked to have in the early game there, but just let's recall a couple of key players here. One is what Zach did with the Merfolk, using bounce cards to very effectively allow him to get 2 lore a turn and then keeping those Merfolk protected, forcing Zach to respond for some removal, which means that Michael is not able to devote his resources to developing his own board to pursue his win condition. And then in the second half of the game, that Rourke doing so much work, reducing Michael's lore and just keeping Michael anywhere, very, very far away from being able to turn the corner and force Zach into the defensive.
Yeah, it allowed him to dictate the terms of how the game was going to go. He's like, look, you're going to lose some lore here. If you want to fight for the board, then you're not gaining lore, so now you can't even keep up anymore with the lore fight they've got going on. Great stuff from Zach there in game 2 to even up that match. And I think that's it for us from round 8. Sounds like we're going to be going into round 9 here very, very soon. And look, hey, we might have some heartbroken players or some very ecstatic players for the next round. I have to find out some very high intense matchups here coming up from Disney's Lorcana in the next round. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
What a fun match. And Becky, welcome back to the booth.
Happy to be here.
I'm excited that we get to end the day on round 9 together. This is so fun.
Absolutely. We started the day kind of together, and here we are again.
Here we are again, kind of wrapping it up.
Fabulous.
So, round 9, it all comes down to this for some of these players.
Absolutely. It's very exciting. Our top 64 from today will be going on to play tomorrow. So I'm excited to see what this match.
Yeah, me too. I talked last time about how much I love Emerald Amethyst. It's a deck that I'm very passionate about. I love it so much. We got to see it last match, and we're going to get to see it again. And I'm really excited to see how it does in round 9.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be fantastic, along with a Ruby Amethyst. So we're ready to get into it.
Ready to get into it.
Let's go.
Let's do it. Let's go. So this is a fun matchup. You know, we're going right into round or turn 1 here with the Pegasus being played on turn 1. One of the things about this matchup is if you play any Lorcana deck competitively, you are very familiar with the Ruby Amethyst matchup, and so this is a matchup that we see that Heesung has probably seen over and over again, and it's a matchup personally that I like as an Emerald Amethyst player.
Absolutely, I can see that. This sort of emerald amethyst is a bit more snappy, a bit quick on the thing. So it's up to kind of Sumin to like keep track and kind of keep that on hand. I'm looking.
I think we see that's a brawl. I don't see the Flint Rider frenemy. I don't think we do have the Sisu there, but no answer immediately for that evasive Pegasus, which Heesung will be able to quest with for at least this turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure entirely what Sumin's running. If she has any evasive in there, possibly, most likely not. So we'll see how she gets to contend with that little baby that can become kind of a big thing.
little baby Pegasus. I love it so much. This is a card that is unconditionally invasive, unlike the Pascal that we used to see run.
Right.
And you know, so I talked about last match the kind of game plan for these Emerald Amethyst deck. I really think of this as a 2-phase game. Phase 1 is get as much lore as possible early, and you do that with evasive characters, and you do that sometimes with high lore early game characters like Cursed Merfolk, sometimes Flynn Rider, and then even a Jacques on turn 3, which is a 2-lore character. Now we do have Peter Pan Shadowhunter, I believe, there. This is another evasive card, evasive and rush card. So Heesung now with 2 lore worth of evasive characters on the board that Sumin is going to have to find an answer for, or Heesung is going to continue to drive his lore count in the early game here.
Absolutely. Seeing these 2 evasive on board, it's absolutely something that Sumin's going to have to deal with pretty quickly because these can absolutely set the tone of the match. I mean, if Sumin's not able to interact with him, there's really not much she can do to stop them.
Here we are, singing Friends from the Other Side. Peter Pan Shadow there, giving him a couple, 2 more cards. The play draw dynamic here is really interesting in this matchup to me because I think both these decks in this current meta want to be aggressive in the early game.
Yes.
So Heesung right now is trying to be the one that is forcing Sumin to respond. Because if Sumin has the right opening hand with Flynn Rider Frenemy and with the Sisu Emboldened Warrior there, Sumin can really drive her lore total and force Heesung into kind of a more of an offensive role as far as board control goes. But here, driving the lore total and forcing Sumin into the response.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely kind of sort of playing on the back foot there. We have the Madam Snake and the Sisu. I'm interested to see what Sumin's plan might be evolving into now that she hasn't gotten that kind of strong start with the Flynn Rider.
Right, it's really the evasive cards that are challenged here.
Yeah, those are absolutely going to be a problem. And like you were saying, this Emerald Amethyst is very aggressive early on, and so it's going to be able to really push forward, and they tend to might fall off a little bit towards the end, and potentially the Amethyst Ruby can kind of hop into that with castles and these bigger cards to be able to do some real damage and get a lot of lore on the board.
It's true. We did see a Brawl go into the Inkwell there. Brawl, a card that could have been used to deal with either of these evasive characters. Instead, going into the Inkwell and choosing to play a Rabbit instead.
I'm wondering if Sumin has a different plan for her evasive opponents in that case.
I think, Sumin is probably thinking about, we're drawing into more cards, trying to build a card advantage in the mid-game. That's what Amethyst always wants to do. And perhaps trying to force a scenario where there's enough lore on the board that she can start driving her lore total. And here we're questing out, it looks like. 3 lore, moving up to 6. Yeah, so definitely, Heesung is definitely doing, what we talked about, trying to push the lore total, get up as high as possible. We have another evasive character come down with Sir Hiss.
Oh, nice. And because of Peter Pan's ability, all evasive characters do get rushed, so he can go right in there and immediately take out that Madam Mim Snake. Madam Mim Fox coming down, taking out the Sisu, and that board is pretty effectively dealt with.
And quest for 2 lore.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, this is just driving the lore a little bit at a time. Those evasives doing work. Pegasus now, I think has gotten what 4 or 5 lore out of it. So
Absolutely.
yeah, this is exactly the plan. I do really like this matchup as an Emerald Amethyst player. I kind of know how to play it, and I think even one of the reasons I think about this as a two-phase game is anytime we're playing a Ruby deck or any sort of serious control deck, you have to kind of expect to lose control of the board eventually. Your opponent has Be Prepared available. When they get to turn 6, they start dropping some of their removal options, like the ladies in chairs. When you get to turn 7, Be Prepared is an option. And so you can plan for it, you can play around it. And here's an interesting mid-game play. We do have the Frenemy come down, which is going to pair well with that Fox.
Absolutely. Yeah, great in the opening. Further on in the game, but kind of more situational. You either kind of wait to see if you have it, and if not, Flynn becomes ink at that point.
That is true. So Suman here now forcing Heesung to think about that frenemy or risk giving up quite a bit of lore. Now Heesung did have an answer for that Fox. There was a goat in hand that Heesung could have played to force that Fox from going off, but instead we're going to trade the Pegasus into the Fox, sitting there with 2 damage on it, making it vulnerable, and then playing, going aggressive here.
Yes, this is a very wide and dangerous board at this point. Those cursed merfolk, their ability to quest for 2 creates a problem very quickly that must be dealt with.
Absolutely. Be Prepared is an option, not this turn, but the next turn. But I do think this is a scenario where Heesung is indicating, and I think it's clearly evident, I think it's the right call, that he'd be more than happy to get 5 lore off of this turn, off those merfolk and another character, going up to 13 lore. That's really where you want to be going into the late game. And so even if they're removed, I think Heesung is in a good position.
Absolutely. It's just so aggressive. And with those evasives, he's just been able to really, really keep a really nice presence on this board. And Subin's doing a lot of catch up. I'm interested to see. I feel like she's probably waiting for the Be Prepared at this point, because I don't know if she'll be able to deal with all of these turn by turn.
That's, probably a card that, as we drew the rabbits, she was hoping to draw into. And it seems like no other answer, so they're going to have 6 lore on the board there available for Heesung. And we'll see if he chooses to drop any more threats on the board, knowing that a Be Prepared is
He'll find out.
That's true. So this is a classic example of timing your Ursula Deceiver properly. It's no accident that Heesung is playing this card the turn before Suman's able to play Be Prepared, hoping to pick it. If she has it, it's not there. But at the very least, we'll get some information now. And now able to make the decision about whether he wants to go wide even more here and really try to end the game, or play more conservatively.
Absolutely. Vital intel he just received, where he's like, yes, I'm good to go. It's not going to be next turn, or unless she draws it. But it's pretty nice bet. And then playing the Merlin Goat, unless this is it with the Be Prepared, I don't think that we can clear this board the way it needs to be cleared to get out of this.
No, it's a tough spot. I mean, we could top deck. Did we draw already? Did I miss that? Oh, okay. So didn't top deck to Be Prepared. We've seen crazier things happen, but a little bit of removal available there. You can challenge a couple things, so we can certainly buy some time. But this is a really tough spot.
Absolutely. I'm doing the mental math. Are you as well?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to see what we could play, what can challenge at this point. So I'm interested.
Yeah, you can definitely get 3 challenges here. There's a couple rush characters, or you could play the Madame Medusa. I think the right play, though, if you want to or I wouldn't say the right play. There's so many different options. But one play would be to challenge with the rabbit, take out one of those merfolk, and then leverage the fox to draw another card. Instead, we're going to Madame Medusa the rabbit. We're going to double challenge here, take out the merfolk, which leaves 3 lore on the board, and the goat representing 1 more when it's removed. So from a scary board down to something a little bit more manageable.
Much more manageable, for sure. No, that was really well done. Suman definitely looked at all of her options, decided the best way she wanted to tackle this, and cut that board in half.
That's true. So only 3 lore showing. Still a tough spot. This is definitely where Heesung wants to be, but able to buy another couple turns here.
Yeah. Looking at his hand, he's questing, starting with the quest, which is, I wonder, going to put another Pegasus down, another little evasive there, which does have rush with the Peter Pan, but I mean, he's just a baby. He's not ready for that.
Yeah, definitely a choice here not to overextend. I think Heesung was thinking, okay, if Sumin draws the Be Prepared, I need to be prepared. And when you look at the math here, if Sumin hasn't seen a Be Prepared yet, with the number of cards we've gone through and 4 Be Prepareds in the deck, Heesung knows that the odds of drawing one here are getting better and better every single turn. They're not low. There we are with the Madame Medusa challenging into the goat. And then double challenge into... No, just single challenge into the Ursula. Nope, double challenge into the Ursula.
Okay, good deal. Lady Tremaine coming out forces opponent to choose a card to banish, which...
Poor Pegasus.
Yeah, he tried. He did his best.
One of the 2 primary ladies in chairs here. Lady Tremaine worked her way out of favor for a little while, but one of the things that gives her an edge on Madame Medusa is she has 2 lore rather than 1. So now a card that can drive Sumin's lore total a bit higher if she wants to, but just too much for Sumin to overcome there once you get that close to the top. And looks like a scoop and a victory in game 1 for the Emerald Amethyst player.
Yeah, that was a really interesting match. I wasn't sure exactly how things were going to go. It's like really strong starts kind of on both sides. So it was interesting to see. But that evasive, it was just carried away, really.
There are some answers, but yeah, I mean, this is a textbook way to play Ruby Amethyst here. And the Ruby Amethyst player, it didn't play poorly at all and had some of the cards but that they needed, but just driving that lower total early, getting those evasive characters, and then waiting for timing the moments, the opportunities in the mid game. Very deliberately choosing to drop those 2 Merfolk at the perfect time to get some extra lore. Timing the Deceiver at the right time to be able to pick that Be Prepared. It was just a textbook example of how to play this matchup.
Yeah, definitely knew what he was doing in there. It was fantastic.
Yeah, I'm excited to see game 2.
Me too.
Oh, so it looks like we are, have we altered hands already? Nope, we're altering hands now.
Yes. And Sumin will be on the play this time.
That is true. So this changes the dynamic of this a little bit because if Sumin is able to take her aggressive line with a first turn play, perhaps Chernobyl followers, followed by a frenemy, followed by a Sisu, Heesung could go an aggressive line as well with Cursed Merfolk and hope to drive the lore total high enough that Sumin has to respond. But Sumin could be the aggressor in this match. And so Heesung is thinking, what do I need to alter my hand into in order to answer that early aggressive line from Sumin, because we could see a complete role reversal here if the hands are drawn the right way.
Absolutely, and Heesung has a lot of really good early aggressive options. So it'll be interesting who's able to, kind of put what's stronger can come out.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, some cards Heesung's definitely looking for here. He wants to try to have a high strength character on turn 2 if possible.
Right.
On the off chance the Sisu isn't there, you want perhaps a snake or even a Sir Hiss to prevent that frenemy from activating. Yes. We do have the Sisu.
I see the Sisu. I'm looking for Flynn.
And Chernobog's followers in turn 1. I think that's the ideal first turn play here.
Yeah, excellent. Ooh, big Ursula. Being ink, but fun to see her.
Yeah, it is, even if only for a brief moment.
For sure. Chernobog v. Chernobog's followers. Sumin questing with hers, choosing not to banish it at this point.
Now we're going to need it for this snake.
Gotta bounce it. Beautiful. Yes, that Madame snake with the 3/3 is a very, very nice 2 drop.
Yeah, so he's saying definitely a little bit more conservative line here. We're going to take a look. The only card available is Friends from the Other Side. Has to pick a song. So he's trying to take full inventory there and trying to remember what's in Sumin's hand.
Absolutely. And Friends on the Other Side, sad to see go. There's some great card draw on there. But, I mean, Sumin in hand has the Maleficent and Merlin Rabbit. So some extra card draw there as well.
And drawing into the Friends. Oh, goodness.
She's good.
No, I mean, this this is a great spot for Sumin to be in. So Sumin did not get her aggressive opening, but because Heesung's planning on that aggressive opening being there, didn't take the aggressive line himself, Sumin has managed to get a couple cards on the board, which are very well statted, able to deal with Heesung questing with anything other than evasive characters. But importantly, if you look at Sumin's hand size, down to 3 cards, I believe, but all of those cards are cards that will get Sumin extra cards while, at least in the case of 2 of the cards, developing the board. So Sumin now is well set up for the mid game to use Maleficent and then the Rabbit friends from the other side to recharge her hand to propel her into the end game. And so not a bad position to be in.
Really interesting you talking about how Heesung was preparing for something that didn't actually happen. So it's like, you know, your opponent's deck it's almost like, oh, I'm not going to say it's a detriment, but it's like you wait and see, like, I guess I can't play this. And then you never know if you actually could.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. Here, Sisu here choosing not to quest and instead singing that friend from the other side.
And we do have the Flynn Rider, and Heesung currently has nothing on
Oh,
board.
what a choice here. Yeah, no, definitely. You could either play the Rabbit, draw some cards, but definitely a great play here to play Frenemy paired with that Sisu. Now Heesung has to figure out how to deal with one of those cards.
Yeah. Yeah, because he has
Many.
six cards in hand.
Lots
I mean, probably
of cards.
we'll use some, but I'm looking at his hand. I don't see anything that could.
No, I mean, the Fox is a great answer for Sisu, but unfortunately you need something small to bounce, so you'd have to pair the Fox
Exactly.
with a 1-drop, and I don't see that. Deceiver of All, I see on the top there. Fun card, not much use here, but it's worth mentioning because I do think it's worked its way out of favor in some of these decks, so it's nice to see it run here. But again, not a card that's going to do much work here. But here, the frenemy is going to see Sisu at the start of the turn, give 3 lore to Sumin, and here we see that aggressive roll that we were talking about for this Ruby Amethyst deck.
For sure. But Sumin top decking a Queen's Castle,
Oh,
which
no.
is a really nice card to have right now. And she's able to move a character over to that as well in quests with Sisu. But now that Flynn Rider has taken up residence in the Queen's Castle, true queen that he is, Sumin will be able to draw a card with him on her next turn.
Flynn Rider is definitely there for shenanigans.
Yeah.
Flynn Rider never goes, frenemy never goes into a castle without being there for some
No.
nefarious purpose.
Absolutely not.
Taking the magic mirror off the wall or something.
Yeah.
No, just a fantastic top deck. I mean, there's not a lot of answers for Queen's Castle in the Emerald Amethyst deck. You usually have to use a couple cards, for example, pairing a crab with a fox. That is a line which very efficiently moves the Queen's Castle, but not enough ink right here and not one of those key cards, which is the crab. So
It looks like we're starting to dink away at it little by little.
that is true. I do see the fox in hand, so perhaps we're going to see the fox played to bounce the rabbit and then do some more damage to the castle. But Heesung definitely in full defense here.
Yeah, for sure. That castle is a lot. But yeah, exactly what you said. Bouncing it back. Bim Fox out, assuming that she will also try to take a chunk out of that.
It's possible. I do think, you know, I have to remember what's in the hand. No, I wondered if we'd see the Fox challenge into the Sisu to remove that two-lore character.
Yeah.
And if Heesung had another card to match the Flynn strength-wise, we don't. Instead, we're going to see 3 lore worth of character on the board. And now Heesung, I think, making a choice about whether to remove the Sisu or doing extra damage to the castle.
Yes, yes. And though these more aggressive cards like the Cursed Moorfolk do have a lot of lore to give, not great at attacking castles
No.
or Sisus.
No, or anything for that matter.
Right.
But a threatening card here for 2 reasons. One reason is the lore, but to remove it, Sumin challenging into it has to discard one of the 2 cards in hand.
Yes.
One of the reasons this is challenging here, and you need to get the rabbit and draw engine going in the mid game, is because your end game, of course, drawing 2 cards off the castle there, which is nice. You know, your end game cards, your Be Prepareds and your Ladies in Chairs require you to have 6, 7 ink in hand, and so you have to have enough to be able to ink while maintaining those. Getting that extra card off the castle, though, very, very nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Having that card draw in this Ruby Amethyst deck, keeping you in the resources you need to, well, keep control of the board.
Yes, and now Sumin definitely in the driver's seat, having gotten another 3 lore off the front of me. We have 2 lore off the castle. We have another 2 lore we can get with Sisu this turn. And yeah, Heesung really, really has to play offense here.
Yeah. I'm interested to see what he chooses to play. I see he has a Jacques there. I have not seen Jacques very much.
Jacques, what a fun little card. It definitely has a home in this deck. It does two things for it. One, giving one of your opponent's characters reckless so they can't quest a particular turn. But then also it has 2 lore. So in a game where you're the aggressor, getting a 1/4 with 2 lore on the board feels really nice.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, perfect home in this. And we have a Sir Hiss. Again, we still have Sisu on board. The castle has a good bit of damage on it, but Flynn's still surviving.
Yeah. So Jacques, a fun line with Jacques here. Frenemy is clearly happy to sit in the castle and draw cards and pilfer the magic mirror and get 3 lore a turn. So perhaps making or giving Flynn reckless there, so he's guaranteed to be not exerted. Well, now you need a challengeable target there. Yeah, no, it's. I take it back. I take it back. Yeah, no. Gosh, I'm just trying to think of outs here for Heesung, and there's a few. There's things getting delay it, but it's a tough spot to be in.
Absolutely. I'm with Flynn Rider. If he is only the character on that side, crazy that he could still be the strongest boy on board.
That's true. Flynn Rider sees himself. And so we do see the Jacques come down. It's going to give Reckless to Sisu there. Sisu won't be able to quest and has to challenge if able. And then the evasive Sir Hiss. So again, Heesung just playing to outs here. But now, so an interesting note here. Let's take how many cards in Heesung's hand? 1, 2. Oh, we still have enough to overpower the Sir Hiss, I think.
I do like this move here because when Sisu is forced to attack, it has to attack the cursed merfolk, forcing Suman to discard a card, which that's fun.
That is true. That is true. And gosh, but some fun cards Suman has an answer. We do have another frenemy. We could rely on those to close out the game.
Yes.
Rabbits to draw. We could brawl. So some options.
Yeah, and for every turn that Suman takes to kind of creep towards, Heesung is able to play pretty wide and have those small but mighty multi-lure cards.
Yeah, it is just a challenge here. You know, I mentioned before it is a 2-phase game, and critical to phase 1 in this game is getting above 10 lore. And that really puts you in striking distance for the Emerald Amethyst player. The problem is, one of the reasons I call this phase 2 is when Be Prepared comes online on turn 7. And so you have that big old reset button that Suman has available. So it really prevents you from going wide here.
Yeah. Yeah, you always have that, like, gotta save some stuff in case that happens.
Must be prepared.
Exactly.
Queen's Castle into the Inkwell and a rabbit.
Drawing off of that. And see if we have the Be Prepared.
Yep, taking a peek. This is probably also a scenario, though, where go wide, and if you have it, you have it. If you don't, you don't. But that's enough to close out the game. Frenemy there representing, just unable to get around that Sisu. So Frenemy representing 3 lore, Sisu representing another 2. Okay. Frenemy can then quest for another 1, and it's just too much to overcome. So
yeah.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, it's really exciting to see Flynn Sisu further in game doing it, but when your opponent's got a bunch of little guys, it's just... Flynn's got it.
Mm-hmm. It is one of the weaknesses of the the Emerald Amethyst deck is there's just not a lot of removal, and so just no answer for that Sisu there in that scenario. And Flynn Rider doing a ton of work. Fun to see the decks flip flop in terms of which role they're taking on each game, and I'm splitting this 1-1. What a fun way to end the day.
Absolutely, that was a great day. I had fun. Did you have fun?
I had a blast. These Lorcana challenges, they're always wonderful.
Yeah, I'm so excited to be here, and so. We'll go on to our end of day.
Yes, let's take a look.
So our players today for participation were able to take home this gorgeous Dragonfire, and then our top 64 and also all the players who have the same amount of points were taking home Let It Go.
No, and these are beautiful cards. The slide doesn't do it justice. The foiling on these is wonderful. It's unique in Lorcana, and they're just fantastic prizes for these players to walk away from this challenge from. What a great memento.
Absolutely, and tomorrow we'll see our top 64 again. And if you enjoyed today, there's some more fun coming up. Next month, we'll have Vegas. And on Monday, our Seattle Disney Lorcana Challenge. Tickets will be available at 7 p.m. Pacific time.
Yeah, if you're looking at the Disney Lorcana coverage here, these challenge coverage, and you want to try it out for yourself, don't miss Monday and don't miss Seattle. It's going to be your last chance this year to play in a Disney Lorcana challenge if you haven't qualified for one of the Disney Lorcana Challenge championships. And so those will go on sale. They sell out quickly. Make sure to grab them if you want to go.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and man, again, I can't say enough about how exciting and fun these challenges are, the energy here, and I can't wait to see who made the top cut and some amazing Lorcana matches tomorrow.
There will be some great games tomorrow. I can't wait, and we'll see you for a great, big, beautiful tomorrow.